Well, I'll do a tweet. I've done like 100 tweets going 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Fuck them.
Yeah, and that's one of my strategies. I just, I don't have one of those streams starting in 10 minutes. I don't have one of those. It's just like click go live and off we go.
People will figure it out. They get notifications. There we go. I'll just do another tweet there. It's finally genuine. No, if Kelly doesn't pop in the next 10 minutes, I will be offended. If she's busy, like doing Christmas stuff.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. So we'll see who jumps in on Christmas motherfucking Eve. There we go. There's a pig right there. There's an oinker.
Oh, right. Here. Right there is soft.
Kevin's first in the house.
Yeah.
This is completely unplanned, Kevin. I was doing fuck all. I did talk about doing this last week, but Brett had family stuff, but that's not happening. And I don't feel like doing the family stuff that I'm here for today. I've done some. I'll do some tomorrow. It's enough. So I hope you're drinking there, Kevin. Oh, let's get that down. Get some Christmas carols going. Yeah, we got a couple of piggies up in here. I can see from my banners. God gave rock and roll to you. Oh no, there's nothing too bad happening there. So I've barely slept because obviously when I did a sleep stream, when I woke up and turned it off, laughing my head off in a wig, it was like 4 hours sleep. I was like, fuck, that's not enough. And then I had 2 and 3 every day. I just haven't been able to get to sleep. And the day after that, after 2 days of mania, all I wanted was go to sleep, and I was getting, every time I went to sleep, I was hearing fucking things and seeing things. It wasn't good.
I'm also watching you on Twitch, but again, if people don't know this, I'm going to set it to 10% volume because anything less than 10% Twitch doesn't count you as a viewer.
Room temp Merlot. There we go. Maybe it's mushroom time. Maybe it is. I think you should take them now with the wine now. You should drop some in the wine, swirl it around, and just drink the whole fucking thing.
Mushroom time is always a good time.
I need. In fact, I've had a conversation. In fact, no, a week ago when my buddy came up, he's a comic. We didn't get the podcast because we were too fucking hectic. But he had these capsules. He just got there. He drove up. We had a couple of beers, and then he pulled out these 2 capsules of powder, and they were mushroom powder. And we took one each, and we just spent the whole night going, is it working yet? But we were walking round and round just giggling. So I think it was.
Of course.
But we've set a thing, hopefully for the springtime, he's going to come back and we're going to have a specific psychedelic night. Maybe even go sit in the corner of a seedy bar with red lights and just fucking sit there and look at the lights and giggle for a few hours.
The only thing I have against mushrooms is I don't have easy access to mushrooms. If I had, I'd probably quit drinking beer.
It's just you need to find someone. I mean, they grow here in the fields around. The temperature's fine.
Yeah.
But I don't know enough to go out and get them, pick them and all that stuff. But I know once you meet a couple of people, once you have an in, now I've confirmed my buddy is an in for edibles and psychedelics. So we're going to do that in the spring. And I think every 6 months is good for me. I'm not a hardcore because I could go to fucking space on these things. But
yeah,
every 6 months having a good fucking blowout.
I'd say, do a heat like in 2020 when the COVID hit and everybody was kind of, I shut myself down, but I was doing a hero dose once a month, and man, perfect. But Solvin, he sent me a DM on Twitter a while back that what his buddy grows. Jesus, he sent a picture of a mushroom. It was big as a combat boot. Yeah. It was huge.
He said the same one to me. It was like, it was about a porn movie.
Yeah, you eat that thing, you're not coming back.
4 or 5 variety. Yeah, wild stuff.
Hey, Ghost Joe.
Just enjoying cream of mushroom soup. Next minute, you're trapped in that film from a field in England. Yeah. Field in England is a good film. Yeah, it's something I need to get up and back on. I do like the truffles in Amsterdam as well. They're just truffles because mushrooms are illegal, so they just give you them when they're still under the ground, I think. So they just truffle. I think some of them get dosed as well in the smart shops. They'll dose it in a bit of acid or something.
So mushrooms are illegal in The Netherlands?
Well, it's complicated. They're trying to ban it for tourists, but it's not really. They call them mushrooms, but they're actually, for the most part, the things you get in the shops are truffles, which I believe, I might be totally fucking wrong. I believe they haven't sprouted, so they're still full of psilocybin.
And the reason I say that is I think the last time I was in Amsterdam was 2008. So it's been a while. But I walked through one of the head shops and you could buy little peyote plants that were in there.
Oh yeah, that you can buy everything in there, and the signs for those places tend to be a mushroom as well. If you find there's some fake ones, there's some fake stores with like fake weed and all that stuff.
Yeah,
but there's some really good ones as well, and they give you good advice. And I did learn to not entirely follow their. I take a little bit less than they say, and the next strength down, because they're also fuckers. They're like, yeah, take a box of this. I'll take half a box and see what happens.
I would like to go back to Amsterdam again.
Yeah.
Being not in the military, you know.
Yeah.
You know, when we put, you know, we're taking off for the weekend. Here's where we're going. I mean, we could expect to get piss tested as soon as we got back.
Yeah, so it's a good time. It's a good time for beer. But you get great beers. Obviously, you've got mushrooms, you've got weed, you've got edibles, everything.
This in the canal.
It's a great time. I found a few bars just out of town as well, which are nice, so they're not right in the middle. But I still go to those central places. I'll still go to one in like Spleen. One thing that I can't not do is say everything in a Dutch accent when I'm there. I'm like, Spleen. When you're on the tram, beer is a Spleen. I'm a fucking autistic nightmare. But yeah, I've had some good times in Amsterdam. It's an hour away from me.
I know. There's one time I embarrassed myself on a daily basis, but we went in this one little bar in Amsterdam, and I was, I think we were joking about the wooden shoes and that kind of shit. But anyway, the pisser was upstairs, and we were drunk. I was drunk, and coming down those stairs, I swear the steps were about this wide. And man, I missed that first little bitty step and slid straight down that entire staircase on my ass. Hey, Norm, welcome in.
Yeah, hey, welcome in, Norm. And yeah, Merry Christmas to you too. Yeah, we're two pieces of shit that don't want to see our families right now. So we just decided to stream and drink beer. And that's my little grift on Twitch, all right? Welcome in.
Hey, now you're grifting for me, man. No piggybacking.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I've had every time I've been to Amsterdam 5 or 6 times. It's 1 hour flight. It's 45 minutes actually from Heathrow. You go up, you turn right, you level out, and you land at Schiphol. You're there. It's fucking great.
Prince House.
A homeless out in King's Cross. That's the best time to take them when you're working with the homeless. I think they're Batman villains. Cheers, man. Yeah, the same for me. I've never been a big weed smoker. In Copenhagen, in the Free State, my boss went and came back with a load of joints pre-rolled, and we all had one, and we all took a big fucking hit, and everyone just went white and couldn't talk for an hour. I still maintained I was okay, but on the inside I wasn't. I was just like, yeah, good times. Yeah, they've got some fucking crazy shit there too. Even stuff where hardened smokers would go and take a hit and just have a problem.
Yeah,
they've got all kinds of things under the table, if you ask nicely.
So maybe it was just, my head was on a swivel, maybe because, pre-deployment. Okay, see you, Norm. Take care. See you later. Parts of Amsterdam, you walk through, there's like city blocks of like there's Jamaicans, and then there's, Irish, and it just, they're Iraqis, or it just seemed like I felt the tension, especially in like the late 90s when I went there. It just seemed like things were building with, people owned their own corners and people owned their own little streets and alleyways. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. You go down some of those alleyways and there's,
this could go into something bad. I mean, there could be a turf war here real quick over drugs.
There's a lot of crime there, but a lot of it's organized crime. So it's not, I mean, sure, it goes on behind the scenes. There doesn't tend to be a lot of street shootings and stuff. I think a lot of it, they were blowing up ATMs when I was there last, like putting explosive on the ATMs and taking the cash. But there's a lot of, obviously, probably drug smugglers. And it was big for diamonds and stuff years ago. So there'd be people smuggling all that kind of shit around the place and probably trafficking girls and shit through there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that goes on, but but I've never felt much of a problem there. I've been there 5 or 6 times. It's sometimes at 2 a.m. I've been down an alleyway and stuff and think, oh fuck, what am I doing here? But for the most part, I'm already in a bar by that point. I fucked up somewhere. It's fine. I've had a couple of incidents with like door guys and stuff that I then took my own advice to just get out of the situation. Just trying to go in a place and some big guy's like, fuck off. I was like, all right, all right, I guess I will. And then shout something when you're in the cab, like, pussy, I can take you. But I've had some great times there. The last time was just before COVID, and I got fucked up, and then I got some mushrooms, but I had a hangover and had anxiety, and I was like, I don't think it's the right time. I took a couple by the canal in the morning, and I was getting a train to Belgium that day, and I thought, do you know what? I'm not going to do it, but I'm just too anxious, and I don't know what happened. So I just gave them to this guy in the hotel I was staying, this American guy. He's a student. He was like, I'm going to get some mushrooms. I was like, no need. Take these. They're fresh.
That was very nice of you.
Yeah, but I would have taken them with me, but I didn't know I was getting a train to another country, so I thought I'm not going to take them on the train. With hindsight, although you never know, it was absolute. No one was checking shit. It was a 3-hour train ride, and I could have taken a suitcase of mushrooms through there.
I've never been checked ever on a train ride.
Yeah,
but
there are airports and stuff, but you could get that one time where they go, let's check the trains today, and there's 12 dogs when you get out of the station. So I just didn't want to risk it.
Yeah, it's like, hold on a second, I'm a little hungry right now.
Yeah, you can always eat them. You go, what's that? Can you check my bag? Sure. Hang on.
Yeah.
And literally nothing they can do. You're just high now. Like, you've got a high guy on a train. What should you do? But yeah, Belgium. I want to do the same route. It was Amsterdam, Brussels, Berlin, and I did the whole trip that way. Came back the same way.
That's a hell of a trip. I mean,
and accommodation for like $250, the whole fucking thing. I just did it on the cheap. It was last minute. I took a flight to Amsterdam for like 50 pounds. The train to Brussels was 30 return.
That's awesome.
The flight to Berlin was like 25. It was all last minute shit. I was like, go to Berlin. It was nothing. And then just came back the same route. Did 2 nights in each. I did 5 days in Berlin. 2 in Amsterdam, 2 in Brussels, 5 days in Berlin. 1 more in Brussels and 2 more in Amsterdam at the end. Just did a backward loop, and it was such a great time.
And especially as a young guy to hit those towns, man. I mean, there's you can sleep on the train and just have a ball in both towns.
Yeah, I didn't hit the potential that I should have done because I was too fucked up, and I got too fucked up in Berlin, and so the second time in Brussels I was just sick. And it's good, but I had a great time. And it was cold. The thing is, Berlin was cold. It was in winter, like November. It was freezing. So I wanted to go back in 2020, the summer, but the fucking COVID was there. So I'm like, and now it's a couple of years later. I've got plans for next year, so it might be another year. But yeah, I'd go to Amsterdam, and anyone that wants to go to Amsterdam, as long as you're not an absolute peen, I'll probably go with you because it's cheap for me to go. It's like I said, it's an hour from London. Yeah. Let's go. It's such a cool town. Even without the partying, it's a really nice town. Like all the little canals and stuff. Get a little bit of breakfast. It's a nice place. And the Dutch are great. The Dutch are fucking so friendly. Yeah. And they all speak perfect English as well. You've got no issues.
I've said it on my stream before. When we trained those guys, and the C-130 crew guys that came over, spoke great English. They spoke multiple language.
They have like 3 languages straight out the bat. They got like Dutch, Flemish, probably French, straight out the bat.
I mean, they're super nice, can drink just like we can.
Oh, yeah.
And it's super smart. So I've got nothing but respect for Dutch folks. I mean, a couple of people in my stream, they poke, we poke each other, with sticks.
Yeah, of course.
Because, let's be honest.
Go ride your bike.
Yeah,
your little town bikes in Amsterdam.
I've never had a good meal anytime I've been to Amsterdam. It's like, God, you Dutch people can't cook for shit. It's like, I think what I came up with the last time was people in the Netherlands, it's like when it comes to their cuisine, it's like you hate your family, but you can't let them die. That's what their cuisine is like.
Yeah, I've not gone. I've eaten like English fry-ups in Amsterdam. I've eaten burgers. I've eaten Mexican food, like Thai food. I don't know what Dutch food I've had. Maybe I've had a waffle sometime. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really sampled too much, but
I,
they've got the pancakes are good. The Dutch pancakes are pretty good.
I ate a roasted tulip.
Yeah, and some heroin. I know I've also eaten their mushrooms too. They're pretty good. So it's their food, I guess.
But
I don't know if you can live on them.
but I've always thought about how awesome would it be to explore Europe on mushrooms because I love history and I love looking at architecture. I love it, and it would just I think I'd have my mind blown if I was on mushrooms or Molly or something, already in that lovey-dovey kind of mindset. Hey, average PC parts, hello.
Hey, average PC parts, how are we doing? I'm pretty sure I've called you average car parts before. I'm normally fucking hammered by the time anyone else drops in. Welcome in. Happy Christmas. If you don't celebrate it, happy Easter. Probably works. Yeah, I still want to do it. It's still there's no Europe's fucking great. The whole thing. I've not explored most of it. That was my first time in Germany. I went to Berlin. I want to go back to Frankfurt, and I want to go back to Hamburg. I want to go to. I want to go back to Berlin and get into East Berlin properly and get fucked up over there. So I did comedy in East Berlin, and in Amsterdam. No, I didn't get in Amsterdam, but I met a load of comics there and drank with them. I couldn't get on that night. I was just randomly showed up late. But they said hang out, and we stayed in the bar for like 2 hours post gig and just drank beer and had some good chats, just talk shit.
Yeah.
Stayed in touch with some of them for a while, but I'll try and reconnect if I go back out there. But it's the whole, in Eastern Europe, like Czechoslovakia and like where Ghost Gerbil's missus is from.
I had a great time in Poland. I was there for almost 2 months.
That's also on my list. Get over to Krakow.
And man, there are some hot women in Poland.
I said saying to Ghost Gerbil the other day, the whole fucking Eastern Bloc has got something in the water. They make like orc men, like ugly orc men, and then just beautiful women. It's like, what the fuck is this?
In 1998, I was in Bosnia and at Eagle Air Base, I think, at Tuzla. And there's this little cafe that they had. I mean, it was just a wooden shack, and this beautiful girl worked there. But then she'd smile at you, and her teeth were fucked up.
The bums are dropped in her teeth.
Was awful. I mean, she could like eat corn on the cob through a chain link fence with those teeth. It was terrible. But she was gorgeous, olive skin, long black hair. She's beautiful.
Well, you can fix up the teeth.
I was going to say, man, you take her back to the States, get those teeth fixed up. Oh, she's going to leave you a second.
Buy them there because they'll be.
Yeah, she's on her way to New York or LA as soon as she gets those teeth fixed.
No problem at all. I think a lot of people go into that part of the world to get their teeth done as well as Mexico, obviously Brazil. Because I need all the fucking shit down the bottom doing. It's apparently it's 30% of the price in Brazil, and they're all educated in the US. So it's not like in the back of a shed. I'm sure they have that too. Get into like a private place. I might get them done there eventually. But yeah, people are going to Eastern Europe for dental work now, apparently on the cheap.
Yeah,
and you got to take your risks. You've got to do some research. Because I'm sure there is a guy that got one arm left over from some war somewhere, and he's like, "I'm the dentist." They used to call me the dentist.
It's possessed.
Yeah.
Hey, Mac, how you doing today?
Hey, Irish Mac.
Hey, Mel, welcome in. How you doing? Did you hear that sound? That's the beckoning sound of annoyance. I'll be right back. Get a dog.
The dog's up, man. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you then, Canada. I need to go to Canada. I was saying it the other day. I connected through Trano, and I want to go there. Probably be 2024 at this point. Mel is in the house, being funny as always, and yeah, all good. This was a Brett Brock idea tonight. It was out of the blue, so we talked about it before, but yeah, family stuff. I've got family stuff, but I've done a bit of that today. I'll do a bit more tomorrow. So, got some shipyards from Portland, Maine. This was probably bottled in like Manchester or somewhere though. To be fair, it's got Sylvester.
All right.
Yeah.
Turn a little heat on. Y'all may hear some ambient mechanical noise in the background. That's my little space heater.
It's a little warmer here right now. It's like 8. So it's at +8, which doesn't mean it's like 30 something for you. But it's been minus shit all the time. So it's actually nice. It's quite mild this week. And this house is warm, to be honest. It's the one good thing about it. I'm trying to nurse this wine. Yeah, take your time. You got all night. It's for you. It's fucking at least, what, 2?
Yeah, well, it's here. It's 1:34 here, 13:34. So, no, you got all day.
It's 7:30 p.m. for me.
You can do whatever you want to. You're a big grown adult.
Yeah, you can go and.
So Carl, you missed the issues. I mean, if you're a Patreon subscriber, you can go back and watch issues with Andy. But yeah, it was a hell of a lot of fun last night. I don't know how I don't know how in the hell they got that crew together. There was a lot of people on that show.
Yeah. Yeah, heard good things. I had a moment as like it's on now. I knew it was on. I could watch it. I stayed up late anyway, but I need a few hours away from anything YouTubey. But I'll go back and catch up on it for sure. And if they do it again any day of the year, I'll be there.
I'm not going to spoil anything for you, but Andy Andrist has COVID, and he was still on fire. Even with COVID, he's still one of the funniest people on the planet.
Well, I mean, we spoke to him when he was in hospital hours after surgery from cancer on air, and he was still fucking hilarious while he was vomiting into a bucket, high on a fucking morphine.
And I agree with Salvin on that. Annie's great, and Annie is quick as lightning. She's sharp as a tack.
Yeah, I'll catch up with that. I'll catch up with it tomorrow, actually, when I get a bit of lull.
So I'm not going to tell Annie's story. Y'all can research that. Y'all go find it. She's funny, and she doesn't put up with any of their shit, like any of those Comedy Store bros.
Oh, Letterman. Was Letterman?
Yeah, she doesn't put up.
Yeah, she's funny. Yeah, I've been a fan of her for years now. She's so funny.
Yeah.
In the Comedy Store documentary, it's great. They're all on the roof, and everyone's like a veteran, and she's the new for the store, I guess. And then they're just in the documentary. Then she goes, "So you guys raped me?" Like on, and they kept it in the documentary. I was like, fucking hell, there's like Rogan and Bert and everyone sat up there and just go, yeah, you raped me, guys. Just to throw a bit of a troll in. You'd never expect him to keep that in there, but Binder did. Mike Binder.
That happened to her as a teenager. And, because of her experience, I mean, she's just funny anyway to begin with. But no, she doesn't put up with any of that bro shit.
Yeah, I haven't watched much of her stuff for a while, but I used to watch her old podcast. It was called. I don't know what her old podcast. I know she's got a new solo one now, but she used to have a solo one a couple of years ago. It was funny, just her on the couch, like talking shit.
Yeah, and Solvin, I don't listen to any of those podcasts. I don't listen to the Fighter and the Kid that they were talking about last night. I don't listen to Bobby Lee's podcast with his wife.
I've fallen off that a bit now, but it's Bobby Lee's great. I love Bobby Lee. It's
he's funny, live.
Yeah, he's funny. He's funny on a podcast. He's very funny. He's a cool dude.
There was a thing. I'm guessing Bobby and his wife are swingers, and I guess she fucked Schaub, and then
they're all kind of LA drama rumors going around, but I think they're not together anymore. But they still do a podcast together because she owns half the business.
Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I don't listen to any of it, but
that's what I get. But I saw Bobby Lee. I missed him live at the Comedy Store, but I was sat in the OR my first night in there. I think drunk, just watching whoever was on stage, some new comic, and I look because in the OR behind the stage there's a window to outside, and Bobby Lee walked. It was just Bobby Lee. And then Brian Redband came out and gave him an old bag, which Bobby Lee took and then walked off with. Or it was a bag of meat. It was some weird drug deal or something. And it was some. But that was the night. I was like, that's fucking Bobby Lee right there. That was cool. What next time? Maybe this time I'm out. But one of the next couple of trips when I come out there, I will try and see Bobby somewhere if he's in town somewhere. I know he's on the road a lot.
Last time I saw him here at Zany's, he destroyed. I mean, he destroyed.
And he's got no confidence in himself, like in general. That's why he hasn't done a special. That's why he won't. He's scared, but he's so. But everyone said he's a nervous ball of shit,
He's got
he'll
enough
go out
confidence to
and
take
just
all of his
absolutely
clothes
conquer.
off on stage in front of 290 people.
Oh yeah. Get his dick out all the time. He's the only person who's getting away with that. The little noodle. Tom Segura took him out to a massive arena or theater, but he was so nervous backstage. But when he went out, he absolutely destroyed. But he's used to just because even like 4 or 5 years ago, he wasn't even really selling out clubs as much across the country. He was struggling a bit, and it was that podcast that got him up, selling out and getting bigger and stuff. And he's just a funny guy, and he's doing a lot of TV work like Magnum PI and all that shit. And yeah,
Mad TV. Hey, let me get this other dog in. I'll be right back.
I'll get that dog.
That dog.
Yeah, I mean, most comics that I know are just anxious messes anyway, and that is getting your peen out is just he's just terrified. So he'd rather shame himself. I think he's even talked about he'd rather shame himself first. He's like, I'm disgusted. I'm a disgusting fucking potato with a little dick, and it kind of helps.
All right,
take care, Average PC Parts. Have a good night.
Okay,
Average
PC Parts. Take care.
Do you need to, Betty? I think you've given me sickness over Twitter today. In the last hour, I'm starting to go down, but I'm going to be strong. I'm going to drink. I've popped pills. Fuck it. We'll see what happens Christmas Day.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, when I travelled down yesterday, there was a guy near me at some point with a big mask on, and he was coughing and spluttering everywhere. So he probably had COVID. So,
of course, why wouldn't he?
Why wouldn't he? So today, I'm probably I'll do what I can to stave it off, but it feels like I'm getting sick, which is going to suck.
What are they calling it now? Again, I don't have TV or cable. They call it the triple demic or whatever.
I don't give a
the
shit.
Respiratory thing and COVID and the flu and all that shit. I just stay away from people. This is fine.
You get sick or you won't. Yeah,
I'm
around people a lot though because I just am. But I don't generally get sick. I do pretty good. I mean, the last time was Brazil. Really, I've had like a 12-hour thing where I feel a bit stuffy or whatnot, but I can feel the fucking. These always swell up a lot when I get sick, and I think they're starting to go, which is why I popped.
I've got cancer in my lymph nodes.
Some ibuprofen and booze to make sure that the swelling goes down. Yeah, the lymph nodes. Ever since I was a kid, they always went worse than anyone else I knew. It's like, why is my neck like this? Probably life cancer. Flu, RSV, and COVID. There you go. Respiratory something or other. Your smallest kid coughs on you. Yeah. Sell on eBay. Yeah, I would. eBay needs a business these days. Yeah, the glands. Oh yeah, no one in the medical industry is giving a shit about COVID for 2 years. They're all anyone in a hospital or a doctor's is permanently sick anyway, and these dirty bitches don't wash their hands anyway. They'll just do this once and then just touch 10 patients and then do this again, and then everyone's got MRSA in their fucking balls.
And like I know somebody, a lady who's a
no offense,
dental practitioner, assistant, whatever. She cleans people's teeth prior to the dentist coming in. And she's right there over your face. Now I don't go to her. She just told me she doesn't believe in COVID. She doesn't believe in any of that shit. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, and you're just leaning over into people's faces. Breathe on.
There's lots of dirty people that people don't want to think of dirty, and that's nurses and doctors and chefs, people working in the kitchen. None of them wash their hands the whole fucking night, by the way. You get raw chicken, you say, oh, we wash your hand. No, it's raw chicken, and then it's this, right, next.
Yep.
Because they're busy, because you're ordering more fucking chips to come out. It's your fault, if anything. But I don't like where you can see the kitchen, because I don't want to see. I'd rather not see, and you be dirty in there.
I love it, personally. Personally, I love it, because...
Sometimes I love it if it's like a Mongolian grill or something different.
I just want to see the population decimate. The population of the world. I can't wait. I can't wait to drive on an empty interstate. I can't wait.
Yeah, but that hand washing will fuck your immune system, Kelly. You get dirty. Don't worry. I didn't use hand sanitizer once for the whole pandemic. They still see patients don't close it. Yeah, they didn't give a fuck. Dirty pigs. All doctors and nurses are dirty pigs. You can take that to the bank. No offense, Ghost Gerbil. Keep watching, please. Subscribe. COVID is normal like flu. Keep away from people, especially under 10. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no one actually cares anymore, really. But it's yeah, who knows if you've got a cold, flu, or COVID? It's all the fucking same. Just rename it. Few days of feeling like absolute shit, and don't be around 88-year-old fat or young people or people with cancer or some healthy people.
Yeah. You had like 14, 16 viewers, and then I mentioned I want to see the population decimated, and
they've gone. It's like we can wish it. It's a Christmas wish. There's probably a Netflix TV movie about it, just killing your viewers.
COVID got them.
Yeah. No one really wants anything bad happening to Elon because you all love his app. You absolutely.
Well, Chrissy doesn't like Elon.
Not today.
She'll be back. She'll be back this time next week. She's not permanently banned.
It'll be a week after the appeal. The thing is, everyone's off for Christmas now, right? So it'll be like they'll come and check the appeals on like Wednesday
and again,
morning.
The last thing Twitter needs is less people on it. They want more people. They're not going to ban anybody because it's. I thought he was a champion of free speech.
Yeah. Some crazy person's reported, or like some weird algorithm has kicked it off. Crazy times. Yeah, so I've had a couple of strikes, so I might be one away from a perma ban. I'm surprised we only had 2, to be honest. I've tweeted so much bullshit. Vaccine deniers are off. Yeah, to be fair, I haven't thought about COVID for a year, though. I just don't care anymore. I did the last test like a year and a bit ago because I had to. Fuck it. Let's dive on into it. I'm always in busy places. Come and lick my face. Survival of the fittest. I'm dead as well. Well, yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, but that went away quickly. That was only a policy for like 3 hours, and then everyone just went, "This is so fucking stupid." And then went, "Yeah, you're right. It's stupid." See, the main problem with it is like the scat. Not to too much into it, but it's a scattergun. It's like, let's test this, let's test that, let's test this, let's test this. You should be thinking about this for months and like testing it to like 2,000 users in Australia or something first. You know, just open it up. Let's test this feature. Let's put this feature on and turn it off. And this rule. But yeah, but also I was thinking because Chris has been banned a few times, so I think her account's probably in like a red zone. So if there's any kind of hint that there's an issue, the algorithm could go, she's swearing. She's probably abusing someone. And that's what I think the ban probably was, which is some ridiculous thing. Hopefully a human being will look at it next week, a human being that likes tits and lizards. And A/B testing, yeah. Do you like this? Do you like that? Exactly. Yeah, I saw. Mine dog's taking some time off. I had a couple of days where I wasn't too involved in Twitter, but that helps me. If I take 2 days where I'm not tweeting that much, I'm not reading that much, I feel better, like in general. Doing other shit.
So, Carl, now that you're kind of I'd consider you a not a full-time Twitch streamer, but you've got a schedule. You're on Twitch a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
Because I've thought about taking at least a week vacation from all.
You should. You definitely should. You've done over a year of and they're long streams, and you've done all kinds of 8-hour, 12-hour this, 24-hour that. Well, it's good for the soul.
Well, what's happening is I'm having nightmares about Twitch. I told somebody on my stream that I had this nightmare that I posted dick pics on all my social media accounts.
Yeah.
Put it out there. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I woke up thinking it was real, and my heart, I sweated through the sheets.
That's the problem with drinking and streaming, honestly.
And having Twitch nightmares, oh my God, did I do that on the stream? And, waking up and oh God.
Well, I had the day one day off because I was just out of it, and then I was fucking hallucinating that night. But I took yesterday off of even watching anything because I needed an extra day because I was dreaming. I was just dreaming about streaming, click this fucking reward or go live. The whole dream was like it. I was walking around, click this, and it's just it's a lot. Especially because I had 2 manic days, and it was, Manor Ants was out in force as well, and then all the drunken ones I've done recently. the the DMCA shit, which they haven't done a fucking thing about, by the way. Because I've immediately, as soon as I finish now, those videos get deleted.
I don't know why y'all are tiptoeing around it. It's just a nasty gram. They just send you an email going violations were detected.
Well, I don't think they've even got that. To be fair, I haven't got any.
No, but here's what keeps me going. Like, okay, if I'm having nightmares about Twitch, that's good because I'm taking it seriously. You know, I'm putting some thought, putting some effort into it.
It's because you do it and see it a lot. Like when I used to play a lot of video games, I would dream about that fucking game. Even if I was doing something in the dream, like driving a car, I'd be thinking about the sports game I was playing. I'd be like, oh, you've also got to shoot or whatever it is. It's just in your face all the time. So that's why I needed time off yesterday. Even being in the issues with Manny, I couldn't do it because I'm watching YouTube and a chat, and I didn't want to. I want to watch Superman. God damn it, on my own in the dark.
Yeah, you gotta. You know, the reason I say it's a good thing is back when I had a real job type job, I'd have nightmares about being late for work. You know,
oh, yeah.
And that just means you take it seriously and you're treating it as a profession. You know.
There we go. Manchester's been absolutely phenomenal. I love it. I love my place. I love the city. There's so much to explore. There's a toilet. There's a pub that was a toilet that inside it's just as amazing as you would think. It's so seedy and so nice. And I found a new dive bar that's open till 3 a.m. right across the fucking street where I was streamed walking to the store. It's right there. Bunny Jackson's it's called, and it's just feels like you're in a Dusk Till Dawn set, and it's open till 3, and the people are cool as shit. The door staff are much better in places like that. In London, they're dicks. They're like, no, you're not coming in. Up there,
Right
like,
there. Get in, man. Stop twisting my arm.
And that's 2 bars. I've seen 100 places, not just bars, restaurants, that I just go, I'm going in there, I'm going in there, I'm going in there, I'm going in there. So it's hard not to be a massive, drunken, fat idiot just being around there. So I've got to have a bit of discipline as well. But I love it. It's very nice. Colder than the south on the whole, but I think we all did get it. The nudes. You only sent those dick pics. I sent dick pics to Jamie Dykes and Hack Oddity, so there you go. Yeah, I think that's fine. Also, but I covered it up on Hack. And when I go and see him, we'll do a live stream and we'll show him the picture that I sent him.
That's gonna be awesome.
Fucking bad.
Hey, has he been on Twitch lately?
Not streaming. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna unsubscribe to him. I'm gonna stop subbing to him.
I think he needs a kick. I need to go out drinking with him at some point. He's obviously going to be in Vegas this week. Yeah. Next week, I guess he's flying out probably in a couple of days.
In that case, I'll continue my sub. He'll need that extra $5.
Yeah. I'll try but I'm going to be busy in January. It's probably at this point, it's probably going to be like March, but he's only 2 hours from me now, and I'm more north than here. So I'm just going to go down and see him, or he's going to come here or up there to Manchester. One of us will die. But if we don't die, I think he needs a bit of a kick as well. I think he should stream more. He should stream once a week, I think. Because people like him. You know, he streamed when he was trying to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube that night. Yeah. But I think that's the last time. It's like 4 months ago.
Yeah. And I know we all did our best. We were all retweeting and, you know.
I hacked my parents' emails account and subscribed to his channel to get him to 1,000. I had 3. I gave him 3 that night. I got him there, but
Betty, I'm down with getting beers with all of y'all.
Same thing for my work. I think of kinds of dreams. Yeah, I still dream about jobs I had when I left school. Like when I was 17, I can still be working in the store I worked in, and there's people are there, and the jobs to say it's fucking weird, and I'm doing the job, and then I'll fly out the window, and try and bang the secretary from the print shop next door.
My flying dreams are different. Like I have flying dreams, but the way I fly is I'm heads down, but I have to pedal my way in. I have to pedal my way to propulsion, and my feet are up, and I have to fly. I have to swim basically. Does anybody else have that, or is that crazy talk? I don't know.
Hack is not busy. He's a fucking fat, lazy drug addict. He does about 2 things a week. It's a fact. He's just on cocaine and fucking cheap vodka all the time. Fact. And then he orders 3 a.m. pizza. For me, so I've always dreamt about flying. But for years, I had to swim. So I would get up a certain 20 feet, and then I'd have to swim like this or swim like this through the air. But then I'd fall down or something. But more recently, they've been cool. Sometimes I'll float out the window whilst I think I'm still awake. It's great. I love those ones. You just go out the window. But more recently, I've been doing much more Superman-like flying, and I do like it. Like just going up, catching a drone and flying down. It's been pretty cool. I'm waiting for this my whole life. I haven't done this. I've done a lot of this and a lot of this. Recently, I'm just doing this. Yeah.
What the fuck is? I mean, it happens a lot back here.
Oh, the flickering.
Is the simulation broken?
It actually looks like you've got like a fridge with a couple of bodies hanging up back there.
Hold on a second. Oh, there it goes. Never mind.
Something's driving. Yeah. But when I go out for drinks with Hackett, it'll be a sophisticated evening of gentleman behaviour.
Of course it will. Debonair.
I know. The thing is, I said to him, he jumped on a couple of weeks ago, and when I went out with the guys in Bristol, I was done from Saturday to Wednesday. I felt bad, and I think it'll be one of those. I'll just feel bad until the middle of the week after a night out with that. Yeah, camera exposure. Yeah, and for me, because the flickering stopped a bit, but the lighting is so bad in here, it just won't drive. When I had this camera in Brazil, it was fine. A lot of natural lighting. There we go. I didn't bring anything down with me. Looks like a rave. Yeah, whenever that flashes, you've all got to take a shot. Ooh. Kevin, you've got to do mushrooms when that starts flashing. It's a fact. These get so warm so easily, these bottles.
Shipyard. You mean like yards that have ships?
That's right. Yards that have ships. You must
be the brains of this operation. That's right.
Portland, Maine, USA. I've got some San Miguel's, I've got some shipyards, and then I'll see what I can find after that. But I've got a bunch. I'm only 3 deep. I'm fine. But it has only been 40 minutes. But we did have a 30-minute off-air discussion about all of you in the chat. So
there was so much shit talking. Y'all not ready for it. There was a lot of snark, and we solved all the world's problems. We know everything that's wrong with each and every one of you, and we know how to fix you. But you'll never hear it.
Flying and crashing, but total boxes of light stuff.
And now on gin.
Like I can use my phone, which is a better camera, but it's also there's other issues with using that. Whenever I've used backgrounds on this laptop, like I did in Brazil, I freeze, and according to Kelly, I was frozen the whole thing, but I couldn't see it. And when I watched the video, I'm just like this in front of a brick wall for 2 hours.
So you've only frozen up once.
Oh well, I could try and bring one in then. I'll try and bring one in. Can't remember where they are in StreamYard now. Settings, maybe, yeah. Let's see what I can get. But the lighting's probably not good enough to separate me from the background as well. No, it's something to do with the drivers and this laptop. It's just not. Oh, there we go.
Blink twice if you're being held hostage. Blink once if you're about to kill somebody.
There we go. The text got a bit better in the last year. I feel I'm a bit delayed though when this is on. Am I not? Like my movement. No? Normal?
I can see you. I mean, you fade in that green screen a little bit.
Okay. Well, to me, what I can see is I'm delayed when I see myself move now, which is off-putting. If I'm doing that to anyone else, it's fine. But I'll keep this up. This is better. Thanks, buddy.
I started fucking around a little bit. Thing may lock up. Who knows?
Yeah, you just got to take 1 day a week off of drinking and masturbate in the kitchen. Eat meatballs. Yeah, I'm just testing. Okay, this is better. Things are catching up a little bit now. Yeah, good shout, babe. This is a much more enticing background. This was the worst background. The lighting in this room is just so bad. I was trying to find a lamp right before we came on. But let me know if I'm being really blocky, because I'm blocky to me, with a low frame rate. If so. Hey, the Husky Boy backgrounds.
Yeah, I don't like that. There we go. There we go. Much better.
That's better.
Traffic, baby. Love that money.
Wonder what pictures I've got in the background. Yeah, see, everything. Something's going on this machine, because everything just slows down when I use the virtual background. Anything like this, for instance. Yeah, everything just starts to hang, which is weird because it's not a bad machine. That one's weird though, because I'm in it.
What's your mate Jamie been up to? Is he still on heroin?
We were supposed to do an ODAM yesterday, but I was really running late. Family shit, and then I was 1 minute late, and I said I'm still around, and he didn't reply for 2 hours. So yeah, I guess he's claiming to be busy and claiming to be doing family stuff. But as I said, Jamie doing family stuff, I think, is sitting on the sofa drinking, yelling at his kids.
The Dream Crushers.
Yeah. And they're so independent as well. Like, the daughter's so smart that she's smarter than him. So she and then when she finds him at the bottom of the stairs unconscious and go, "Not again, Dad," and nearly crying, which happened in front of me. I don't think he's got much discipline.
And his son just starts playing sad songs on the guitar.
Sad songs on the guitar, telling, horrendous jokes that he thinks are funny because Jamie's his dad.
Yeah. While my guitar gently weeps over Dad's drunken body.
It was a sad scene when I was there. It was, I'll admit it. Very sad scene. And it doesn't seem that it's...
Keely's holding that shit show together.
She literally came down the stairs and went, "Not again, Dad." And he's just on the floor in front of the stairs like this. But, it's a nice, nice little unit though. He's all right. He's pretty good. He does cook and stuff. Does some other bitch work. He's a good boy. But I don't know. He took time off Twitter. He's in and out of. The plan was this December to do what we did last time, but it just didn't work out, and I didn't really feel like doing it. We just podcasted so much last December before we met you. We were just going on a lot, and it was a heavy one. But that was the basis of. I think without doing that, we wouldn't have got the baseline of doing these, especially with the drinkathons. I think it was important to do now, looking back at it, because otherwise I probably wouldn't have done this all the time. So that was good to do. They were good times back in the day. But we're trying to get him. I'm trying to get him to come to Manchester, but he's a very I'll do that and then not do anything for 6 or 7 months kind of guy.
Podcasts are hell on a man's body. Uh-oh.
Yeah, everything's so slow when we're doing this. Might have to turn this background off. I don't know. I'm not really. I've only ever taken mushrooms by the handful or half handful, or so I don't know. Like one at a time out the box to get out now. I'm going to turn this. I'm going to have to turn this off for a little bit because it is. My my laptop tends to hang when I'm doing that, which is weird. Drink more than kitchen masturbation. Got it? Absolutely, Mel. You come back to me when you've done it for 3 weeks, please. 9-year-old with vapes. I remember those times. I walked past some lit up candy canes outside someone's house. The town here is very nice. Lots of lights. There were some lit up candy canes at the end of the drive, like bright red. And I went past and thought, if I was a kid, I think it was pretty magical. I would. I had those little nostalgic. I miss feeling something about Christmas. Even my nieces and nephews are all grown up now. So when I go there and see them tomorrow, the youngest ones are adults now. So my sister's way older. So it's just weird. It's a weird time. I don't really feel. If I get drunk and get on Spotify at 3 a.m., I might start crying or something about Christmas. But I also avoided Christmas songs until the 20th of December. I heard nothing until the 20th, and that's the first one that I heard when I was in a store.
Hey,
Pretty well.
speaking of crying on Spotify, do you ever cruise through TikTok and see these big booby chicks on TikTok doing live?
No. First of all, no. What? Continue.
But
Oh, yeah.
the thing, there's one chick. She's this buxom redhead, and she doesn't speak a word.
Doesn't need to.
There in a bathrobe with huge knockers. And
it's called a career in 2022 if you want it to be.
And she just sits there, and you look, and like she has no videos at all, and she'll have 3 million followers, and she doesn't do anything.
Don't need to. Literally don't need to, because it's full of people from. I mean, it always sounds bad, but it is often a lot of people from
Middle East,
developing parts of the world that are in the chat, and it's like marry me, marry me. One of my favorite things is massive app as far as read. One of my favorite things is seeing like a hearted, like an unbelievably, like, Jesus Christ, man. You know, you just stop on the scroll like, bloody fuck, man.
Yeah.
But and then they go in the chat. But then the extra funny thing is when the boyfriend walks in and he's like a 12-year-old skinny in a skater hat, and then the chat's just going, "Oh fuck no, oh hell no."
It's so funny, and I don't know why dudes bite off on it. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna stop and look for a minute and just
listen. If you're on Amazon, you
sitting there not doing nothing.
If you're on Amazon, you'll stop and look. If you're in the supermarket, you'll pick up that steak you don't want to spend the money on. You know, you'll have a look. You're like, yeah, I could see myself. Brilliant. And then you move along. But there are people who stand at the steak like me, and then someone else picks it up and they just.
I'll drive a little slower when I go past the Ferrari delership. I'm not.
Yeah, I've done it at Aston Martin garage. You know, I've looked in the window, but I can't afford one. So I've gone, oh yeah, I could. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
No problem.
Nice.
Yeah.
But there are people who stand there all day thinking, one day I'm going to have enough. Is $20 enough? Is $30 enough? Is $50 enough? No.
So, Carl, I asked this before we got going, and I think some people who follow you on Twitch want to know: is Manaranth going to be a recurring character?
Good question. Well, you know, the people. What's Elon Musk's phrase? The people have spoken. Like,
hey, Dominator.
The poll is, hey, Dominator, welcome on in. Hope you're doing good. Friends. The people have spoken, and they were 2 manic days I was having, and it was obviously hammered. The sleep stream was something else. That's still there, but the one before's gone because that had the singing and the intro to OGM. Got to delete those.
And other than eating the potato chips, you know, when you forgot to end the stream, you didn't do anything different than she does.
Well, that's what I think would be. That's what I think could be
thousands of dollars poured into you per hour.
That's what I think would be funny, because actually, ironically, the next day, she did a sleep stream, and I meant to send it to you actually, but I just forgot because I'm so busy. I mean, her room looks better. It's kind of lit nice, you know. It's beautiful, and there's nice music going on, all this shit going on. And let's face it, she looks much better than me when she's asleep. And I was disappointed to only see Brett, Broken Toys, like Saharo, Chrissy and Kelly in the chat, when it could have been 1,000 simps. Because I had the wig, I thought, if from behind, maybe they'll pay one day. But I think, why not? I mean, let's look here. I mean, this is what I posted. Amaranth or Manaranth. Is this yeah?
Nailed it.
Pretty good.
Nailed it.
So yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, I think probably will make an appearance in the near future, maybe even before New Year.
I've got to be honest. When you were sleeping, I was just waiting for you to burp, fart, scratch your ass, maybe roll over on your back with a boner or something.
Yeah. when I woke up after four wholesome hours sleep, drunk, and I was like, and turned the stream off. The chats were all there, so I could then scroll down and see. And I saw you say that. I was like, yeah, that's why I kind of kept the joggers on. I kept the t-shirt on, and luckily, I think I was mainly faced. I knew I was kind of twitching at the beginning. I felt
There's
that.
a reason why Amaranth sleeps in those tight leggings. You know, she doesn't sleep in a bikini because if that thing slips left or right,
That's the problem. If it's out for 7 hours like this, even Twitch might have to go, yeah, we got to take action on this one.
Here's my gash.
Which is what everyone in the chat is waiting for. It's like, it might happen. You know, the dog might come in and chew it open or something like. Apart from this, I can get those done. I mean, Sofia Vergara at 43 was better than most 25-year-olds. But yeah, I mean, take your point. I take your point. You know, there's a life cycle in Hollywood for sure.
I mean, Raquel Welch at 40 years old.
Cindy Crawford.
Aaron Gray smoke show at 40 years old. There's exceptions to that rule. I mean, not that it's a rule. I mean, Helen Mirren was hot in her young and huge knockers. And I'd tell you what, was she like 80 years old?
Well, there's something about her, to be fair. I mean, she was like 60.
She's got that attitude. Yeah. I love that attitude she has. And there's just something sexy about that attitude. I love it.
Yeah. Agreed.
We're pretty privileged to get rid of man. Walked up from it there. Pretty privileged. Hot in red. Yeah, in red. I agree, Betty. Helen Mirren was fantastic in red. She's hot.
Oh yeah. I never watched the sequel, but I went to the movies when I worked in mental health care. I took a patient, I guess, or whatever they called them at the time, to see Red, just because I wanted to see it.
Hey, Jamie Dykes is alive and well. He just DM'd me.
Interesting.
Dick pic, balls, and everything.
I still need to get his. Your picture of still at his house. Your picture of me. Oh yeah, he's DM'd our group. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Let's tell him what we're doing here. I'll just send him this. Let's send him a picture. He's gonna go those No, he's gonna. If I send him this, he's gonna get jealous and he's gonna look at his family with extra resentment. So he's gonna take a picture of the screen.
He's gonna get drunk.
Merry Christmas. I mean, yeah, I think getting drunk at quick. The thing is. Did Jamie just stay sober at Christmas? Maybe is the treat. I don't know. It's working. Love the sign, by the way. I like the sign. I missed when the old one got voted off, but I saw this one. It reads well from back there. It's pretty good.
Still here.
Oh, the BRB one, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you'd started a different one of these.
They serve two different purposes.
Right. I thought you'd started a different one of these the other night, but maybe I wasn't paying enough attention.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did start that one the other night. But it was, two different purposes. Let's be honest. I did this strictly because of last night's stream. I knew last night was coming, and I was like, oh, shit.
Get it out.
There's a lot of people that don't know me, and I need to, because I knew I'd be heads down drawing and not interacting a lot. I knew I'd be muted. So I need to have some kind of advertisement rolling behind me.
Oh, you should definitely get it. But that's the one thing I'm doing when I start out the desk. I'm flipping it in the boudoir. I'm flipping it around, and it's good. Move shit over.
Yeah.
And I've got a place I can put shit behind me. I could even buy a big sheet of fucking hardboard, get a print on it or something, and hang shit. And I want to put stickers from like tiki stickers, for hack you or whatever shit, just hanging up there. Just have stuff from people that are nice.
Yeah. And at some point, I'd like to, when the dogs die, move everything over there in the living room area and have a bookcase and have Ken Harris's books, Stanhope's books, Issues with Andy stuff, posters, all that shit hanging up. And, like I still need to buy your T-shirt and hoodie. Same way with get a small dentist from Hack and just buy people's merch and just stack it up.
Yeah, when I go if I go down to Nottingham, I'll get a few bits and pieces off him when I'm down there. I'll sort out some stickers at some point as well because I like. Yeah, I've got one of my hoodies coming. I've got one of yours coming. I mean, I've got so many problems with fucking mail up there. I don't want to get into that shit.
Yeah.
Things are just spread around the city. But yeah, it's going to be good. I think having shit behind you is good, and having stuff from I guess a community of some sort that isn't dicks is also good. So
to me, it's just all we're doing is making our little community tighter. You know, it's like if you come in and fuck with that guy, you know, who did, you know, whatever, you can just point to the merch. Well, you're fucking with all of us.
yeah.
All that.
Yeah, so unofficial. I think unofficial network type thing is the way to go. It's unofficial, but yeah, it'll be 10 people completely blocking you, or you know, going after you on Twitter and trying not to get blocked.
Who's Brad?
Oh, Brad Pitt.
Oh, Brad Pitt. I got you.
Yeah, I was surprised. I mean, in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, when he took his shirt off on the roof, I was like, "Fuck, man!" Can you think? Oh, he's getting old. Although I'm going to hold on. I think in the last 18 months, I think he's hit. He has got a little in that he did Bullet Train or something. His face is starting to go.
I don't when he wore the kilt or the dress or whatever the other day. I was like, come on.
Oh, how about Daniel Craig doing that sad fucking advert he's doing? Have you seen him where he's dancing? It's bad. It's bad. It also looks like he said it's a bad one. It's embarrassing. He's in a vest dancing, and he's like, I don't know. It's too. It's. I mean, he also got paid probably $5 million for that advert, but
sure,
it's. Come on. So he's probably got grandkids at this point. And like, that was embarrassing.
My face. I gotta get a beer. I'll be right back. Oh.
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is great. Obviously, Brett. Watch along might be difficult on that at some point, but I want to do an in-person watch along on that and drink margaritas and eat tacos or enchiladas. Just Mexican scene, just because that Mexican restaurant scene. Yeah, I'm saying in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, for me, I want to watch it in person in a room with people and eat Mexican food and drink margaritas and have beers with lime, Modelo's or whatnot. I think it just, one, because of that Mexican restaurant scene that I'm going to go to, it's still there on Beverly.
It's still there.
Boulevard. Yeah, someone told me to go there in 2016 when I was going to LA, but I never made it there. So when I saw it on screen, I was like, I have to go now. And it looks the same. They kept it. They've kept all the 70s decor, I think, as well. And it's still, I think on Beverly Boulevard, it's mainly like boutique stores. And then you've got this weird fucking Mexican place.
So let me ask you this. Are you going to sit at the table there or are you going to sit at the bar? Now, here's the story I heard. If you're, are you a fan of Harry Dean Stanton?
Yeah.
So supposedly Harry Dean would get tits up at the bar at least once a week and drink margaritas and smoke and just download about how we're all nothing and just a nihilist attitude. We're nothing. We come from nothing. We're going to nothing and just all that shit.
I hope that's my future. I hope my future is just doing that to some poor bar staff somewhere, not even famous. So just going, this is a waste of time. Can I have another whiskey? That's what I want my future to be.
Harry Dean Stanton was fantastic. I love that guy. And what was his last movie he made where he lived alone as an old guy?
Put up his stuff as well. Let's have a look. How do you set it on IMDb?
It was like Honcho or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that's just been in fucking everything.
Yeah. I mean, I could totally live that lifestyle. Just live alone, get your little morning routine going, and he smoked a little weed every once in a while, had a few beers every once in a while. I could totally be that.
So Frank and Ava, Twin Peaks, the new one, Lucky, Sick of It All.
Lucky, that's it.
Lucky, yeah, it's Lucky 2017.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a great poster as well. Let's bring that up here. Bring that up for the pigs here. Yeah, he's just one of those faces though for me. It's like when you said his name, I was getting confused with someone else, but then I was like, yeah, I know the guy. Yeah. Fuck knows what his credits are like. He's over. Oh, there's some fucking great Sonora and Cacti. Yeah. Lynch and Howard. That seems to be something I should watch.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, it's not a feel good movie.
I don't need a feel good movie. It's
Yeah.
a good movie. In the right mood.
It'll make you want to drink alone.
Yeah, they're good ones, though. I do like that occasionally. Yeah, so I'm sure I've said this a million times in this podcast now. Once upon a time in Hollywood, I got a train. There's a town on the outside of London called Harrow. It's a bit rough, but it's close to here, actually. So I took a train there, and I went in a pub, and I just bought three beers bigger than this. I think I don't even know what they were, but just 3 big bottles, and just got a ticket at the last minute and sat on the front row, not even in my seat, with my feet up on the barrier, just cracking these beers. There's something about that day. I was like, I'm going to do what I like today. Maybe I'll get thrown out, but I just sat. I had to take one piss break, which was during that Mexican restaurant scene, but I was fast. But just that was one of my favorite alone trips to the cinema on a Sunday, just drinking 3 massive beers, and just taking in that movie.
Betty, are you talking about Quantum Leap? That wasn't Harry Dean Stanton.
That was Dean.
Yeah,
Stockwell.
It was
Dean Stockwell was Al.
Yeah, Dean Stockwell. That's it. Yeah, he was also in a David Lynch movie with Dennis Hopper called Blue. Daddy's Home. God damn it! I've drank myself stupid.
It's okay. We've got his IMDb. What year are we talking? 80s.
Blue Velvet. Thank you, Dominator.
Blue Velvet. There you go.
Blue Velvet. Nailed it.
Lynch is in that movie in Lucky.
Yeah. He's at the bar. He has the tortoise that escaped, and because he wants to bequeath his fortune to his tortoise, and then one day the tortoise escapes and just walks off. And to me, it's hilarious. It's like you got David Lynch telling this story about this turtle just walking away. Like, you can just probably open your door and see him where he is. He's not that fast. It was just funny to me. But, yeah, it's good.
What do you mean? Did he kill his wife? Did she go missing on a boat? Is that... And we have to Google something. I don't know anything about him in his life, really. Kind of never married. He had a long relationship with actress Rebecca De Mornay. She was the one who played the woman that shook the baby.
Paris, Texas was awesome. You had Natasha Kinski in that one.
And, from Species?
Well, Natasha Kinski, she was in Cat People. She was Klaus Kinski's daughter. And was she his wife, Betty? I thought he just knocked her up and had a kid with her.
Yeah, well, he said he's never married on the internet, so I don't know.
But
maybe I'm thinking about. Oh yeah, she was in Species. Yeah, so Species where she was an alien succubus, right?
Yeah,
phenomenal. I mean, as a teenager, that movie as well.
Paris, Texas, and Cat People.
Yeah, I remember watching Species as a teenager, and enjoying it.
Yeah, it was a sad movie. There's no doubt about it. It was Paris, Texas, a sad movie. It's great colors. I loved when Natasha Kinski first shows up and she's in that little bitty room. Great, horrible colors. It's like, oh god.
Thank you, Mel. Yeah, we've got our Natasha's mixed up, and so did Google because Species came up in the Kinski search as well. Yeah. So Natasha Henstridge.
Yeah, Natasha Henstridge. Right, hot.
Crazy. Yeah, those are some great movies. Yeah, I've got my big screen again now. I've been without that for ages. So now I'm going to get on some real movies now. I'm going to rewatch some classics and get on some new stuff at home. There is a part of me that wants to go and see IMAX 3D Avatar 2 for 3.5 hours, even though it's probably going to be a Pocahontas plot. But I've heard the experience is something else in terms of just being immersed in something. But
I'll throw this out. I want to go watch the original Conan the Barbarian in theaters, and it's not anywhere near me, and which is bullshit.
Yeah, because I I guarantee in somewhere like, I mean, that's the kind of thing Tarantino might play at his theater, right?
Yeah.
Classic, a Conan night.
Oh, we could listen. We could listen to that if you want to. If you're going to delete this shit anyway,
Sure.
might as well. I mean, I ain't scared. Clearly, I ain't scared.
Yeah,
Ooh, look at that! Look how fast I found that. Oh my god! Oh, shut up, ad! Stupid ass ad.
Yeah, you've been playing it a lot when you were drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let YouTube flag it. Fuck them as well tomorrow. Fuck them.
Just chilling. To me, this is Basil Polidorus. I think it's how you spell it. A Greek guy who did the entire soundtrack, Conan the Barbarian. It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful score. Fantastic.
Yeah, I need to. In fact, I'm going to add it. Let me try and find this right now. And is it? I hope I can find it. Spotify. Conan. So is this the original one then?
Yeah, the original Conan the Barbarian.
I've got a playlist right here. Let's follow that playlist. And I'll get into it because I've been. You know what? The other week I watched. I rewatched Man of Steel. Right. I've been thinking about DC stuff a lot recently. But I started listening to the soundtrack. I watched like a John Campion thing about stuff, and he said, "I listened to one of these tracks of the soundtrack." Yeah, last night I just stuck the Man of Steel soundtrack. Pretty good. I like it.
Old Grumpy. Speaking of DC, Old Grumpy Mama's going to do a DC superhero movie marathon soon.
There we go. This isn't copyright infringement, Twitch. We're speaking in the same tune as Conan. Throughout small child chance for a fail. Love you. Happy Christmas.
Okay, Betty.
Thank you very much for dropping in. It's Christmas Eve. Go be with your family. Go make your presents.
Don't get too drunk. Get drunk enough to do dirty stuff, but don't get too drunk.
Yeah. Get so drunk, do dirty stuff on the internet, and then we'll see you tomorrow when you hate your kids. Yeah, it's coming through very compressed like it did last time. It's weird.
Okay, I'll just stop it. It's all right.
It's like it's been squished up and half piped down. It must be something to do with coming from you into this stream.
Nah, I know what it was. I know what it is. It's because I had two streams. I had YouTube going, plus I had your Twitch stream going to help your numbers. But I forgot that I had you at 10% on the other monitor. Oh, if you're new and you're going to lurk, don't mute somebody. At least keep your volume at 10%, or else Twitch doesn't count you as a viewer.
Yeah, and you can barely hear 10% as well. Caitlin, welcome on in. Merry Christmas to you. And yeah, we're very early on in this tonight. This is random and late. We're working out who's lonely and how long for. We're doing a survey, basically. So yeah, I'm on the shipyard from Portland right now. I need to go and get a beer in a second, but welcome on in, Caitlin. Nice to see you today. And yeah, I'm not hammered or in a wig, so check in just 3 hours just to see what's going on, and I might be being sick and crying. The makeup's running. Yeah. Oh, so the Twitch volume is counting, but the browser tab's muted. Yeah, it'll be worth testing.
You can take the browser off. Like I can take my keyboard off, but if I'm going to play music over there, then something's got to give.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals. Yeah, I saw someone criticize Home Alone the other day. It's like, get out. No, Home Alone's a classic.
Did you see that Twitter feed about Home Alone? It debuted as in 1990 as the Iraq War was kicking off. And it stayed at number one for the entire time that the Iraq War was going.
That's wild.
And I mean, they just started beating it up and just. I don't know how true it is, but they were going.
That must have taken a lot of the box office then, if it was on that
for a year.
It was because you can't do that anymore. But back then, yeah, I mean that. Crazy times. No, but possibly, listen, we've had a discussion about Manaranth, and I would think before New Year, like, I don't know, next Wednesday or Thursday when I'm back in Manaranth, Chester.
Hi, Higgy.
Who knows what will happen?
Yeah, who knows?
Hey, Higgy, Merry Christmas.
And Joe Pesci. And
Maybe.
a skinny Brendan Walsh.
What's Stern, right? Daniel Stern. Yeah, it took me a minute. I was like, yeah, he's got a big nose and a silly haircut like Daniel Stern. So, yeah, that's right. Brendan Walsh.
Who was on the stream last night but sick?
That's who we reckon. I wish I was there. I wish I had the energy. That's what, because I've always thought something about Brendan Walsh. Always when I've looked at him. He looks like the guy breaking into a child's house at Christmas. I'm gonna tell him that next time.
World Record Podcast is great. I don't know how they maintain a straight face though.
Yeah, I don't listen to it enough, and I don't listen to Issues with Andy enough. It's just I just don't enough. But then I'll binge on something. But World Record is something I really need to get into, because the clips that I see that come up when he posts the ads, I love it. I just haven't gone into the rabbit hole. But it's one of those things, if I travel at some point, I might just go down the rabbit hole. I might just get like 20 episodes and just
I did not,
for a couple of days.
I did not care for it, at the peak of COVID, like in mid to late 2020, because they're making prank phone calls, and those people needed those jobs. They could not hang up in case it was somebody testing them. Yeah. So it was prime for prank calls, and they just couldn't be rude. And oh my God, they were having a field day with those prank calls. Well, so I was like, that's like clubbing a baby seal, man. Come on.
Prank calls is a dying art as well, because when we had pre-internet, prank calls were a big thing to do them, and then the Simpsons obviously had the famous,
There's a reason why the Jerky Boys were wildly successful.
There's a fan of your Mum's House podcast that what he uses is edits. He must sit for hours and takes edits of Segura and Pazitsky.
Yep.
And edits them into prank calling a business, and he must have a soundboard set up with cues of this kind of positive response.
Like
effort.
His name's like Fart Simpson or something.
Fart Simpson, yeah. Effort it must take fucking a week or weeks just to set up this one call, and then you've got to get it right and be. But it's such a skill. When you listen to some of those, it's outrageous.
The only person that comes close to Fart Simpson is, a musician mixer, Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's
right. I've heard that name, I think, as well.
Yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi's awesome, but Fart Simpson, it's the hours he puts in to editing and grabbing and mixing all that shit. It's amazing.
Even if you're using an AI to get the transcript from your mum's house, you still need to tidy those up. So it's like them finding every possible kind of phrase that you want. Like that one's great for a call. I hope he doesn't have a job, and he's just like, I don't know, killing women for money or something. I don't know, whatever, selling their organs. But if that's what he does to make that art, fine then.
If he's not single, he is in a horrific marriage.
Or a really good one.
Well, I mean,
the best one ever.
Partner.
If the other one's in the room with little bunny ears on Twitch, like gaming and TikToking at the same time, he's in heaven.
Yeah, maybe so.
I hope so, Far Simpson. Imagine being home alone, how terrifying. Yeah, I'm gonna get a beer. That's all right.
Okay.
I've gone through. I took 3 in here, and they've all gone.
All right.
Give me a second.
So you see that, everybody? People in the UK, they drink room temperature beer because that's the only thing that gives them life over there. Their food stinks. They drink their beer at room temperature. They've got no souls. People in the UK are just trying to just get to the end. That's really all they're doing. They were born into a third world country. It's terrible. They live under a monarchy. A queen died, luckily, and now they've got this inept king that they still have to lick the arsehole of. That they would say, they would agree with me when I say that. And so that's why they love soccer. And now that the American dollar is better than the British pound, they have to call it soccer, and they're upset by that. It really gets to their soul. It hurts them. Sure, they're steeped in history, Roman history, but it's okay. It's that's why they became hateful colonists and colonizers, and they just went around the world and raped countries of all their natural resources and people's humanity. And they just said, well, you know what, we're going to drive on the wrong side of the road. It, they just do things differently over there, but don't tell them that because they don't know that anything else exists outside of that little island. That's all it is. They see Scotland, they see Ireland, they drive on the wrong side as well, but they think, well, it's ours. The Isle of Man, that's where they go to vacation to watch people race motorcycles and crash and die. And, they're just very happy with their tater tots and their terribly cooked fish. And it's okay. They just don't know that anything else exists outside of that, except all their stolen valor and their stolen historical artifacts from all the countries around the world. It's okay. They think they develop spices, but they don't cook with any of it. That's why they have curry every night. They either just had curry or about to have it. But that's just the way it goes. And, we all know that the best beer comes from Belgium, but don't tell them that. They think they made it. And
fuck them and their waffles.
Carl, what are you doing here?
Oh, I just thought I'd pop in onto Brett Box Stream. Now, if anyone's wondering, my name's Brett. I'm an artist from Nashville. I drink and I draw on Twitch, and that's my little grift. So welcome on in at Husky Boyo.
Lieutenant Irish Mac nailed it. Hello, Lieutenant. Exactly.
Now, I have a gaudy Eurotunnel massive bottle at top that's also an opener from like 1992 when the tunnel from England to France opened. It's not mine. What's been going on here? Yeah, I brought 3 more beers. These stay cold. These fuckers stay cold. The shipyard doesn't. I'm going to drink that first. Oh, little fart there.
Excellent.
So
I'm going to have to pee, but I'm teetering. It's like if I pee, I may have to
breaking the seal.
Well, it's fellas know it. Like you're standing there to pee, and then suddenly your butthole like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, I had this in a.
Just come up the back end too.
The first night I got fucked up this week on Tuesday. I went out for a burrito with a guy in Manchester, right? And we were just literally going to get a burrito, no booze, just get a burrito and go back, whatever. And then we went. Should we try this pub? Going to go in this pub? Yeah, I've been walking past it. We tried, and we had a few in there, like 5 all of a sudden. And then I was the same. I was like, do I go? But then at one point I had to go, and it was a bad time for everyone involved in that bar for the rest of the evening. But like I said, I think we had about 14 drinks out, and then including a whiskey came out at some point. Yeah, I'll have a whiskey, sure. And then I came.
Night. That's not a cheap night.
No, it's not. And then I came back and then got the cans out and then streamed what I'll now call a dancing stream. And honestly, those stools bruised all my arm where I'm pissing around. I just woke up with all these bruises. Like, am I a heroin addict now? What's happened? Fun times. But yeah, breaking the seal basically is difficult because you might have to shit. And you got to go more regularly.
So I haven't had any water in like 3 days. Just beer. So I'm going to go.
Get yourself a glass as well.
I'm going to go pee real quick. And if I'm not back in 15 minutes, you know that we got a case of the green apple splash.
You go and percolate that coffee. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
No worries, man. No worries. Yeah, well, no, we don't believe it happens to girls. It's just a man thing. Yeah, the seal thing is a real problem because it's got to be tactical. You don't want to go after 30 minutes of drinking because then you're peeing 30 minutes later. An hour, fine. If you can last 3.5 hours without peeing, you're in good hands. Because by the time you have to then keep going, you're too drunk. Who cares? I think the last stream that Andres came on here, I think it was 3.5 hours before I broke the seal. And I remember being impressed by that. I thought, good. But then undoubtedly it was every 10 minutes. Yeah, it's the worst. And it's such a weird biological. I mean, let's look it up right now. First of all, let's locate the problem. Breaking the seal, drinking. Urban legend? Nah, bro. Some debunker. Like, what's that bullshit debunker site? I don't know. That believes 9/11 happened. There's an urban legend that breaking the seal the first time you unite your floodgates open. There's no turning back. It's not a theory, first of all. Let's look at this. Let's go through this now, because we might be enlightened right now. I got the documents right here. Those parents lied about breaking the seal. About breaking the seal, I meant, nothing else. Let's have a look. Why does pee more when you're drinking?
All right.
So, well done. But I was just curious. So I thought I'd Google breaking the seal. And the first thing I saw, the myth, the urban legend that once you go, you have to keep going. So they're already lying to us, Brett. The government are lying. Alcohol that makes you feel like a seal has been broken. It might cause you to lose more fluid because there's a diuretic. Okay,
Wait,
there's a
first
hormone.
of all, like, look at the title, Methodist. You're going to some religious medicine, like we.
Oh shit! I didn't. Good point. Houston Methodist
Right.
Medicine. Right. Let's
It's
keep
like
going.
it's
Good point.
like if you're in Nashville, there's a Baptist hospital here. Don't listen to those kooks.
We won't go to NBC because they protect pedophiles. I don't know what. I just thought it was funny to say.
They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I fucking love science. Became not a science site years ago because someone brought it. ABC. Fuck you, lad. But Lad Bible's a good one. Oh, New York. Okay, here we go. Breaking the seal, drinking, medical journal. Let me find an actual like.
Just go to the Mayo Clinic.
What's health? Do we know Healthline? Is that good? Women's Health? No, that's a lie. Vice? No, they were cool for about a year.
I can tell you why your first piss of the night comes out bright yellow and the rest of them come out clear. I can tell you that.
Well, I understand. Well, isn't the coloration just hydration? I mean, the amount of urea you've got
coming out.
Yeah, and if you
that's why you feel like shit in the morning. You're dehydrated, and all your vitamins that
the more yeah, and the urea content is higher.
Like your vitamins and everything is coming out in that first piss, and the rest of it's clear. So now you're just pissing out. You're dehydrating yourself. That's why.
And I think it's also the percentage of urea to water, because urea is poisonous, right? So when you drink your own pee, you can do it for a while, but eventually you'll die because it's poisonous. But it's a small percentage.
Hey, Beer Jesus.
But if you've got less water in your system, it's darker. Hey, Beer Jesus, that's a great name. Everyone of flavors from the wild yeast made in Eden. What kind of Eden and whose yeast? Eve's?
I don't know. If you go to Key West, Florida, you go to the Garden of Eden, and there's naked men walking around. It's gross.
What, like 67-year-old naked men?
Just gross old men. Like the Garden of Eden up top is a nudist. It's a bar. It's a nudist bar, and anybody can go in, and you're just up there on the top patio, the upper deck, and these old men in old women, but they're not bottomless. The old women just have their tits hanging out, but the old men are completely naked, and it's some of the grossest shit you've ever seen.
Not good. It's not good.
And they're walking around confident AF.
Well, but also, age breeds confidence, though, doesn't it? So if you can't be confident at like 67 with your balls by your knees,
but they shouldn't. They shouldn't be confident.
That's true. It's great. Born on Easter looks like Jesus makes your own beer. My friend, are you on Twitter or anything? Promote if you've got anything to promote. Stick a link in. It might not work. If it doesn't, I'll repost it for you. If it's not porn or anything, if it's beer, if it's photos of you looking like Jesus drinking beer, this is perfect. Welcome. Except it's a screen name.
Yeah, and Beer Jesus, where are you from?
Sometimes I forget if someone's been in before or not because I'm an alcoholic, and Brett is too, actually. So sometimes, but he's better than I am.
From Bethlehem. I like
Bethlehem. Okay. I'm trying to think now of a Palestine joke, but it's not coming to me. So
I love it.
Pala wine?
I
No.
love it.
Just good. Beer Thalem. Welcome on in. I want to sing a carol next. Maybe want to sing a Christmas carol for the first time. You know, Beer Thalem.
I can tell you right now, if the Beer Jesus is a Twitch streamer that revolves around booze, I'm about to be a subscriber to Beer Jesus.
Yeah, let me figure this out. Can we do you stream anything, Beer Jesus, or do you have anything, any Twitter or Instagram, or
the light in the dark? All right.
if you want to open up parts of your life, just let us know. I'm where the fermenters were separated from the L. Perfect. There we go. Let me see if my little dashboard is working here, and I might try and answer our questions about Beer Jesus.
Maybe in GTA 6. Okay. Oh, that's badass. Good on you, Beer Jesus. Holy shit, that's awesome.
That is fucking cool. So is that an internet radio show?
Very cool.
Holy
shit. Yeah. Carl, you've got a celebrity here.
Sorry, I had a different tab open there. Yeah, I'm trying to find him in my stream manager right now because it's been slow.
TA6.
The Beer Jesus. There we go.
Hold on. I gotta get this dog out. He's gonna piss or shit.
Go get his dogs here. I'm gonna.
Our music is not for the faint of heart.
Your account now.
Oh, Beer Jesus, you're in the right place. Ain't nothing wrong with you. We ain't scared.
Perfect. I mean, Brett's the phenomenal artist. If you don't know him, at Husky Boyo on Twitch and everywhere. He drinks and he draws, and that's a little grift on Twitch. I'm Carl. This isn't really a podcast. We're just hanging out tonight. Last Rites pod on here. Oh, there we go. I'm going to give you a follow right now. Beer Jesus, perfect. Nice smile on your little face as well. Look at that little cute face in there. Let's get his about open. See what's going on. I thought that said cook streamer, beer reviewer, promoter of Black Death. That could have been, the comma was important. Black Death and thrash metal bands. Black Death thrash. Lack of spatial awareness and depth perception. That's very interesting. I used to work, not directly, but I used to work with people that worked with perception as a study. And that would have been, but actually it was important to some of the stuff I did as well, but that's really interesting. I'll read about it sometime. But yeah, welcome on in, sir. And we'll definitely check out your stream. So you're definitely following me right now. In fact, let's make it easy for everyone.
Yeah.
Let's make it easy for everyone right now. Let me post the link to Beer Jesus. Let me put that link here right now. Jesus. Go for Beer Jesus Twitch. Even though you just got to click his name, but you guys are done. Just click the link.
Jesus Christ.
There you go. Hopefully that'll work for you on Twitch.
Hard, man?
I'll give him a shout out, couldn't I?
I mean, I'll do it for you. Only broadcasters and moderators are allowed. Hurry up! Yeah, just give him a shout out.
I'll make you a mod, but I'm going to give you a shout out right now. Let me give you. Listen, I'm still a newbie at just Twitch. My stream manager's slow on this internet connection while I'm visiting in the deep south of the UK. So let's see if this works here. Yes, give me a second. You'll get yourself a shout out, sir.
Benny Blanco. All right. I'm Benny Blanco. That's badass, Beer G. Hey, Chad Wright. Hello, sir. Welcome in. What brings you in? It's my pleasure to see you for 2 nights in a row, sir. If you don't know Chad Ryden, he is building an Earth ship out in New Mexico. And he's hanging out there. He used to run. If you were doing stand-up comedy in Nashville and were a new person or weren't on the zany stage, Chad, you were going to talk to Chad Ryden. You were going to see Chad Ryden because he was all over the place. Chad did a phenomenal job for years with the Nashville comedy scene, NashvilleStandUp.com, etc. And he's my buddy. Love him to death. Love drinking beer with him. He brings me in. I'm a disease. No, he's not.
That's coming back to me now about Chad. It must have been on a stream we had before when I was half cut. Yeah, I need to check out. You're on Twitter, Chad. I think we might follow each other. If you have any pictures of that stuff you're doing over that way, let us know.
And like Chad knows Stanhope. Like Stanhope has crashed at his house before. Stanhope rolls into town. As a matter of fact, Stanhope at Zany's, a couple months ago, brought up Chad. He goes, I can't remember how he put it. I sent Chad a text, and he goes, I thought I was going to have a pleasant evening, in Nashville. Bird Cloud broke up, Ralphie May died, and Chad Ryden moved up to build an Earthship. And I can't remember. And then there was a fight later at Zany's.
Well, I remember that week. I remember I didn't know for like a year that Bird Cloud broke up because I followed them when they came to do the UK tour and Hack was driving around and I went to see him. But I didn't know they broke up for like a year. One of them popped on to one of Stanhope's Zoom calls at some point one New Year's Eve. She was in the Funhouse. But I didn't follow that. But I remember when Ralphie May died because the Earth fucking got closer to the moon or something. Something gravitationally happened. When his wife stopped stealing his money or whatnot. But yeah, that's cool, Chad. There we go. Chad Ryden. Did that link post properly for you guys? Because when I see it in StreamYard, it looks like it doesn't always post in the Twitch stream properly. If it doesn't, I'll post it again. Hopefully that I'm here. Pump it through. When I'm checking the other back end of Twitch, yeah, there we go. It's working here. So it's being a bit slow for me.
One of the big things I love about Chad is he ran for both mayor of Nashville and governor of Tennessee. He got a lot of votes, and I don't know if I've said this out loud, but I love it to death that he exposed to me the gross underbelly of Southeastern politics or the politics in Tennessee, and he just he knew a lot about the inner workings of it and supporting. I couldn't vote for him for mayor because I don't live in Davidson County, and I didn't then. I don't now, and I didn't then. So I couldn't vote for him then, but I could absolutely vote for him as governor for sure.
Hey Chad, post a link to your podcast and all that stuff as well. If you're still doing that, I'll give you a follow. Yeah, Mackenzie was cool. So I saw them with Mishka in a tiny metal pub in Bristol, and everyone was fucked. Well, Mishka wasn't. He was annoyed. Bird Club were fucked up. I'm probably doing cocaine in the toilets. Mackenzie was cool, and the other little mad one hit me with a guitar. It was just a chaotic night. The amps weren't working. They were fucking yelling at the guy, like shitting on him for not having the sound right. It was just a pub with an amp and a cable. I'm sorry. But I didn't know Hack then. It was like he would have been in the room. And I remember this fat guy driving around because I was following the whole thing on Twitter. It's weird. But yeah, welcome on in. Almost won. There we go. Almost is pretty much winning. Obviously, you're a convicted fellow. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, let's all just submit a crimes right now. Again, if this didn't post properly in Twitch, I'll reopen my stream manager that reposted. Everything's just been a bit around it.
Yep, link works.
Did it post through?
Oh yeah, that's
good. There we go. Perfect.
Yeah. Chad's on Stanhope. There you go. America's favorite podcast or America's favorite comedian.
I'll click it through on my phone.
It's your show, dog. You play what you want to.
No, I'm just trying to follow and make sure I'm following and checking stuff out and watching shit. Chad, I'll definitely check out that episode.
Chad, I wish you would post and promote yourself with this enthusiasm on my stream. Shit, getting people to promote themselves on my streams like pulling teeth.
Well, I'm learning that from Brett. And it's like, yeah, sometimes there's an artist, like a little artist will come in and go, I'm an artist from Holland. I'm doing so. We'll post a link. Well, I don't really. I'm not sure about posting links. Post your link, and then there's nothing, and then maybe eventually after hours, like here's a Instagram, and then everyone follows them.
It's like they're waiting for me to go. Gotcha, bitch! Don't ever post your like it's a gotcha question or something. No, the more the chat blows up with people talking, that means I can keep working. If y'all are talking, then y'all don't need me. That's what I want. They for not promoting himself enough, and I was like, "Are
I'll
you
have to do it
sure?"
for my
Yes, absolutely. Wait, Chad, what comic was that? Was it Henry Phillips? Please say it was Henry Phillips. Henry Phillips has the funniest
sweet
Twitch stream, and
Henry.
it's not even close. Nobody touches Henry Phillips on Twitch.
He
Trish,
is
okay.
a funny fucker.
Trish and I follow each other on both Twitter and Instagram, but I've never met her. I don't know her. You undersell yourself, yeah. Chad, yeah, she seems cool as shit.
Oh, there we go.
Bet
There we
every
go. Chad
dollar.
just subscribed to you on YouTube now.
And so if you don't, again, I don't know Trish, but Carl, Trish was at Edinburgh, so she was at the comedy festival, and if she wasn't on stage, she and one of her friends,
Oh,
they
wow.
were out there absolutely slinging paper at every walking dick that was coming by. I mean, they were out there dressed up in elephant costumes and whatever they could
This
do.
this year.
Yeah, she's a hustler. She gets out there. Like she was out there in New
Yeah,
Mexico, like
I
with
was there for
Chad.
2 or 3 days. Oh, that's nice. I was there for 2 or 3 days in Edinburgh this year. Next year I'll be there. Well, I've got to organise it all next month. That thing I'm doing in Brighton in May. We're going to hopefully do it for 2 weeks in Edinburgh, which is going to kill us. So I hopefully half of August next year I'll be up at the festival. And yeah, chaos will reign, as will depression and fucking breakdowns and fights and pissing in police cars. But we'll hopefully do some comedy as well.
I knew she was out there. I mean, during COVID, she was absolutely blowing social media up.
Do I know?
See,
is she on Twitter?
And this is the thing about Carl or Chad. Chad knows people. Chad's not only funny and got a ton of material under his belt, he knows a ton of people. And Chad, anytime you come in, don't even say hi. Just start promoting yourself.
Yeah, just go. In fact, promote yourself and then say "fuck you, Brock." Who draws anyway, girls?
That's right.
And then just start promoting your own Instagram, pussy.
You're connected to killer bees.
Yeah, that's what.
Save up.
I would do.
I know.
There we go. I've given Trish followers. Oh yeah, plenty of people I know. Folks, there we go. At Trish Smartass on Twitter. Yeah. Well, I'll check her out. I'll check out some of her stuff. I went to see Louis in the summer here about 3-4 months ago, and Adrienne Palucci opened for him, and she was phenomenal. I think she did about 15. Phenomenal shit. Phenomenal. I want to come to the US. I'm definitely going to try and track her and have somewhere as well, just because good stuff. And I think my friend, when he was in New York a few months ago, saw a set as well. So yeah, there's some great comics out there. Any recommendations for some real comics is always good. Well, I've traveled to more shows during COVID. Killer bees. That's awesome, man.
Chad, how's your house going? Like, how's the build? Because I know it's like it seems like a commune out there where everybody's pitching in to help everybody build.
Can please? Is it your commune, Chad? Is it Chad's commune, or is he helping on it? Like a big part of it? Is it his idea? Is it his baby?
It could easily be Chadville very soon. I'm not going to lie to you. I went over to his house, and of course I don't smoke weed, but I drink a lot. And I was listening to him. He almost had me sold on like, oh hell yeah, I should sell all my shit and buy a couple acres out there and build my own shit.
Well, everywhere I go, I feel like that. I felt like that in Brazil. I could just sell coconut water on the beach and fucking live in a hut.
Yeah. And Chad, I love the pictures you take. Like New Mexico is beautiful. Little bug out spots near you. That's cool. Hell yeah.
I think everyone, especially comics or musicians, something eventually need somewhere like that. Need somewhere just that's not in a thing that's happening. Just need like a little space with lots of land and flatness and nothing happening. Otherwise, you die in a hotel like Bob Saget. If you don't take those breaks, that's what happens. Toes is nice. Good enough. That's right. We were talking about this before. Yeah, that's right. I was looking it up on maps. There we go. I remember that I must have been drunk. This conversation was going on somewhere at some point. Might have been here, might have been in Brockstream. I don't know. But I remember looking at maps.
They all run together.
All this stuff. Yeah, something was going on.
Oh God!
But Chad,
it's tough to
please,
be nest.
Chad, what you have to do, and this is the law, if you're going to build a commune, you've got to convince everyone that you have to fuck their wives. You know, it's just the law. It's not a mean thing or a bad thing.
Day one.
You just go, look, I found a book in the dirt and it says all of you have got to let me sex with your wives. It's just a fact. And then take the money as well. But
an orgy buzz. Not to be confused with a rape trailer, but an orgy buzz.
Who to talk to and drop an Airstream like, I'm going to put my Airstream here. Please don't kill us. We're fine. We'll buy you wings.
I think the commune is beginning. That's how he gets.
I'll tell you what. When it's ready, chat. I've got more admin shit as well. I'll be coming to the US a couple of times a year from now on, from the spring on. And when it's ready, let us know. Come in. I'm happy to test out the bus or the commune or.
When you do come visit the U.S., if you go to New Mexico, where the Chadarosa is, keep in mind you can visit both Chad Ryden, Saguaro,
for the green hat chili,
and Craig.
New
Mexico
Conway. Yeah. Well, this trip that I'm kicking around now, that'll be the spring. The second trip, New Mexico is on the list. It's on that list. I need that burger that Sahara posted the other day, that green hat chili. I will literally travel 3,000 miles for that burger.
Carl, I'm telling you right now. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
no,
remain ignorant, because if you've never had a Hatch green chili pepper cheeseburger, I'd rather be ignorant of that, because once you have it, you'll always want it for the rest of your life.
But then I'll have to find an excuse to go back there once a year.
It's fantastic. I'd rather. I wish I had never eaten one in my life. They're so good.
I wish I could find Sahara's username right now, but I'm having trouble. But if I could find a picture of this burger,
Noma.
It's Francis, yeah, Francis, the frog thing, toad thing. Yeah.
It bursts down because of that burger. See, Chad is a damn I'm telling you, Chad is a hustler. Chad can put shows together. He did so much for the Nashville comedy scene. Like,
it's awesome, man.
Oh, Dominator, Hatch green chili cheeseburgers. If you like your cheeseburger with a little zip to it,
yeah.
You'll never ever go back to anything else. Everything else will be trying to catch up to that burger.
I would put finding there it is. There she is. I would put finding a combination of cheese and chili is as important as the wheel, fire, or the internet for humans. It's just an amazing. I'm going to bring this up right now. Let me bring up Saharo's goddamn burger that she found from New Mexico today, Owl's Bar or something or other. I found it when I saw this today. Yeah, this is life.
Wait, are you talking about the one where she's out on the patio?
No, it's the one today she posted, or yesterday. It's
I haven't been on big Twitter today.
Well, here we go.
She's in Silver City.
Is that where it is? Look at that beast.
Fucking A.
Oh, fucking God. Yeah, I think I said I'd use it as a sponge and just bathe and just wipe myself with it forever.
Looks so good.
Disgusting. But yeah, so the second trip, I'm hoping that will be like September, October, where in Tennessee the last one will be New Mexico, Arizona, LA.
Go check out Chad Ryden's Orgy Bus.
Yeah.
Intermission spot in Taos called Antonio's one night. Food is great, but pricey. I don't mind paying a little more if it's premium food, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I can live like an animal. I can go when I went to Europe on that Europe trip. Guess what? I was on a budget, and in Germany, I ate a lot of bread and cheese. I just ate bread and fucking cheese. because it was cheap. And then once in a while I'd go out for a meal. But yeah, if I'm in New Mexico, of course I'm going out for green chili, but I'd pay whatever. Just give that to me.
Yeah.
And that's going to be my experience for the night.
And
a lot of beer as well, but
Chad knows where I live. Like, I'm 4 miles. Chad was just in Nashville recently, and he went to Nashville's or Prince's Hot Chicken, which is like 6 miles from my house. I'm very close to there, and I wish I'd seen his Twitter post earlier, but I'd already made plans that day. I would have absolutely met him out there, and so he knows kind of the area where I live. The problem with my area is the food is excellent. We have every single like food truck and restaurant in my area from every South American, Central American, country. It's all represented here. And it's dirt cheap and it's awesome. It's just like, okay, do I want, Colombian food today? Do I want Mexican food today? Do I, what do I want? It's so hard to leave this area because I've got all that food here.
Well, I mean, not going to be the same, but in Manchester where I live now, they've got honestly everything in every kind of way you can think of. They've got food truck, everything, and it's going to take me 7 years just to get around everything. But food is a massive motivator for me to go back to somewhere. Yeah, if I've traveled somewhere, I will go. Like I've talked about that Tucson Mexican place for 6 years, and I'm going to fucking go back in a year, and that'll be 7 years then. I'm going back, and I know I'm going to love it. I know exactly where it is. It's still open. I check on it every year on Google. I'm going back and I'm going to live in there for 3 days straight. This food it's worth doing. And yeah, sometimes you have to eat me out every meal. But a food scene is great. Like a city, you can get everything. Like
Nashville has the largest Kurd population outside of the Middle East, and it's not just that. Yeah,
Kurds and whores.
But I mean. Could you imagine coming to Nashville and going to a great Ethiopian restaurant? We have one here.
Wow.
We have great food here.
Those sort of cuisines, like African cuisines, Moroccan, Ethiopian, they're always something you never think of. But if you ever go in one, blow your fucking mind. It's like, I never thought this, the nice breads and shit. Yeah. For sure.
There's 3 Ethiopian spots. Yep.
That's wild.
And like we've got, just name it. We've got it. We've got there's a place called 100 Oaks. Well, it's 100 Oaks. But there's a Russian kind of deli supermarket. It's in a strip mall. But if you want anything from that part of the world, they got it. And up to and including cheap caviar and very expensive caviar. They got everything. Dylan, you son of a bitch.
I forgot to have a background on.
What's the matter, Dylan? CIA got you pushing too many pencils?
Well, my subscription ran out on StreamYard, and you have to. This is the next. You can only put these on if you pay them like a couple of dollars more. And I was like, yes, get the streams back on. Finance and Spanish origin words. My keyboard on my phone is now English and Portuguese, which is great because when you're texting ladies in Brazil, not that I do that, but you get the little accents over the A and shit, and it works. It's like muito bem, muito bom, all that shit.
Damn, works. Man, get that screen. I'm having flashback of Christina 24-hour thing. Like, oh god.
Yeah. It's quite a heavy one. We could just do this. Get the regular one in there. Oh, there's Jeffrey Epstein, because this podcast used to be called Refreshingly Non-Epstein. And my logo was Jeffrey Epstein. I changed the name a year ago, Yeah, fuck it. It was a great name. but I had to, at one point at the beginning of this year, I was like, listen, at some point the algorithm gods are going to go around and go, why is your channel named after an international sex offender that the CIA are backing? I was like, well, I don't know. It just happened. He doesn't for sure, but yeah, chat. This fucking I go to Brazil quite a bit, and I the food there is just home cooked barbecue or churrasco in someone's house is just something special. The way they make the meat is just so different. it's so amazing. The basic the flame grilled basic season stuff, and then the freshness of the vegetables. Because there is processed shit. They've got all the chains, but for the most part, you go to the supermarket or someone's house, nothing's got pest. It's just fresh vegetables from the area, fresh meat from the area. Everything's cooked. Yeah, you can get a Popeyes now in Brazil, and they're great, by the way. They're coming to the UK soon. But the food for me is a big thing about traveling. I ate a guinea pig in Peru. It was gross. It was fucking gross, but I ate one, and I remember it for the rest of my life.
Now that he's in Manchester, he either had curry or he's about to have curry.
About to, and what they've got there are these little cafes, and they'll sell you a meal for £6, about $7 or $8, right? And it's a plate with 3 little samples of curry on and a little bit of rice for like $8, and they're really common around the city. I'm going to find one of those. And a wee bald guy, and we've got to go out for a curry with him at some point.
That's going to be awesome.
We'll send pictures. He's in the city. I live in the city centre. He's just outside somewhere. I'm not sure which direction, but we'll get I think in the next couple of months we might as well head out for a curry.
Man, and I know this sounds, I don't know, like weak. I don't know, but I just think that Twitch has been awesome at connecting people.
Yeah.
And again, I say it every single stream. It just makes the world a smaller place, and that's awesome. Y'all get to meet each other and hang out, and beers and.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a username in your stream, like for about 8 months, and then I'm like, "Oh, what? You're in Manchester? I'm moving to Manchester. You're in Manchester to meet up for a curry."
I love it. It was like Kathy's Art Palace. I started talking about being deployed to Germany and hanging out at Ramstein and going drinking and eating in Landstuhl, and then she pops in, and she lives in Landstuhl, and I was like, you're full of shit. And so I started saying certain things, and she knew exactly what I was talking about. And I was like, "Oh my god, this is amazing!"
Yeah, I'm the one that got gangbanged round by the bins by the US Airmen in fucking 2007 on a Wednesday.
I remember that Sunday, and it was just her. It was there was a lot of people that goes, "Oh man, I was stationed at Ramstein at that time. Oh man, I was here," and it was like suddenly there were 6 people, myself included. We were all in that area at the exact same time, and 2 of them are born and raised in Germany. I was like, this is awesome.
You got some domestic going on upstairs. Just make sure you're ready to call the police or whatnot. Make sure no one's getting a black eye on Christmas Eve. It's a big time for domestic violence, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and heart attacks as well, and suicide. So look after each other.
Again, decimation of the population.
Yeah, as long as it's no one I know, it's fine.
That's right. Come on, let's make it a quadruple demic, not just a.
We can do Chris. That extra weird stream I was accidentally doing the other night when I realized I started going through loads of Facebook photos, and then Chris, I forgot somewhere in our hometown that I'd been to in 2013, hammered, and she's like, "When were you there?" Like fucking 10 years ago. So it's just connecting to people on streams and knowing the same places is cool.
Yeah, it like.
Well, Caitlin Stitches lived in fucking Twickenham, which is 15, 20 miles from here. Or no, Kingston.
I think my only regret about Twitch is I didn't get on it earlier.
Yeah, but who knows? You might have gotten earlier and something would have happened and you hated it. Yeah, you can always think I should have done this earlier. I'm the same with stuff that I've done. But you're doing it now. It's good now. And we're both doing this instead of with our family. My family are very close. I mean, seconds away from me right now. And I'm still not spending time with them. I'm here.
I love it. It's like as soon as I saw that winter front coming in, I'm like, you know what? I'm probably not going to drive to the hometown.
Yeah, I saw the fake photos of Biden looking at like the picture of the storm. There's like, we are showing the president the storm. He's like, why do you publicize? It's such a weird picture, not a political thing. It's just like, why would you put that out? It's weird.
I'm not going to risk wrecking to eat with people I see a handful of times a year. No thanks.
Well, I did spend many hours, but I am a bit not close to my. I can be in the same building as my family and not talk to them. I took them for like an hour in 3 days, but yeah, I did travel. I did travel down, and I travelled after Manaranth went to sleep on Twitch. So the day after, still drunk the whole way, not feeling good.
If you're new here, there's a highly, not just high. There's a lady called Amaranth on Twitch, and she is probably she's in the top 8. I think she's 7th.
So it's AMOURANTH, Amaranth.
Yeah, of the highest paid Twitch and most popular Twitch streamers because she makes around 100,000 per month. But Amaranth, that she does her thing, and so Carl debuted his new character Manaranth, and just
I can show you a
basically
picture.
did exactly what she does, except he's not making 100K per month.
No, definitely not. There is, so it's not 0, but it ain't 100K. Let me show you. I can show you Manaranth and Amaranth right now. So we'll just, if anyone doesn't know, let's bring a clearer picture. Amaranth is on. Which one's which though? Left. I won't tell you which one's on the left, which one's on the right. Amaranth and Manaranth, and yeah, apparently I'm doing that now every now and then. Want to have a breakdown at fucking midnight. So look out. There may, I would say, before New Year's Eve, Manaranth will appear.
Solving, dude. Let me just go ahead and throw this out. Not only will I never make $100,000 per month, I'll never make $100,000 per year on Twitch. I will never make partner. So, ever.
Well, no, I think you might though. It's hard. It's hard because you've got to have you do the hours. It's just the amount average per stream.
Well, you got to have an average of 75 viewers per stream for 30 days when you stream. Yeah. And here's the thing. Yeah. If I would quit drinking and change my entire profile, then sure, if I made it family friendly, no problem. I could get that. But I'm not doing that ever.
Right. That's mentally ill. 13 months ago, you had 0 followers. You didn't have a Twitch channel or whatever it was, 13, 14 months ago. Then I remember when we started talking in January, it was a few hundred, couple of hundred, whatever. But since January till now, it's just hit like 1,200. In a year, it should be at least 2,000, 2,400, 2,500, whatever. And the more people you get, the more chance they're going to come in for those streams. Whatever your average is now, I don't know. But in 3 years' time, there's no or less. But at least in that, you should get. You might do, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't hold on. You shouldn't, or people in general shouldn't go, I need to make this, I need to do that, because that's what drives you fucking insane. Yeah. Just do your thing, and hopefully people will come eventually. So,
but I've also thrown this question out.
And you should have anxiety. You should say, I won't do it, because that'll make you not be a dick.
All you can do is show up and do the best you can that day. That's all you can do on Twitch.
Now, if you or I
plan all you want to, but
if you or I were the other biological sex and we had some physical attribute, face, tits, whatever,
let me tell
you could make partner a lot quicker.
If I was in that situation, I wouldn't be on Twitch. I'd be down at the dock waiting for the ship to come in.
I'd be straight up OnlyFans, like putting everything up there all times, just so give me money right now.
If I had a great rack and nice ass and pretty in the face, I would absolutely.
On a dating app in this area, I did. You just sort of people put their Instagram handle in or whatever. A younger lady, and I was like, so I thought I'd go and check the Instagram out. A lot of it's promotion of Instagram anyway on those things now at this point. So I go over, started following her, lived pretty close to here about a year ago. And then she goes, oh yeah, in March I made £40,000 on OnlyFans, and doesn't get naked, doesn't do sex doesn't do any porn, just dresses up and moves around a bit.
It's amazing.
Than this. And it's like, fucking up. And she went, now all you see, she went to LA for 3 months and stayed in the big expensive hotel that everyone stays in. It took because then you get the extra pictures for the Instagram. You buy the pools, you buy the hills or whatever. And then in Europe, now she's just like, I guess, just traveling around. She's not doing that every month. That was a good month. But if that's just 1 month that you do that, Maybe May is 10,000 or April is 20, but that's real money at that point.
Yeah. There's a girl on Instagram I follow because, I mean, she's awesome. I mean, she's hot. Abigail Ratchford, I think that's her name. And she was a beautician. She was cutting hair and then got a tit job, lip job, etc.
Now she's got over $1 billion. That's a great man.
And you know, she is at the top of Instagram. And that's not true, Kelly. My average is about 28.
Yeah, because you'll have like the max, and then the average. Because if you get a stream where it's low and a stream high, obviously, the average is in the middle, so it's gonna like.
And raids do not count.
Do they not?
Raid numbers do not count.
That's not okay.
Correct.
That's a shitty thing. So it counts. Does that not count for hours then?
I like someone who raids me. I get that person's number. But if they raid me with 200 people every single day, those numbers don't count.
That's not okay. That's not okay.
That doesn't count.
That's shitty.
And people don't know that. Like,
no, I assumed it would.
Trying to make affiliate status, then the raids, they count.
Yeah.
But once you make affiliate and now you're trying to get to partner, raids don't count because it's a money thing now because Twitch has got you. If they're giving you a little money being an affiliate and they're making some money off of you at ads, they make it very difficult for you. It's you've got to bring people in.
I wonder if you could make partner by doing a Twitch stream that's just called "Fuck Twitch." Let's talk about the TOS, and just see if you get banned. Like, let's discuss the TOS.
I've brought that up many times on many streams, and people who have not read the TOS will argue with me, and I'm like, "Here's the TOS."
They've heard someone on Reddit say something, and like, that's the truth.
It's just this halo effect of misinformation and this deference to authority, where they'll watch a Twitch stream with 30,000 people on there and go, "Well, this person said this, and here's what the TOS is." No, it's not. The lawyers at Twitch write the TOS based on the highest income earners.
Well, they have to protect them.
Yeah. And I'll say this. They don't kick me off Twitch like when I do a house party. They don't kick me off Twitch because I'm bringing them money.
It's always the problem when you get, because before Amazon brought Twitch, when they're an independent company, well, I think they're independent, if anyone, but I did know, I didn't ever watch it, I didn't know anything about it, but I did know that girls would just come on, body paint themselves in a fucking like X-Men outfit with tits out and just go, "I'm going to play a game." Like, and that they were obviously doing really well. And that when Amazon brought it, they were like, "No tits out." Like, even if you're disguised, and I'm like, because that's the problem when a platform grows. Now you have to want to get more advertisers to bring the money up, and the advertisers are like, but then it's dumb of the advertiser. The advertiser should say, "Yeah, I'll advertise on a thing with tits," because that's just idiot management. And advertise your product on somewhere where loads of people are watching, regardless of what it is.
And you and I can turn ads on.
Yeah.
Miyagi. But it's annoying as shit. I'm not going to put my viewers through that.
Well, I've got the option now, and I know that a few people that we follow do. So yeah, I'm like, at some point I might, but not now for sure. It's not, because I'm barely an affiliate anyway, and I wouldn't want that for everything. Maybe I could go once a week, put them on or turn them off or something. But it is annoying because you've got to wait.
Because every time I'm on a stream and I start talking to somebody who's streaming, me being in the chat, right as we get into an art discussion on techniques or whatever,
mid-roller annoying.
A freaking ad. I'm like, "I'll be right back. I got hit with an ad. I can't see."
I know you've got 2 or 3 different options, because there's definitely, we can do a pre-roll at the beginning. There's definitely one at the beginning, which is okay. Okay, wait 20 seconds.
And I do that for non-subscribers.
And I'll have to look at options and stuff. Because obviously, Manorant's counterpart does that, and clearly I get through the ad. So the 20 seconds or whatever it is, I get through it in my head mentally. But to be fair, she could just play 24-hour ads and it wouldn't matter. And then she'll pop on for an hour and go, well, anyway, well, that date that she went on, where she fucking streamed a date, which is wild.
Dude, I got to get a dog again. I got to pee. I got to get a beer. Pause right there because I'm dying to talk about this. I am dying to talk. You're talking about when they're on the patio at the Mexican restaurant?
She's eating the rib. Yeah.
Please pause because I've been dying to talk about it. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh yeah, don't anyone do any channel points tonight. I'm not feeling good. I'm not going to do the tongue thing. There's no party shade yet. Let's leave that till the new year. Yeah, of course, Kelly. It's crazy times. But yeah, if I was vaguely, and I'm in like a 6 out of 10, I would be making 6 figures just on OnlyFans, for sure. And without anything going on. But it's commitment. It's still hard work. It's not easy. And you've always got to talk to creeps all day. But I've got a few grifts in my mind that I still might go back to. Nothing like that. But like, I've seen a few grifts that other grifters have done. And I've thought, I could undercut that grifter. There would be a couple of legal and logistical things to look into. But I could undercut it. And not make like crazy money. But make okay money off of a ridiculous thing that almost is no work, apart from maybe going and do something for an afternoon. And not sucking off the homeless. What's wrong with you? It's Christmas Eve. Why would you think that? Sucking off the homeless. Even if they're sucking you off, you got to feel the teeth move around in their mouth. You are pigs. Oinkers, if you will. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I'm waiting for a hoodie for my merch to come and one of Husky's, but I live in an apartment block at the moment and the post can't get in and the buzzer goes to an app which I haven't been set up with. So it just gets sent to random places and then they lie about where they are. I get pictures, it's here. So when I get back up there, I'm going to have a problem. Amazon, I'm going to have to get sent to Amazon pickup locations for a while. Until I can get this sorted out. But yeah, actual post, which is where my hoodie and Husky's hoodie is going to come in, is going to bounce to some other building in the city. And I might not know where it is because I didn't find out where the last one was. Or I'll have to call someone. But in the next couple of weeks, I should have both a Husky hoodie and a TLR Oinker hoodie. Just in the bar, untapped content. There we go. Yeah. Honestly, Kelly. Honestly, mad. When we first met, I was like, Johnny fans to be a manager. But I would. That's a nice sound. I'm gonna finish this and then open a can. These cans are staying so cold, unrefrigerated. It's crazy. They're just here.
See, even in Cheerio, England, even the beers are cold-hearted.
Yeah.
So, Amaranth, if you don't know, she's this buxom, hot, redheaded chick on Twitch. Lady. And if you don't know, she went through a divorce very publicly.
Yeah, very recent big drama.
Huge drama, blow up. Trended on Twitter. Huge. And so shortly thereafter, she goes
I'll bring up a picture of her crying, but carry on. Oh yeah. Now, I'm not mocking because actually when it happened, I was like, fucking hell, this poor girl. So it turns out all these years that she used to be a gamer that was hot and was earning good money. And then she started, doing pole dances and licking microphones and all that shit, like sexualizing it. Yeah. And now it turns out that the whole time her husband was making her doing it for money. It's like, because she was streaming 18 hours a day. It wasn't
dance for the puppet master, dance for me.
Crazy shit. But then she had a breakdown. So when I show this picture, I'm not mocking her. I'm just saying this is the crazy world, right?
And to be honest, as cynical as I am now on social media, I'm like, oh my God, please let this be true. Please don't be making this
I saw this happen in real time that day when it was all going on the post. I was like, fucking hell. Is it? Yeah, but then I'm thinking, is it a grift? But then it's clearly not. So it turns out, yes, she's got a stripper pole. I mean, I'm laughing because it's so mental. The poor girl.
Because her husband was threatening to kill her dogs, or just
And he had the 2-step verification code for a bank. So they had the joint bank and she couldn't withdraw. So he was like, I'll give your money away to a charity right now, $100,000.
I'm giving $100,000 away in the next 15 minutes or something.
And all she's doing is basically earning. She wants her dream. She also got a nice house where she lives. Is it Texas, whatever? Texas. She's got a nice house. Her dream is to open a big animal shelter. She actually seems like a genuinely nice person, but just obviously has something, a grift. I think even Stanhope said it once: find a grift in the system, and she found it, and she's very good at it. She's actually very funny as well. Especially the videos she does where they've banned people for saying weird shit, but she goes through the bans and goes, "Should we unban him? Yes or no?" And she's very funny in those little breaks. People straight up call her an N-word, even though she's just a hot redhead. She's like, "You're calling me a unban? No, that's a bit much." So yeah, when that happened, it was mental. But yeah, earns a crazy lot of money. But then after that, she's starting to take control, which is great. So she's starting to do a lot more wholesome stuff. She's playing games, doing the things she wants to do, streaming less. But then she's going, oh, actually, that some of that other stuff was more of an earner. Let's do some of it on my terms, which is great. But then she started going out on dates and streaming the dates now, which is insane.
And before we get to that, and she went to her local animal shelter and was raising money for the local.
That's right.
And was showing off all these dogs that were available for adoption. So
because if she says do this, the simps in a chat will go, do you want 20, 40? 50? Do you know the gift subscriptions at the top? When you look at hers, there'll be 250 gifts will be the number one guy, and then 100. So they've paid $1,000, $500, whatever that day. That's just the gifts. And so she says this, or here's the link, that they did 5,000 in an hour or 2 hours, and she matched it. So they got 10,000. It's insane. So she's generally a nice person doing what she's doing, which is cool.
And plus she had an insane stalker that absolutely
even at TwitchCon this year, I think she had a problem.
Well, she did, but prior to that, there was a nut from the Eastern Bloc of Europe. I can't remember. Czech Republic, something I can't remember. But
Ghost Gerbil's wife.
He sold all of his belongings. He took 100% of his belongings, moved to Katy, Texas.
No.
And found out exactly the post office where she had a PO box. And got an apartment across the street and was monitoring that post office.
I didn't know about it then, but that's wild.
It was a big deal. And
I mean, that's FBI level stuff, isn't it? That's Jesus. We need to call someone.
I can't remember how they found out about it, but yeah, I think, like you said, I think the FBI or local cops kind of baited her. Said, "Okay, we're going to need you to go to this post office today, and we need him to stick his head out." So
I'm sure, from the little I know, that federal agents would be involved because that's an international agent essentially coming in to potentially harm a citizen. That's a big deal, and I didn't know about that one. That's crazy, but yeah, that's danger that anyone faces. You've got to be so careful. I'll tell you something, and this is nothing to do with that. I'm pretty good if someone posts a picture. I'm pretty good at finding out where that picture was taken. It's even a geolocation. I'm just pretty good at Google Earth, so it's then this city, I can see that building. I did it yesterday for something. I'll show you later. This was something just fun between me and Jamie. But there are real crazy fucks out there that can geolocate and check stars in the sky and plane fucking things, and they will go, this is where you are, the post office thing. So I guess the advice was, if you're a hot Twitch streamer, use a different post office that's not in your postcode for a start. You can show nothing in your background. There has to be no signage, because I've seen people that I know do it. They've posted pictures on Instagram of oh, look at the post in the UK, and there's an address on an envelope. It's well, don't do that, because you have, like, I don't know, 5,000 followers and a couple of hundred simps in your comments. If you've got 1,000 people in your chat, 10,000 people in your chat, like she does, yeah, you can't show even the county. I wouldn't have thought. Don't even, like, I'm just in this state, maybe. That's it. There's going to be no other. So that was one of the things when she went on the date and they're sat on the patio. She's just eating this big fucking rib, chewing it while the guy's so button the chat is just blowing up because everyone's crazy. And then they go, she's hating it. But then she takes her producer or whatever with her to read the chat. So she must be there must be a lot of prep for this guy. Listen, I'm going to go on a date with you, but I'm a Twitch streamer. There's going to be like someone else there.
We're going to live date.
There's going to be 6,000 people watching it.
And
so, like, he must have been like sweating, like.
To me, he was a boring douche.
Well,
everyone in the chat was saying that.
But part of it could be that he's aware there's a camera on him.
Yeah.
There's thousands of people watching you, like, try and flirt with this girl. So it's like, wouldn't you just, like, be like.
And they're melting it. They're just absolutely sizzling. Like, oh, God, now he's talking about cars. This guy's But her face also reflected that she was having a terrible time.
But then I think she felt bad because it looped back round where the when he went to the bathroom, she was the other woman was reading out the chat, and then so I think when she come back, she was a bit more personal because she probably felt bad as well, because she does, like, honestly seems like a nice person, but obviously it's what a strange life though. Had this massive breakdown. I'm not going to stream for a while, but then actually I'm going to even stream dates because I don't know what a life is like without streaming everything.
Or a husband, apparently.
But man, yeah, if I mean, if Manaranth was half as cute, I'd be, yeah, anything.
But Manaranth, potato chips better than Amaranth.
Yes. Mel's Origo, it's cold, right? I'm in lounge. So having apples with pie. Apple pie pussy. So it's just a Dust Dawn reference. I can't read the words apple pie.
You can find it cheaper.
Fuck you. I mean, Cheats. So I've spoken to Tommy Chung, but speaking of Cheats Marine might be another. We'll have to get on Mind Dog about that. Hey, Husky. I saw. I was in this common station I'm in London a lot yesterday, and the woman had, I think, 2 puppy huskies, like tiny little fucking cute thing. Yeah, but I tried to take a picture, but I didn't want to be weird about it, so I took one of them, walk past. It made me now look like I'm taking photos of dogs I want to steal. I don't know if I can find if I got any of it, but they were like this fucking big, and they were just so cute. Yeah, I must. Yeah, here. Oh, okay, it's such a creepy shot. Here we go. I'm literally walking past, but not wanting to get seen taking pictures of dogs. I should have just asked, but yeah, I've got this creepy shot of like a puppy looking back. But there were 2, and the tail's up, and I should have just asked. These are awesome dogs. Let's have a check. But I'm over here anyway. We get people taking pictures of dogs because they're going to come back and steal them. But this wasn't in a public station, so it probably wouldn't have been the case. But just they were so amazing when they were small. I'm like, wow, because you know what they're going to grow up to be. It's the eyes, man. There's a couple. I don't know if they're Siberian Huskies, because there's a couple of similar breeds, isn't there? But I was on a street in Cardiff, and this one thing, huge fucking thing, hot chick walking it. It looked at me right in the eyes, like, don't even think about it. But it looked me right in the eyes. But the eyes were like blue, grey, and I was just looking at these. I was like, these fucking eyes are. I just couldn't stop looking at the eyes of this dog. So they're just so weirdly nice. We can make bank. Can't talk about dating stalkers. Yeah, we just don't. First of all, any boyfriends have got an issue, don't. That's a control and insecurity thing. So don't listen to that. Secondly, yeah, just don't ever show. I wouldn't even show a shot out of the window unless it's looking up, like not of another house. You don't have a tab open on your PC with like my local weather. like, because people are fucking crazy.
Get a
And
dog.
they'll find shit. I hope everyone watched Don't Fuck with Cats. I think it was last Christmas that it came out, the week before, but the year before. But I sometimes do it for fun. Like, I'll get a picture and go, fucking, where are you? I've done it to friends, like other comics, basically. Like, and this is his window. But in that, they set off his internet sleuths, and they broke down this picture of this guy that was basically drowning kittens, feeding them to pythons, sucking it out of a vacuum bag, and posting it on the internet. And they were trying to track him down, these internet sleuths, right? So, did you see Don't Fuck with Cats, Brett?
Like,
it was a documentary about a year or two ago about a weird guy in the US that was basically killing kittens on air and posting them to the internet.
oh no.
So that was the premise of the documentary, but it's a great documentary because it's so much. So what it is, he was posting these fucked up videos, right, of like feeding them to pythons, drowning them, sucking the out of a vacuum bag, and all this. but then these internet sleuths started going, "We're gonna find this fucking guy," and they were started looking at a picture of a room, and they were going, "Let's look at the plug socket. Let's find the vacuum cleaner." And they tracked down certain stores that only sold that. It was sold from Canada or whatever it was. But then the story opens up. It turns out it was this. It turns out it was this wannabe male model, and he's all fucked up, and he just thinks he's famous. He's insane, and he even went on TV at some point to deny an affair with another celebrity, which never happened. He had like 72 Facebook accounts, all talking about him. That was all him typing, "Have you heard about this guy?" You know, he grew this fake celebrity thing. Then he was killing kittens on the internet, and people were trying to track him down. Then these internet sleuths tracked down some guy in Germany, made him kill himself because they were like, "You're the guy killing the kittens." I'm not going to spoil the whole thing. It's kind of a lot of it. But then he does even worse things to like a human on air, on a webcam. And then it's like an international chase. It's called Don't Fuck with Cats. It's a great documentary. It's a bit uncomfortable when they show some of the cat stuff, but they don't show the whole video. They literally show but you can guess what happens.
Yeah.
I've Google imaged what might have happened to the human that was involved, and you can find images of it. I also heard a podcast about it. I think the guy was like Luca Magnotti or someone, but he was convinced he was famous, and he told everyone else he was famous. But he was also making these weird cat killing videos. It's just that stuff fascinates me though. Like, what happened to you that you can get to that point? Like, I'm a model. I'm denying my affair with Kim Kardashian on NBC News or whatever it was, and he was interviewed by the newspapers over here. You the guy that's been doing no, maybe. But it went on for like years, I think, like a big international thing. Interpol were after him. Like what?
Like doing open mics, you just brought back a thought. Like when a young kid goes to a 25-year-old goes to an open mic, absolutely bombs, and sits down, goes like next to me, and goes, "I killed it. Oh man, I destroyed." I'm like,
"Oh yeah,
you didn't get one single laugh. You need to shut up and work harder." Oh man, I'm on my way. I'm like,
so
home, you're on your way home to work on some more shit.
Yeah, so one of the things I say when I normally go up is like, "Oh, comedy is just a series of delusions of grandeur and suicidal thoughts next to like whatever in a basement or whatever." Because it is like what they've seen that night is just fucking insane. Some of them good, but some just insane people that probably are thinking about killing themselves. And if they're not, they maybe should think about it. I'm not current, but I always go back to my mate George one night, and there was a guy that went up and he had, let me see here, he had this isn't even mine. He had a notebook like this, right? A4 pages, all handwritten out. And he had 10 minutes. And my friend was lighting him. He just started the night, so he was trying to light him, like, get off. Oh, there's a minute. Did another minute. Did another one. Then he's like 3 minutes over. So he's like lighting him again. And all he is reading these. And there's been maybe one chuckle for 10 minutes. Ha. Silence. All the comics at the back are like, fucking get this guy off.
Yeah.
And he just kept up. And because my mate was now he'd just fuck him off. But back then he was a bit inexperienced at running a night. He was up there probably 20 minutes instead of 10. No laugh. But when he came off, I thought the funniest thing to do was to get get a chair and start smashing it into the ground and whooping and go, whoa, 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 fucking. And people around me started doing it. All the comics caught on, and we made him feel like a superstar. And he go, now we probably created a monster because he probably went to his next night and think, I fucking smashed it. I'm going to go on Netflix. But it was just the funniest thing to do. But those people exist at those mics, and it's a level of delusion. I mean, I hear about people that I'm one step away from that I haven't met yet. I know their name and all that. Because we all gossip like little bitches, like comedians.
100%.
Yeah, I've got
hang. That's all it is bitching about other comics.
And I've got group chats that get us arrested. Like, and if we find something that comics posted, that could be 5 hours of our life. Or like that will just be a destruction of their life for 5 hours. We'll go through all their photos,
wasting our time and taking up our stage time.
Yeah, and there's this one guy that does that. He does quite well now. He gets like quite a bit of paid work, but he's god awful. And he's like, if he bombs, he's like, there's something wrong with them. They didn't get it. But it's 90% of the time.
Yeah,
you're just creaking. But unfortunately, he's got some people that are helping him.
The crowd was awful that night. Was it?
And then
was the crowd awful?
If someone goes out for a cigarette, he'll be outside with them, telling them a bit before he goes up, like, I've written this new bit, this is what it is, and he goes through it, and they're just smoking a whole cigarette, and they've got to listen to the whole thing while they're smoking. So they've ruined, I don't smoke, but lots of my friends do, but they've ruined the 5 minutes that comic had to go out and smoke and think about their set or whatever is ruined because some guy's just fucking earwigging. And it's like, great.
I don't know how it is where you are, Carl, but like when a comic goes up and all the other comics go outside to smoke or whatever, that's the indicator that you suck.
Oh, at the time? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you're doing an open mic and somebody goes up and everybody goes outside to hang out, you suck. That should be the absolute.
Yeah, we don't
to stop doing comedy or get better tonight.
A lot, and we should do that maybe. A lot of the crew that won't do that. Because if it's their night, they also want it to feel a good night, so they'll stay in the room. Some of them will make a laugh a little bit louder, just to like try and just to make, I don't know. But yeah, what you should look at is the people at the back of the room with their arms folded, whispering to each other and not laughing, and then just go. Because I don't even do the fake. I'll just glare at you now. I'll just glare until you've left the stage. Because we all, it's not a problem bombing, but it's just the delusion. And if you do that every time, you should stop. Or go and think about what you're doing. But if you do the same thing for 5 years and walk around like this, yeah. And then we all know it. And then they go up, do bad, they come up, blame the crowd. That deserved better. And walk out. All right, have a nice time. But unfortunately, some of these people are better connected than some of us. So they know a famous person or they know some other pro guy. So it's like they get stuff and you try not to be resentful, but it's like, fucking hell, this guy,
Or you get like a 22-year-old kid who doesn't have to work because he's got a trust fund or his parents are loaded or whatever.
Well, a lot of it, that's what it is. It's drama students, right? And I'm not having to go drama student, but it is literally some of these people have never had a job. Yeah. And they're 27 now. And they've never had a job. And they take a show to Edinburgh every year, which costs thousands because you've got to pay for accommodation and advertising and all that. And then they're filming comedy specials in a pub when they have no audience, but they just fill the room with all their friends. And because they run a reasonable gig and they know a famous person, everyone goes to watch it and pays money. And these people have the audacity to put it on the internet. I've not watched any of this, but they'll have. I'm filming a special in the Dog and Duck at 8 p.m. in Bristol. Why are you doing that? Don't film a special. Film your set, and maybe if it's all right, send it off to a festival or book or something. But keep it private, dude. And filming a special. Oh, you people. Some comics. Bobby Lee hasn't filmed a special. He's been doing comedy for 30 fucking years. He should have done, but he hasn't. But he is at least on the right side of history. Why not do one good one when you're 55 than start doing them when you're a year in? chugging 8% sales. Yeah, before the family, Kelly, you get that in. You should keep one earpiece in when you see your family as well. And we'll be here with you for a while. Yeah, absolutely. I hope everyone's having a good Christmas Eve, and whether or not you're avoiding your family, with your family, or going to see them later or tomorrow or whatever. You know. Yeah, I felt Christmassy earlier in the month when I went to Manchester, going around the Christmas markets, and then I saw 3 9-year-old girls kicking a security shutter at a vape shop and call the guy a bastard. I mean, they were small children. That I didn't, when I walked past, I didn't process what had happened mentally. I just heard I thought it was the kids that the parents own the shop and they're being naughty. And then I was like, oh, I think they were attacking the Asian man. And they're small girls out on their own. So I went back because I realised what I processed just to check he was all right. And I shouted pricks at these 3 9-year-old girls, like, pricks! And they ran off. So I've attacked children in Manchester on the first night I felt Christmassy. And I'll probably do that in stand-up. There's like some of your kids I think I've started a fight with, and they're 9-year-old girls. Because they're the only ones I will start a fight. If I think I could physically kill all of you, then I'm going to say something. Swing around by a fucking ponytail and wing across the road.
I think small children like that have no idea that if I grab them by the ankles, I could use that kid as a bludgeoning device against all the other kids.
I think I could kill 1,000 babies in a day, like 1,000, like small babies, like new ones, just like. You get tired, but you could stop and eat a sandwich you have in your pocket or something, and then like some electrolytes, and then I could go. Let's go again. I think I'd do 1,000 babies, and then as they get older, it's a lesser number. But I think 9-year-old girl, I could kill 5 to 7 9-year-old girls. But if they all attack me at once, it might be a problem.
I think that's low numbers.
But if they attack you at once, if they became Voltron and attacked you at once, it might be difficult because they're still clawing your eyes, and it's
because
the cardio goes now.
Like kids, they haven't like if you go into elementary school and you've got a good pair of steel-toed boots on, and you smash the first 2 or 3, the rest of them are going to get really scared. They're going to back off. They're not going to keep rushing.
So that's a psychology thing, right? It's like hitting the biggest guy. Like if he broke his nose, what were his mates thinking?
And now you keep walking towards them, they're all going to get in a huddle. And so, yeah, you can really go to work if they get in a huddle.
This is I'm making a note because this is I think when I start doing comedy up in Manchester, I'm going to literally start by going, I've fought your children already. I've moved to a new city and I've fought some of your children, and I'll continue to fight them. If you let them out on their own, I'm going to fight them.
Could you imagine what a 7-year-old's face would look like if you roundhouse kicked them in the jaw?
Yeah, I can imagine it. I've got mouth. You can imagine it.
Would just distort, and like even their teacher would go, "Oh my god! Oh, you're now in their head, living rent free. You own them now."
Yeah. Not only can I imagine it, I've got like a Zack Snyder slow motion, like Justice League extended cut fight where they're hitting super. You know, it's all slow motion because he can see it all. It's like with drop spit coming off, and like fuck, and then the shock of their friends, like.
But I mean. Yeah. If you start going after a kid like that with steel-toed boots on, I mean, you could, at one kick at a time, absolutely just go to work.
Yeah, it's on the drive-through, they go about in a way that gets out early, definitely grandma, get fuck up along. Find the kick the chest. Yeah. Well, the problem is, in Manchester, what I've noticed, what I know about it and what I'm learning about it, there are huge criminal families there that have been there for 50 years, and the police know they are, but they're the biggest drug dealers around, and they can't do anything about it, and there's gone good. There are problems in Manchester, there are murders and all this kind of stuff, right? But the big problem for me is the kids. One of the first nights I was there was a newspaper article. There were 1,000 9 to 16-year-olds in the city centre drinking. Like 9 to 16, and they'd gone out on their own, and they were blocked because we have trams in the street. They're pretty cool. but they were blocking all the trams and causing trouble. When I took Dave Flynn out the other week, we got caught in a line of police, like a 20 line of police. Move, fucking move. And they were going after 12-year-old girls. One got dragged out crying. She had been shoplifted. And when she had been shoplifting, and when we went into this one crowd, this whole scene was about finding kids, and they literally had this someone's child, and they were just throwing her to each other. She was getting arrested, this 12-year-old, and then nothing will happen at that age because they'll call the parents, and the parents will be dicks. But yeah, the young teenagers in Manchester, I think, are some of the big, because the drug dealers, they're going to shoot each other. And they're going to torture each other, right? And have gunfights with Serbians down by the docks. So that's probably what goes on in Manchester when someone hasn't paid someone. But yeah, unless you get caught in the crossfire, that's kind of out your way. But the kids are in your way because you're in the city centre. And if there's 300 children in a food court in a mall, which there was last week, it's a problem. They could beat adults up and stab people.
But again, if you grab one of them, and start slinging that kid around, smashing head against head, and start.
That would be the defense. That would just go low and get an ankle, and then just start like
some of those kids. So because there'd be nothing but it's like a bunch of watermelons getting smashed with a sledgehammer.
I mean, the other side of it is,
holy shit, we can't take this guy. It's like because if you're willing to be so devastating and use them against each other. No, you're in their head. You got him.
I mean, you would be tried and convicted as a multiple child murderer, and that's what you'll be remembered as. And then when you go to prison, you'll get murdered because you're a child murderer. It's like,
and going in knowing that you're going to die, you might as well every single.
It's like it's like Aragorn at the end of Fellowship of the Ring. No, sorry, Boromir, where he changed his mind. He starts being a hero because there's 50 orcs. Like, come on, bitch. And there's the one orc that she's shooting arrows on one knee. Like one kid's hitting you with a dinner tray. And you're like, one more, I can do one more. And you get another fucking rocking head at one more.
Yeah. Children don't understand this. I can easily pick up a child by the ankles and use it as a blood device. I used to hit home runs playing baseball. I could kill a kid by using another kid easily. They wouldn't stand a chance. Now, given and there's no way a bunch of stupid kids, they're not going to band together and there's not going to be a leader and they're all going to follow. No, they're going to peel off. I don't care if there's 300 of them drinking. At some point, they see that first kid get smashed. Suddenly, you've got 20 kids you got to fight. Because the rest of them are going to scurry away.
Agreed. And welcome into Harrow, by the way. We're talking about beating and killing children if we have to now, not if we want to, but if we have to, what we could do, what we should do, what we shouldn't do. But what I am going to do is share this because we talked about this earlier. This made us both hungry, by the way. This.
I want to put my entire just face hole on that.
I said I could use it as a sponge. I want to lick it, rub it. I would do Manamant ASMR on this and then eat it.
Pico tomare, you drinking a pendejo cerveza?
And what beer is this? I think is it Spanish, or faux Spanish?
Pendejo Porta. I want that. Hey, what's up, Betty? Welcome back. Whoa, sweaty Betty, bam, lamb. Whoa, sweaty Betty.
For sure, Sarah. I had when I went out to Manchester the other night before it went crazy, I was drinking a Manchester blonde beer, and then we switched to a plum porter, which is something I'd never order. But I was just like, let's get that. So me and my mate had 3 of those, and I'd never ordered a plum flavored porter. But, you know, it was nice. I think we had 3. We had 3 of them. It's never something ordered. But Manchester's got a lot of local good beer as well.
Albuquerque.
Food porn. Don't make me take off my pants. Yeah, exactly. So I feel about food porn.
We're all jealous, Saguaro.
So this.
Hey, Carl, pronounce
Albuquerque Brewery.
Pronounce Saguaro's name.
Sahara. I say ha. Hua. So hua. Suharu. Suharu. And then you go away. Eat your cactus.
There's Saguaro National Park just outside of Tucson.
Yeah, I mean, I've hiked in those hills and taken pictures of me with the cacti. So I was getting confused with Sonoran.
That's a whole different other place in the state. That's
it's Mexico, isn't it in Mexico? And then, but the Sonoran hot dog was in on Man vs. Food, and I also went to that place in Tucson as well. It's like a double hot dog with guacamole, sour cream, and tortillas on top. It was a thing of wonder.
Greasy ass, nasty ass, runny ass.
It was a thing of wonder. It really was a thing of wonder. Right, presents left stuck above indoors.
Okay, nerd. Here we go.
Hey, yeah, weirdo. What? This is what you do at 1 a.m. for actually it would be like midnight for us, which is actually I'm in your time zone. It's weird when there's UK people. Why don't you just live stream this? Why don't we do a Christmas Day live stream to your children before Brett goes live, and I'll tell them Santa does not exist. Give up their stocking, you know.
I think I'm going to draw like tomorrow for my stream for all you losers that don't have any family, alone, drunk. I'm going to do my brunch stream tomorrow. I think I may draw Krampus. I don't know.
My advice would be, what I'm going to do, I'll be with some of my family then, but I'm going to have Brett on my phone and one earpiece in. And if I get any bullshit, low. And then if I get any bullshit, I'll go in another room. Let's get up. Let's get in the chat. So I'm going to be lurking and jerking back out in there, eating donuts and fucking. I've got family members that work at a store, and I had a yum nut last night. A yum nut. So do you have yum yums there? It's like a pastry donut. Yeah, twisted. This was a yum nut.
We
it's
don't.
The pastry.
Well.
So yeah. a pastry donut that's built back into a donut again, but it's a yum yum. It had so much sugar on it. It was fucking unreal. Like a family member, she gets them free because she's working in a store right now, and she just said, "Have this free yum nut," and it was, again, I would have that for dessert after that chili burger. It was phenomenal. Do you know what? That's what I'm gonna like about going to a family. I'll get fed nice food, and then I'll like bullshit, and then I'll get drunk. And then I'll probably, if I didn't have a wig, which I don't know. We'll be in Brock Stream tomorrow, I think, and it'll go on forever, and it'll be a house party because it's Christmas. So any of you losers that hate your kids, anyone that goes in the Brock Stream tomorrow hates their children. Even better, you're pushing this. You can say they've wrapped their presents. What are you doing watching men on the internet, right? If my mum had watched men on the internet, my dad would have hit her in the 80s. This is outrageous. But anyway, lurking and joking. Yum yum. Yeah, but when it's built a yum nut, look out for the yum nut. They're so thick. The icing was so thick on the outside. The icing sugar. It's like, oh, fucking hell, I shouldn't be eating this. And that's probably why I bled out there. Sorry. I missed Becky's Be Right Back because Becky comes in 9 hours into a stream and goes, "Hey, I didn't know you guys were on." And it goes, "Be right back. Just got to go cook." And then you'll finish your stream after 10 hours. And then she'll tweet going, "You guys finished before I came back."
My bad. I got to take a nap. I'm at a smoke.
Yeah. I've got a nap for 7 hours and then have a cigarette. It's like, why aren't you still going?
Adam's trying to crank the car up to go get me some Canadian. Clearly,
my boy's staying over and he's keeping me up all night. Didn't understand sleep yet.
Yeah, I gotta get smokes. I gotta get a beer.
Yeah. Again, apologies for the lighting and all this. I'm not putting the background because it hangs StreamYard for me on this system. My dreams of getting a new system in December or January have gone because I've got to be honest. I'm going to Brazil in January. Go fuck yourselves. I'm going out there for a couple of weeks, and I'm going to go to the US, which is currently in March. And that's why I asked you about a fast track passport, Betty, because I've got to get one. I need one now. Passports are taking 10 weeks to get. That was a COVID excuse. Why are they still taking 10 weeks? It's a print job, right? You can do a security check in an hour. But to get a fast track, I've got to go to a post office, get a paper form, A paper form, come back, fill it out, pay £142 online, book an appointment. So let's face it, an idiot can read my form in a post office and then stamp it, and then I wait a week. It's such an insane procedure. Why can't you buy a fast track one all online? And all you do is put those people to the top of the list. It's the dumbest thing in the world. You don't need weeks and weeks to do security checks. They're basically automated. You just need a human to look at it and go, yeah, that's their identity, because it matches it. Especially if you've already got a passport. It's insane. It's such a money-making exercise. It's wild. But I'm going to pay it. I'm going to have to get one because I'm literally taking a trip in 4 weeks. So I need to get one. I need to pay the money. And I'm going to resent everything forever. And then, because I've already got my US visa waiver, the ESTA, which only costs £7, but it's a pain. You've got to fill out a form or wait 10 minutes where you get a thing. Because I've got one now for 2 years. I've now got to get a new one because I've got to get a new passport because it's linked to that passport. This is why I need a Vietnamese secretary. Go on, Brett, what are you saying?
I was just what you said kind of remind me of Nate Bargatze's one of his bits about when he shows up at the airport.
It's the dumbest system in the world. You're fired. Can I just interject? Because Betty did answer my question about fast track passport system. It's not the computer system's great, right? Why have I got to go and get a physical form, pay an ungodly fee, $140? It's about $160 to get a fast passport. Take a physical form to a physical place where a person that runs a post office, which, let's face it, is a fucking moron because they're running a post office, and I've got to speak to this dummy where they go over it and then I got to wait. Why isn't it all online? It's in the same process that now takes 10 weeks. That's completely outrageous. Oh, now we're just going to keep it 10 weeks. Fuck off. Anywhere else in the world is a week, 2 weeks. We were always 6 weeks. Maybe you get it in 4. Now it's 10 weeks. Why isn't it the same system? You just put them to the top of the queue. It's fucking easy. Yes, you've got to do security checks, but those should be basically 90% automated. And then you need a human to go, sure, if whatever the data flow is, it's not your part of this, debate. Why is the whole process involve 2 trips to a physical location to buy a document? It's so dumb. What are we in the 70s? Get out of town. Right. So I get it because it's staff and automation. Right, I get it. I'm not having to go at you. Really, I understand. Oh, because the website says go and get a form, fill it out. So you can do it. You can do it then, but that's not what the website says. The website says go get a form, fill it out, then make an appointment and pay. So I can pay without a form at least. It was great. There we go. I know as well. Yeah, I'm sure that actually the systems on those gateway stuff are normally pretty quick. So I know. All right, yeah, but the website says do it that way though, which is, you're right. That seems more logical. No, I found the link actually, Betty. Thank you. I've got the link to fill one out, but it's got this bullet point rules. It's like you need to do this. So that's what was winding me up. But the fact that it's 142 quid to fucking what? To put you to front. Fuck you, man. I remember when it was £80 to fast track, and now it's my fault because I need at least 6 months on my passport to go to Brazil and the US in particular. Some places don't care. Mine runs out in July. I'm going away in January for a week or so. I need to go to hopefully the US in March. So I need one anyway. But then it's the whole ball like if I'm having to do another ESTA form, which only takes 10 minutes. I know it's not a lot. I know I'm not being murdered under a floorboard in Ukraine. My life isn't that difficult. But it's just one of those things. It's like, why isn't this more efficient? Because, yeah, they haven't employed enough analysts to go or developers or engineers to go and fix systems and automate processes. There's no reason why anything should take 10 weeks. Anything at all. It's insane. 10 weeks, you should be able to buy a house, not order an ID document. It's my rant over. Fine, now I'm going to drink a beer. Brett can talk. Out of breath. I'm genuinely out of breath. I don't think I was breathing through that.
You were dancing with a stool the other night, got out of breath. You need to do some push-ups.
Well, I went to the gym. The gym has opened. 1 minute walk from maybe 2 minutes walk from my flat. It's brand new. It opened Friday, and I was in there Monday. But now I'm back down here for Christmas. But it's so nice being in a place that it's all new. All the stuff works. No one knows about it yet. And with that gym, you can check. It's 24 hours, and you can check how many people are in it. I don't want to go in it if there's more than whatever people. I want headphones in, get in there. I can get in and out in very short time.
Yeah. I'm not going in unless there's less than anyone in it.
Well, there were 20 people in it last week, and that's perfect. It's 2 floors, great. The thing is about that, though, it could be 80, and they could have a class in the studio, so it's a bit misrepresentative. But I can almost see it from my apartment. I can almost see it. So it's no drama. I just have my gym gear, put a coat on, go over, coat in the locker. I'm in, headphones in, do what you need to do, and get out of there very quickly. And then I'm running down the canals now. So the canals go all the way to Manchester United Football Club from my flat. Beautiful. Well, some places you feel you might get stabbed and shot and pushed in the canal. And there's a rumor about a conspiracy theorist about a pusher because people get fished out of those canals at 3 a.m. And there's a rumor of someone who's just fucking doing people in at 3 a.m. It's probably a conspiracy theory, but maybe it's been done a couple of times. It's next to Gay Village, whatever that means. So there might be someone killing gays. That is a common thing for serial killers. You know? I hope I don't meet the pusher.
Are you going to start wearing Manchester United shit on?
No, because I'm a Spurs fan that's a London football club, so no. But I will go to United, and there's Manchester City as well. So I will go to both those games because I like football. So I go to both those big stadiums, and there's a local club called Salford, which some former players own. I like lower league football, so I'm going to go to that probably regularly. And if it's all right, I might get a season ticket.
So what makes
I like the community thing.
What makes a football club? Do all the spectators chip in? Do they own part of the soccer team, or
not these? Do
the players give the football club some money?
So now billionaires buy clubs now. Billionaires.
We have country clubs. You have to pay a premium to get in there to play golf. But so what is this football club? Who owns what? Is it like Lambeau Field and Green Bay Packers where the
£142, Betty, I'm paying for that passport. So it's a pyramid system, right? So at the very top is the Premier in America, which we found when Solven mocks British sports. In Britain, you can get relegated, right? So if you fuck up so much, your team goes to the division below. You earn less money. TV gives you less money. You can get shit of players, and you can drop from the top to the bottom. And if you go to the bottom, Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney brought a club that slipped down.
It's in the doldrums. It's like here in SEC, Southeastern Conference football. Vanderbilt should have gone way below. They should have went way below, but they've got so much money that they bring in Vanderbilt. That we're talking about Vanderbilt.
Yeah. Did 9/11 probably.
They can remain in the Southeastern Conference.
So yeah, we've got a pyramid. Right? We've got Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney brought a North Walian, a North Welsh club, a shithole called Wrexham. There's an Amazon documentary, but it's actually 2 fun documentaries. They own the club now, and they're trying to build them up. So we've got at the top of that, we've got the Premier League, which Americans call the Premier League, which people like Brett Erickson who pretend to watch football go, the Premier League. Going to World Cup? No, the World Cup. Premier League next, and it's football. And so at the top we've got that. So there's 20 teams in the top division. A lot of them will always be there because it's just their legacy club. Some of them will slip down. Some of them will come back up. And the top clubs owned by billionaires. Manchester City now, they were a shit club. Man United, they're still the most famous club. They earn a lot of money globally in Asia and all that. Manchester City are now one of the biggest clubs. They're owned by the Abu Dhabi royal family. And there's so much dirt around them. They own a club in New York. They own a club in Australia. There's so much financial fuckery with them. We've just been Newcastle, which is a shithole. Not shithole, but the team's a shit team.
Beer's
have just been taken over by the PIF, the Public Investment Fund, by MBS of Saudi Arabia, who 2 years ago or whatever had a journalist dismembered in a Turkish embassy. That's those people that we let buy a football club here, and they are now 13 times richer than the Abu Dhabi royal family, who secretly own Man City, but they have this other front organization. They don't like the words Abu Dhabi being associated with because they have a front organization. No, it's Sheikh Mansour. So billionaires, and they're trillionaires, right? They own the top clubs. Billionaires own half the other teams. And then you go, what we're having is a lot of American billionaires coming in now, and we've got some Arabian, Middle Eastern billionaires coming in. So there's a bit of a tug of war of what's going on with that. Some are owned by consortium. So former players will get together with businessmen and they'll come in and buy something. But as you go down, then you've got some clubs, say in the second division down, that will be owned by fans. So the fans will go, fuck these owners. We're going to collect the money and buy the club. And
So
we're gonna...
I'll set you up with that question.
Yeah.
Because the only part of football club, the only part is it's an investors club. And
it's a business.
It's an investors club. It's a bunch of rich people who've got nothing else to do with their money to watch a bunch of adults chase a ball around like a 4-year-old.
Back historically, like say in the 80s or early 90s, it was a bit different in that it was probably a local businessman. Like if it was Nashville, right? It would be a Nashville businessman.
Oh, we've got a football club here.
Right.
And an ungodly new stadium.
But this would be like a local guy that's a self-made millionaire or whatever, and he would buy a club and it would get run well or badly or whatever, but it will be self-sustaining. It's a business. You need to sell shirts, you need to sell pies, renovate the stadium, all that, get money in this way. It changed when big TV money come in about 30 years ago, and every year that money's getting more and more. The TV companies will pay more and more to the club, so that then players are demanding $500,000 a week, $300,000 a week. So it becomes this, and then so the only people that can afford those clubs now are the real rich people. My club is in talks with Google and Amazon about naming rights for the stadium. We might be called the Google Tottenham, and they'll give us $50 million for 5 years to sponsor it. We have an NFL thing a few times a year. We have had Guns N' Roses and Lady Gaga, so we're bringing in money like that now.
Betty, no one knows who the fuck that is outside of your little country. The two people you just Southwick and
Wrexham's famous because of Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney brought it, so it's a global documentary on Disney Plus. So it's actually this tiny little Welsh town. Yeah, they will. The tiny little Welsh town. It's better than She-Hulk, probably. But it's actually a very good. It's a very good documentary on. It's actually funny. They make it funny as well. But you find out they get into the community.
They have no other choice.
But they got
probably be more boring.
They got TikTok to sponsor the club, which is insane. It would never. They would have had like a shitty local car firm, a garage that would sponsor the firm, and they got TikTok to sponsor them. They're bringing real money into the community. And when that team finally gets promoted back into the pro leagues, it will lift the whole community. It's a lot of these people who go to these games are invested. Their whole lives are going to the game on a Saturday.
And again, it's an investors club.
Yeah, well, now it's a business, of course. But they're not going to make masses of money out of it. They're just not. They might make money from Disney because there's a documentary now, but most people that buy most football clubs won't make masses of money out of it. They just won't. But they'll grow their brand maybe if they've got other shit.
Do you feel like you're a part of the club?
My club? Well, I've supported it since I was 3, so I feel connected to it in terms. I can't go to as many games as I'd like because it's been far away from me for a lot of the time.
Can you vote by proxy?
We have a supporters trust.
Do they need you there to make quorum?
No, but they need fans to go to make income because you need to fill a seat, you need to buy a pie. And I'll tell you, Brett, we've got $1 billion stadium, $1 billion, and the way they pour beers, it fills from the bottom up. There's no spillage. It's designed to have it goes to the pint. It's all automated. It's phenomenal. You can buy great beers, but it's all if you have zero wastage at your bar, that's because every bar spills beer. This bar cannot spill beer. Cannot. Everything's designed to like
a club. I better have a voice.
Well,
It
we
doesn't
have a
like any of you have a voice.
so it's a big club. It is one of the top 6 clubs in the country, right?
Do they
So
call you and ask your opinion?
no, I don't give a fuck about me. They have for the hardcore fans that spend their entire family's
Oh,
money
Governor
following
Mama,
the main Euro.
hello. How are you? You got your internet back. What are we watching
Jam in the
tonight?
house.
OPM.
Are we good at Broken Toys having a breakdown? I'll fight your mum. I don't know. Anyway, no, we have a trust. The hardcore fans will form a supporters trust, and they meet with the board of directors of the club every year. But the board don't really give a fuck about them. They're like, we do what we want. We're billionaires, dude. The Americans that own Man United don't give a fuck. The fans have wanted these American owners out of Man United for 20 years. They can't get them out because they're like, so what? Protest then. We'll sell shirts to the Chinese and we'll still make money. Go fuck him up. So it's changed in that the good thing about having community businessmen, though, they would be connected to community. So you would feel more pressure. If you get an American or a Russian, which we had at Chelsea, we sanctioned him and kicked him out and took the whole club off him, took all of his money after the Ukraine thing. We took 3 billion off him, wouldn't get out. Which we should do to the Saudis and the Abu Dhabis, to be fair, but we won't because we have business deals with them. When you get that kind of owner, they don't give a fuck about the community.
OGM, I wish I could help. I don't know what I can do. Zone is plan. God dang, I know it's cold up there. I wish I could do something.
Oh, Jem, are you without power?
Yes.
Eating?
Yes. And she's been without power for at least 4 to 5 hours right now. I think her power got kicked off around 11 o'clock.
Do you have blankets and shit? Like, honestly, though, it's a shivering question. You've got warm shit to wrap yourself in, and yeah, but some people don't. I haven't had that warm shit in my house for years, but now I needed it last month, and I'm glad I got it.
I know she's got this fab Husky Boyo merch. She can put that on.
You wrap yourself up in that. But you're not going to die of like hypothermia.
Yeah.
At least you can be alive.
I wish I could do something, OGM. Dadgummit.
Yeah, we all would, man. If we were there, we'd fly a plane of candles up. If I was a trillionaire, if I was Amaranth and not Manaranth, I would have a private jet of like generators and candles and microwave meals. MREs. Couldn't you get DC to send some MREs?
Carl, you should do something like that. Like, do something as plastic and just absolute tone deaf. You should go, I'm going to light a candle to stay warm for OGM on Twitch stream. I'm going to do a 12-hour Twitch stream by lighting a candle. I'm not going to, until OGM's power comes back on, I'm not putting this candle out. Just some fucking just terrible gesture.
It's a good idea. I won't do it today because and tomorrow I'll be busy in my warm family member's house. But if you still have no power and you're basically dying next Wednesday, say, I'll be back home and I will light a candle and do a 12-hour stream for you if you have no power next Wednesday. It's a pledge.
Hey, Grumpy Mama, the last thing that Native American or Native people want is blankets from the U.S. government. Do not take a blanket from the U.S. government.
Well, you get scabies, right? Smallpox. Yeah, we'll remember you. R.I.P. OGM. So that's what we've all remember now is R.I.P. OGM.
Please remember we'll build monuments. Apogee.
I'm not going to.
Sucks though.
Yeah, I'm not going to delete this banner because that's an important banner.
Dang it!
And that one.
No.
And that one. And that one.
Hi, my name's Brett.
This one.
I'm Nashville, and I drink beer and I draw on Twitch. That's my little grip. That's how it is.
So this is the new one.
R.I.P.
OGM. And I hope that at least in your little community, you can the survivor's going to eat the rest of yours legs, and they're just going to start eating you like alive. The movie Alive, I mean. Just like we have to survive. I would. So that's an interesting question. Let's put it to
ass cheeks and back first.
By the way, in about 20 minutes, we should do a mug shouties. if we put it to the chat, if you crash on an island and it's like you've run out of melons and coconuts and stuff, if there were like several dead children near you and they weren't quite rotted yet, it's been like a day. You found all the coconuts are gone. Would you start eating that child if you thought there was no way of rescue for, like, I don't know, let's say you got a beacon, it's like we can't get this ship to you for 3 weeks, you're going to need some food,
then back, ass, then back, then deltoid, and then thigh.
So there's a crime podcast that played an AOL chat between paedophiles before Barry Crimmins stopped it, but they played it by computer speak, so it's extra creepy. It's like, how do you catch a child? I've caught 3, punch a fat one in the stomach. And they were like talking about how they roasted children, and it was real. It's like it was like ass, eat the ass, a roasted child ass, and then thigh, like, you know, hamstring, quads, the meat, back. Yeah, it makes sense. It's like how you quarter a cow, right? You get the rump.
It's like you can eat the liver, but on a human, the kidneys have so much shit through them, so it's
kidneys. No, but yeah, liver, yes. Because the German cannibal. Do you remember the German guy that advertised
World War II? That's what they did.
With
the pilots were shot down. They would cut off their head, then cut off the liver and eat the liver.
They also had their backs melted off by Oppenheimer. But I want to say, by the way, we'll talk about that trailer in a minute. It's a great trailer. There was a German cannibal a few years, 20 years ago now, maybe 25 years. He put an advert out like, come and eat me. Like, I want to be eaten. And so he advertised, and some guy came over and he started serving himself up to the guy. Like, but the guy got arrested for cannibalism. Because like, no, it was consensual, that you can't consent. The laws where you cannot consent, you can't even feed yourself to someone else. But he kept killed him in a bath, but he kept all of his shit around, like his liver, but he keeps some stuff in the fridge. Kind of dumb. Like, obviously you eat the ass, the thighs and all that, but you keep, you ice the liver or whatever. We'll eat that next week with some pasta and whatever's going on. Crazy times. But I think he got arrested, but I disagreed with that. It's like, if the guy wanted to consensually be eaten, but it was over a long time. I think he would cut a finger off, chew on that. You know, he was conscious for a lot of the time until they had to finally kill him in the bar. I don't think it's a crime. Surely. Let's find out what's going on in the chat. What's up, folks? Hey, Jeffrey V. Welcome on the House Fest. Well, what a great time to come in. Earlier, people will come. Sahara came in when we were talking about how it would kill multiple children, but yeah, cannibalism as first. Well, wolves and stuff will eat you raw, uncooked from your colonic tract first, alive, and bears, and they'll just hold you down and like, well, this hurts.
There's a reason why they rip your belly out. You know, that fleshy underside. So wolves and animals, they will absolutely eat.
But isn't like offal, like guts, like cola? It's good for you because it's protein heavy. It's
not for us. Not for us. It's not.
But for them, but for their systems.
Yeah, I mean, they'll absolutely tear you up. Your head is not going to be touched.
Yeah,
because there's no meat on it. You know, there's nothing there.
And I don't think the other guy should have been convicted of a crime. Like, it was literally consensual. It's like someone who says, it's like someone who says, I want to be raped, and then they get raped. It's like, yeah, but we organized. I wanted it. Eat me, bro. You should. I guess it's like assisted suicide. You get arrested for that, though, don't you? You get arrested for manslaughter, I guess, if you assist someone with their suicide. Yeah, different times. I'll have to get a beer in like 2 minutes. Checking out all my systems here. All systems go. Brett and I were talking for like 30 minutes before we went live, and we thought, will anyone come in today? Maybe those people that hate the family. So welcome on in. But I did see a documentary on it later. I think towards the end it got weird. It got weirder. But no, I mean, if it's how you want to go, though, is it horrific? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to revisit the case because there might have been some weirder stuff that happened later. But yeah, the guy kept bits of him around for weeks and months. I think. God, that's a damn boomer with this text noise on. Who was text noise? Probably Ericsson. It's probably Ericsson again. Yeah, I'm man of the people. That's right. Yeah, RIPO Gem. When the rain that TV out. I just hit 10,000 subscribers today. Why do 4 people watch your live stream? Bit weird, isn't it? Don't know why I had that banner. I know why I had that banner. That was Linda Allen. Yeah. God gave rock around to you. Gave rock around to you. Put it in the sun. That's too loud. That is too loud. Too much, isn't it? Yeah, welcome on in. Merry Christmas to everyone. If you don't celebrate Christmas, happy Easter, happy birthday, whatever you want. I'm feeling sick as the night goes on. Like, sick. But I'm still going to go around all my family tomorrow and make them sick. I'm not going to stay home. Oh, no, I'm sick. I'm going to come and eat the food that's made for me, please. And I might give all my elderly parents COVID. It's happening. I'm just going to take pills, Tesco ibuprofen, booze. Everything's going to be fine. Oh yeah, I just did a quick. I might as well do. I just did a quick. Welcome to Mind.tv. I got 10,000 subscribers and 5 people in my life. All right, you won't find the middle bit unless someone glasses me up. You'll find the beginning and the end. Did you hear? So the random night that you came on a couple of Saturdays ago, it might have been the rib night. Mindog came in the chat and he was at a gig setting up his band, right? And he plugged, because he plugged his phone into the PA system because he was maybe setting up an intro thing, and he accidentally clicked on YouTube when you and I were going live.
You dead-eyed cunt.
Blasted out into the PA system, and this guy that was running a restaurant came out like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And Binder was like, "I know," but he thinks he said it was a really good gig. He earned money, but you don't think he's never going to be invited back to this restaurant again. He broadcast me shouting, "You dead-eyed gun," out of the PA system. And the best thing is, he can't be mad at me because you know what you're getting at 5 hours into a last rites, right? So what are we munching on? What are we snacking on?
On the border tortilla chips and some
spicy,
fucking hot as shit
sauce.
sauce.
Okay, so here's an interesting question: are they cool chips or cheesy or spicy?
What?
Are the chips cool or cheesy or spicy? Are they?
They're just normal tortilla chips.
So yeah, that's the method. You get normal. We have like cool Doritos and hot salsa, like when I was streaming, or you get spicy Doritos and cool dip, like the spicy Doritos and sour cream dip.
You just take normal salty tortilla chips and then just add whatever pesto or salsa or whatever. And this salsa is hot as fuck.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
I go that method, but if I get spicy tortilla chips, I get the cool creamy dips.
Why would you want spicy tortilla chips? That's just
they taste great, man.
It's false flavoring. It's bullshit.
None of it's nutritious.
Horrible.
Okay, well, we disagree. I like spicy. I like spicy
Okay.
chips.
This is nutritious. It's real
That's
tomatoes.
great.
It's real habaneros. It's real, shit, jalapenos.
Agreed. You're. But I also do that method, and agreed that's more healthy. I also like the unhealthy one as well. I should be allowed.
I'm not gonna feel healthy when I blow all this out my ass in the morning.
Last night I got spicy Doritos, but I brought a Tex-Mex dip, so I had salsa, sour cream, guacamole, and whatever, some other shit, and I was just like, should have streamed that when I was watching Superman.
Chrissy, welcome in, you Twitter pirate, you.
Yeah, do you know what? I had to DM Elon Musk, and I said, get this pair of tits off Twitter, please.
No,
Get this snake wearing titty Viking right off of Twitter. Twitch.
I don't like
Twitter.
reptiles. Reptiles are cold, just like Chrissy. Get her off.
And I need to get this when I get better tech set up in a few months. I'm going to isolate the bit with Stanhope saying, "Will we talk about you, Chrissy?" My nose like this lizard girl, right? And Stanhope just goes, "Yeah, she's got a clitoris shaped like a mouse." And I'm just going to get that isolated. And every time you come in, I'm going to play the Chrissy drop with Stanhope saying, "Got a clitoris shaped like a mouse."
Chrissy, you're the second person I've heard mention Jack and Dino today. And I guess Jack and Dino has been a prick over the past 24 hours. Clearly, I was doing the issues with anything last night. I've been off big Twitter.
I don't know who Jack and Dino is.
I'm gonna have to do it. I found out you got banned, but you'll be back in a week. I have a lot of research to do.
I don't know who Jack and Dino is. Who's this?
He's a fat fuck. Nobody likes him.
Where from? Twitter? Twitch?
He's on Twitter. He went to a couple of stand-up parties and made stand-up laugh, so he thinks he's in the club. He's just a prick. He doesn't like anything, retweet anything, doesn't support anything. He just comes out with,
someone in the vague Stanhope community is a dick. Well, that's strange. Right. What a strange thing. Tracks a lot of them, unfortunately. It's shaped like a mouse. I'm surprised I've never come across him, actually. I've not seen him tweet.
You're not missing anything.
Yeah. Sometimes these freaks, it is nice when we all know who the freak is. Like there's a guy who comes in your chat sometimes to criticize your art, and it's like, dude, calm down a little bit. Really calm down. You're missing something.
Oh. Again, in my chat is quickly becoming like a customer service thing. A lot of people in the chat want to tell them to go fuck themselves, but it's like,
yeah, but that's at one time I almost did, but I was like, I don't want to be a dick in Brett's chat, so I was like, I just tried to be sarky, but then he took it as friendship, so I was like, oh, this is, I don't know how I feel about this now.
I don't care. I just ignore him. I don't care.
He came in and I don't know who it was, but he was saying the rotating stuff in the corner of Stanhope and Andrus. He's like, I don't know who any of these guys are, and I just said, why don't you look on the Instagram?
Christy, I saw that. Yeah, I disagree with you on that, Chrissy. Rad Dude is not in my chat enough to be arrogant.
That's actually that's the guy. Yeah, not a problem, but that's the guy that did the thing who told you Brad Pitt didn't like Brad Pitt, and then he goes, you need more, and then he goes, I don't know any of these people you're drawing. So I posted the Instagram and said, why don't you read the comments? But he took that as friendship. He was like, oh, thanks, man. Thank you. But whatever.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if your name is Rad Dude, come on, you're probably not rad.
It's when you're drawing Batman, Kevin Conrad, and he's like, you need something in the top left, bitch. Yeah. Why don't you let the artist draw the art, dude?
He later admitted that he lives in the basement with his mother.
Oh. Yeah. But then he tried to say, I've got a disability. So it's like, well, that doesn't cancel it out, though.
Again, so now you've told me that you're in a wheelchair. You're bitter for a reason that God hates you, if you believe in that.
And he does. And if you're listening and you're in a wheelchair, God hates you. So please, more abuse on the Twitter stream.
I don't care. That those people don't bother me. And I don't know why it bothers you. I'm going to stick by the side of everybody in this chat. It doesn't bother me. I don't know what bothers you.
bother that thing in the moment. I was like, I just wanted to, because that was a night where you were really, whatever you were drawing, the comedy thing, you were really into it and you weren't looking at the chat much. So I felt like, why don't we just say to this guy, hey, doesn't need your advice.
I didn't shoot you down, Chrissy. I kind of knew that dude's backstory, and like it doesn't.
I think now thinking back, Chrissy and I were in the same chat talking about the same guy, going, this fucking guy. So I think that's what it was. I think maybe if I was in there, I would have done the same.
And if y'all are DM whispering back and forth, I don't know any of that. So if y'all are, I don't know. I don't see any of that because y'all are whispering or DM.
I think it's more of like, did you notice this guy? And then the night you were drawing the Batman thing, you weren't looking at the chat much to start. So I think there was a lot going on that we were trying to like just go, is this guy real? Why would you come into someone's stream and go, this is shit, pretty much like. But
it's just like a stand-up show.
Yeah.
Hecklers, who gives a fuck about a heckler?
Yeah, because it's more about them, isn't it? Though it's more about like, why have you gone out to a thing and you think now it's your moment?
Right. People think he's so nice. No. Until you realize that I don't give a fuck about you.
It was a good private, and at some point I bring up, hey, I need to pee and get a beer. I'll be right back.
All right. The English have colonized the world and destroyed most of the world that we all have come to accept. See, they have gone and stolen artifacts from countries around the world, maiming, raping, introducing the slave trade. Well, not introducing the slave trade. They're now a long time. There's a reason why the pyramids got built. But the English are inherently awful people. They are colonizers. They are slave traders. They are stealers and thieves of antiquities. And they think, and they will tell you that they created it all, when in fact they did not. Like you go to their British Museum, and that's all theft. It's all theft. They raided some place and raped and turned people into slaves, and then put it up in this archaeological museum and go, look what we did. No, you just stole some stuff and put it under really nice lighting. He's always so fucking so. I said he wasn't a rad dude. Oh, I missed that comment. He's always so fucking self-right. Yeah, well, I mean, he's in his mom's basement. Who cares what he thinks? I mean, he's got to do something. Everybody's big on the internet. I mean, he's damn big. I'm rad because I'm behind the keyboard. Who cares? Apparently missed a bunch of stuff. Nothing a rad. He gained 700 pounds. Wait, what do you mean he gained 700 pounds a day? Water retention? What happened? Did you get a new snake? Love this rant every time Carl leaves. You see, the British and the English have no cuisine. They have stolen everything. That's why the spice trade happened, because they could build boats. Of course, the Dutch built it first because they steal everything. And that's when somebody goes, well, white people have no culture. Well, kind of. We are slavers and colonizers. But what they're talking about is people in America, in this country, white people in this country have no culture. Which clearly we take everything they're British because we're all Scotch, Irish, and British. That's where I came from. A bunch of Scots and Irish got together and did a bunch of sex, and then they went, hey man, we don't get the fuck out of here. And so they went and had sex with a bunch of English people, and then some more people from Normandy, from where my name comes from. They're like, hey, we need to get on that boat ride too. So they left Normandy and headed up and had sex. And of course, this happened, for 100 years. And then they jumped on a boat ride, and they came on over. And then they just hiked the Appalachian Trail a couple of times, went, fuck all this sucks. So my people stopped in Tennessee. But again, sure, we may not have any culture, but we've walked a lot of places. And if we walk there, you better watch out. And so the English are just boring and bland. And as we can see, they're mostly bald. And they always look like they're wet for some reason. I don't know why. But they drive on the wrong side of the road, and because they haven't left anywhere, they haven't seen any of the rest of the world. They think that their way is the right way, and everybody else is wrong. And it's just they're realizing there's like 208 countries in the world that don't do it the way they do it, and they just go, well, they're all wrong, and we're all there.
Rattle, 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 rattle,
Carl,
rattle.
what are you doing here?
I've just realised I've just broke the seal. 3 hours 29 minutes first pee.
Hey, oh,
Now it's going to be a problem. And we get 2 San Miguel standard lager. Spanish, I do believe. They claim. If it was Mexican, I'd say, hey, she looked 12 to me.
football. Is that what you mean?
She duck and sausage in the bog roast. Duck and sausage sounds interesting. I like duck, but only to an extent. It's a little bit, for me, it's just the texture's just a little bit off for me for duck, but I did have it on a pizza once. 700 pounds. Yeah, Chrissy. I don't know if you saw, Chris. I did send you a message earlier on Facebook, I think, because I was informed you were banned.
What I want.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Everybody, catch me up on what happened yesterday. Let's just say that I was invisible yesterday, which I was. What did I miss? Chrissy got banned. What did I miss?
I missed both Brett's stream and IWA stream for being a sad little loser who couldn't handle the internet one night. I was like, oh, it'll be traumatic to be in a YouTube chat, man. So I watched Superman cartoons. That's what happened. But let's face it, this week I've always been in a wig and I've slept for you. So there's not much shame left. The sex, I'm doing it wrong. Oh, yeah, I've just seen that you saw. But yeah.
While you were gone, we were just talking about how great the UK
is. It is great. Listen, I'm a global citizen. And people like the guy that I was with, Sam, the other night on that Jan Arrogant thing, he fucking hates foreign people and foreign lands. And I was having a serious chat with him. I was like, no, it is good. But horses for courses. Some people like staying at home. I like to see the whole world. But I also do now. I now appreciate the UK for what it is. But it, got its problems, man. Which is why I like to appreciate other countries' positives.
England is the crown pinnacle of the world. Everybody should emulate England. They're fantastic.
Well, there's that Twitter account, No Context Brits, which is great to follow. Sometimes I retweet it.
I love it. I love that channel.
Dude, if I could find it now, if anyone's got the link to it, there's a bar fight here. And some guy's going, oh, fucking get you. And some guy just throws drink in his face. And he's like, and then he goes again. And then more drink come in his face. And then they try and get him again. And as he's going to go over, a bar stool just fucking smacks him. And even if his friends are like, this fucking douche, dude.
I love it. I love that channel.
It's so good. But that's it. I've seen that. I've had friends when we were like kids, like 18, and this weird 28-year-old was hanging around us, which is me now, probably. Not that I'm 28, I'm Hollywood 21. But then these older guys that were the cooler guys, he started to fight them in a gas station in at like 1 a.m. And we're like, John, he's a big guy. And we're like, stop though. That's our friend's brothers. But they mocked him so bad. He took his jacket off at the gas station, threw it on the floor. He's a fat guy. And these guys got out the car. I'm like, oh no. But what they did, instead of hitting him, they just threw their food and a sandwich with like ham, cheese, and whatever. Threw it. Yeah, but they threw it, but it opened up. So like one slice of bread hit him here, one bit of lettuce and cheese and ham and bread. And they just got in the car and went off laughing. Now, us as that guy's friend, what did we do? we just rolled around on the floor of the gas station, holding our stomachs, laughing at him.
Because you felt like you were part of a club. That's a club sandwich.
Yeah. Way yo. Oh man. One of my funniest memories that. And he's just like, don't be so why are you starting fights, man? Especially if that's our other friends' older brothers. One will get our heads kicked in. Two, why are you hanging around with us anyway? But it was just when they saw that his own friends were just laughing at him, they were like, there's going to be no fight. We're just going to leave. We're like, you fucking fat bastard. But just the lettuce and the fucking cheese hitting him at different locations, like, that's a memory when I'm dying. If I think of that, I'll be happy. I'll be like, that's a life well lived. Unbelievable.
Fantastic.
But yeah, I mean, we've all got our ups and downs, but I'm not as down on the UK as I was. I like a lot of it. I love the city I'm in. I'm glad I'm from there.
Real talk. While you're in Brazil, did you get any puss?
Yeah, I'm sure we've. Well, I don't over advertise, but I'm sure we've had this discussion on the drunken.
We have.
Thing. But yes. In all of the days I was out there weren't many days where that was happening, but that was for multiple reasons. I had COVID twice. I was traveling up and down. You know, one of them.
Done.
One of them was one day, but then I went back at the end for 2 days. So, but we were trying to actually organise that the whole time. See, my little husky voice is going now. I'm getting sick. But actually, yeah, and I will be returning to Brazil sooner than people think, and I will be seeing a person that I saw before. But yeah, no. But then don't worry about marriage because it's going to be. I'm going to be going around the houses a little bit.
She's not watching this. It don't matter. They're not watching.
No, one of them.
He's not watching.
One of them watched one once because I drunkenly sent a link, and they popped up in the chat, and I was like, "Oh shit!" That was it. But luckily, yeah, but luckily their English wasn't great, so they couldn't, track everything.
Oh, it wasn't because of the content.
Well, they didn't have good enough English to track what the content was, which would have been either killing babies or Jamie shouting rape or me telling Jamie I'm going to kill his kids on air or whatever. It's like contextually, if your first language is another language, if you don't have really good fucking English that can handle humor, it can sound really bad because all you're translating in your head is like, oh, he just threatened to kill his kids. Like, wow. I'll hit your wife next time I'm in town. They just hear it literally. It can sound bad. And I've had problems with humor cross-culturally before. Because it's like, oh no, I was joking. It's like, how can you? They're crying. Like, how can you joke about killing me? But it's not. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Lighten up, Francis. 'Twas moist. Chrissy just said earlier she's got a cute clit, and now she's sending.
Well, Doug Stanhope told the world that it was shaped like a mouse because she feeds it to snakes, was the implication. And actually, I found that clip last week, but I'm not going to play it here. I'll play it on my next drunk thing, or I'm going to isolate the clip. And like I said, I'm going to get a soundboard and I'm going to fucking get all that shit because that's just great, though. Clearly, she's shaped like a mouse. Or like Jamie falling asleep, just weird shit. Pop it in, Plans are afoot, but I just need some time to figure stuff out. Which I think in the spring, March, I would say would be the best time. Actually, I'm lying. It's going to be the summer because I'm going to go to somewhere warm next month. In March, I'm going to come to the US and probably get shot in the spine. I'll accuse Mind Dog of having fake subscribers in person. He'll shoot me.
Oh no!
Self-carry is legal in New York.
Yeah, but his uncle gave him PTSD. He won't be violent.
Is that the uncle that fought Chuck Norris in an advert? Remember that in the podathon? Wild stuff.
Wait, I don't remember that story.
For real, during the Andrews podathon, he got his like fucking 90-year-old uncle on, and he was in an advert with Chuck Norris, who there was an advert where he kicks like a salt shaker and it hits an old guy in the head, and the old guy's Napo's uncle. And we got him on the podcast at like 3 a.m. or on the second day or whatever. And they never talked, but it was just, he was high, and we and Jamie convinced him to get him on. That was on the, maybe, because you came on the second day, maybe it was the first day. I think it was that day, and even when we were struggling, was like, get your uncle on, dude. If he was in an ad, and we played the Chuck Norris ad on the thing, it's like, why didn't you tell us this? This is the coolest fucking thing.
So was this the uncle that was in the mob that went in? They shook somebody down. They shot somebody
when he was 5, right?
And then
got the bullet through the window.
Napo was in the back seat, and they were getting shot as they're driving away or something.
So no, but well, from what you gather, the whole family was that low-level, shitty mob-affiliated family. Like they weren't part of the Gambinos. They were just some dickheads who were running numbers
and
in tracksuits, right?
And if Matt Napo is watching, this is the content that everyone wants to hear. This is the show.
Actually, because he's taking time off Twitter, we swapped phone numbers. I mean,
put this
maybe
this is the show.
Hey, because now we have WhatsApp, so he's got WhatsApp. So I'm gonna leave a voice message now for Napo because we swapped numbers. Hey Napo, we're talking about you on Last Rites on Twitch. Why don't you come over? It's just me and Brett having a great conversation about your crime family. Also, I hope this isn't plugged into your PA system, but just in case it is, just for you.
Dead-eyed
cunt. So he foolishly gave me his number the other day because he's taking time off Twitter. Or less time, so we swap numbers. I've got access to voice messages. We can send him weird shit, dick pics, all that stuff. So. Dead-eyed cunt.
Dead-eyed cunt. But no, like, when I get anytime he's having me on his podcast, like, I'll try to explain to him what I like about mob members. It has nothing to do with them being mob members. It's the fact that somebody with a 4th grade education defeats all the systems we have in place to capture those people. And then a 4th grade, somebody with 4th grade education makes $1 billion empire. And
of
our tax dollars go into this infrastructure that can't do shit about it.
And still happens.
We'll constantly try to. Well, it's actually. Come on, man. That's,
If you like the Lenny McLean stuff, right? So I've been getting obsessed with this podcast. It's called Anything Goes by James English. He's a Scottish guy, but he interviews a lot of criminals, lifetime criminals, and a lot of them are from Manchester. So I'm starting to learn about the local crime families, right, that are a mile away from me. One of them got assassinated, a big guy, a few years ago. Then I heard about a boxer with the same surname that's boxing. It's like if that's his surname from this family, it's from this. They're still doing it, and the police came out and said, "Oh, it's been the same families for 50 to 70 years. We don't know what to do about it," because you get like the police get more efficient, then they get more sophisticated, but they're uneducated dummies. But they're running multi-million-pound international drug empires and killing each other in your city, which is what's happening. Manchester is a big, big place for it. It's a big import place.
And especially those port towns, like where Manchester is, especially those port towns, when they can infiltrate and pay off the ship captain and pay off the people on the docks and that kind of thing.
Well, and also, do you not think they've also got people in the police in the series? So we've got.
Have you never really had a mob movie from America? Of course.
We never really had an FBI, but we got an organization called SOC, a serious organization crime agency.
And Scotland Yard's here.
But no. But we created this new agency that was more modern, but that's been something else has taken its place. It's not called that anymore. But now we have a thing that's linked to the border force and the police. It's more sophisticated. But these idiots in tracksuits are still outwitting them. Because, yeah, you might arrest a guy for a few kilos. There's interviews on this channel where these guys were moving hundreds of kilos and they might have gone in prison for 5 years because they could only get caught on one thing. They're smart with the legal system. They're like, oh, you can only track this. Some of them, they accept, oh, sometimes we'll get put in for something we didn't do, but we accept that's part of the job. Another 5 years. Very few of them are getting put away for life because they can only catch them on some stuff. But they're doing a lot more. And the police go, it's been the same family since the 70s or the 60s.
Keep your mouth shut. They got nothing. They got
nothing. In one city, a small city. And they can't get a handle on it. They'll do a big raid or do a big thing or someone will get murdered. They'll kill each other. But it's still happening because guess what? Me and my comedian friends take cocaine on the street sometimes. That's coming from somewhere. It's obviously filtering through all those guys.
You know what destroys the mafia or the mob? Corporations. Look what they did to Vegas. Look what they did to Times Square.
Well, the movie Casino in itself is a great explanation of the mob. It's like, yeah, the corporations come in, Coca-Cola come in and buy a casino.
Like, kind of done. Like Nashville, this used to be an awesome town, and then corporations bought it all out.
Broadway, so the live stream
sucks ass now.
The live stream of that neon thing that me and Kat were watching, that's probably that's just like, oh yeah, Budweiser have brought this strip, or some Arab guy has brought this strip.
Jack Daniels, and everybody else bought that strip, and and Kid Rock, and
Sunset Strip in LA. So a lot of people think the Shaw family still own the Comedy Store. If they wanted to, they could sell that for $100 million because the property where it is in LA, and a Middle Eastern guy would come in and go, "We're going to build these 3 apartment blocks."
I would think that $100 million would be light. I would think that would be because that's a corner.
But credit to them that they're not doing it. They're not selling. Across the street, there was a classic place called House of Blues that got sold because I remember listening to the Comedy Store podcast and where it got demolished.
There's a House of Blues inside Disney World in Florida.
You're supposed to go there, eat hot wings, drink whiskey, and finger a girl by the bins, not go and see Mickey Mouse or whatever, pay for the privilege. But that got demolished. But when it did get demolished, though, the comics were saying they could go up on the roof of the Comedy Store, get high, and just look at. You could see all of LA because the building had gone. But now they're building this like 70-floor glass piece of shit. It's like
shit. You can see about 3 blocks looking either way. Yeah. That's about it.
So, but the whole Sunset Strip's gone. So the Rainbow Bar's holding on. So when I next go over there, I have to go because I think in the next 10 years that bar will probably go. The Viper Room went. That was the Captain thing. So it was
demolished.
Rainbow, and what's the other one? There's a big where Guns N' Roses played. Whiskey Go-Go, maybe?
Yeah, Go-Go.
That's still there because I remember getting an Uber because the Comedy Store is kind of up a hill. It's on the same. It's not really on the Strip. It's up around the corner.
It's not. It's on Sunset,
but not on the Strip.
Corner, but there's a massive hill that goes right up behind it.
Right up to the hills, yeah. But down around the corner, then it's a strip. But I remember taking an Uber past there. And then I remember being in the back of the Uber and seeing like the Whiskey A Go-Go sign and the Rainbow sign. I was like, fuck. Like just hammered. But I never stopped there because it was 1 a.m., 2 a.m., whatever.
So if you go there, I stayed just down the road at the Motel 6. And I'll go ahead and throw this out. The fucking Motel 6
famous motel
was $140 a night.
That's cheap for a city centre. That's for an LA. Yeah, I would expect nothing less.
And the motels, and then plus they had underground parking. It was $20 a day to park there, plus on top of $140 for.
Unfortunately, Brett, in London, the shittest hotel you can get. If you're in the city centre, you're paying $150 to this shithole. I found a series of real cheap hotels for $50 a night. They're not bad, but they're kind of bad. You can hear through the walls and all that stuff, but they're not unsafe. Maybe one or two I stayed in, thought that there was a murder next door. But for LA, though, to be fair, because I have stayed in a hotel, that price, you go up the road, they're probably $250, $350 a night, $400.
But
when I went there, I did Airbnb. I stayed on someone's couch for $20 a night, $30 a night, and she actually became a really good friend. Like, and she was the woman that's involved with the Clippers over there, and she helped me a lot. So it's like she gave me a lot of local tips, and then I stayed. The next time when I came back after Tucson, I stayed in like it said it was an Airbnb, but I think it was illegal because it was basically a hostel, and I had some guy trying to rob me, and I think he did steal he still charges from me. There was an airline pilot saying that had cash. I caught him. I woke up hammered after the Comedy Store in a whiskey bar. He was on my bed, this guy. I'm going to say it. He was on my bed. His face was here. And I remember being so drunk, but I turned to him. I was like, get the fuck. I was just trying to wake myself enough to smack him, and he got down. But he robbed cash and all this. So that was a fake. So I didn't pay any hotel money. I paid really cheap for an Airbnb on someone's sofa, which she was mental for letting a man from the other side of the world sleep on a sofa. But actually, we became really good friends because I didn't see her for 2 days, and then we crossed paths, and we just drank and talked about comedy and stuff for a couple of days. She actually brought the urinal on Mind Dogs Podathon that Stanhope was going to sign, the B-Day. So yeah, I haven't paid LA hotel prices, but in Brazil, it ranged between $20 a night to $60 on a nice one. It's like that. But I was there, 100 days. So it's like a lot. Sometimes I'd rent an apartment for a week, as you saw. But yeah, that price you just said, though, unfortunately, it's not a lot for LA. 140 is probably like bang average for a hotel room. Unless you're staying in the place where the Chinese girl got put in the fucking water tank, then you might pay 80. There's a reason for that too.
So before you went into that diatribe, I was going to make the point that hotels are bullshit. I don't care
They
what,
are bullshit.
because all you're doing is putting your shit in there, and you're not staying there. You're just going somewhere else. It's horseshit, and the audacity they have to charge that much money. I don't give a fuck about geographic location. It's just a big closet with a bed. That's all it is. It's got a shitter and some place to wash.
You're there 6-7 hours a day, right?
And you're not even there. You're not even there for 4 or 5 hours a day. You're out.
Yeah.
You're out eating. You're out drinking. You're going in, and you just plop down. And if you start breaking down, it's a storage facility for your shit.
And for me,
it's terrible.
For me, when I was out there, and then the thing is, though, when there's an event in town or it's busy, they'll double that price and everyone's paying. But then I'll get deals because I'm like a third level genius on booking.com. I'll get deals and I'm paying half the money that I know someone else is checking in next door for the money because they'll give you extra discounts and all this. So it's all fake.
Scuff
it's not a real price.
Content. I would 100% sleep in my car if it was legal. If the cops, I would absolutely sleep in my car. I would take a horse bath. I would put a poncho on, wash my face, pits, balls, and ass in that order, and never get home.
I have stayed in nice hotels, but in Brazil, my mistake was moving around so much. When I had that house, that Airbnb, that house with the pool, I did have to live in the same compound. It was 20 a night, and I had that barbecue, the pool, and that's where we did this thing with Andres.
Yeah,
and I went back there. That's where I should have stayed for longer, but I made a mistake of zipping around, for ladies. But then I was like, I'll get this nice hotel, that cheap one. To be fair though, relatively financially, it was cheaper. If I'm paying 20 a night, it's fine. But you're right. It's essentially a storage closet, and it's impersonal. The Wi-Fi never fucking works. There are issues. There's all that. Yeah. because the biggest problem I had, I was there kind of secretly. I wasn't really telling some people in my life I was like this. So I needed good Wi-Fi. So some of these hotels, like, I can't fucking log on. I can't do this shit. In the Airbnbs, I could. So that's the advantage of Airbnb, I guess, because you can stay in someone's house or in their second house, which is where I stayed in their garden place. Yeah, to mix and match. But yeah, that's the one thing when I come to the US, it's going to be expensive because everywhere I'm going, like if you think about it, New York, Austin, actually Austin, when I was originally going to go was during occasion, so the prices might have been hiked for that because there was an event. New York's expensive anyway. I'm hoping Austin will be a bit less than I was looking at, and then I was going to come up and to your way. So yeah, a lot of my cash is going to drip out of my ass on accommodation. But what can I do? I don't know the country. I don't have friends in all those places, so I have to pay for somewhere. I'd rather get an Airbnb. I might DM Ericsson and say, "Have you got any friends that have an Airbnb or a shithole I can stay in that's kind of accessible to the city?"
But we know when you say that, we know what you're saying. What you're saying is, would you mind if I sleep at your house?
No, fuck no. I'm not a maniac. No. No, I would generally say, because I don't know the town. I don't know the town. I would literally say, what's a good area where I can Uber to the city at least? Or do you have a friend that rents a fucking No, I'm very, very, very against that shit. And one of the things with Mind Dog and that is like, well, I'll talk to. No, you fucking won't. You won't talk to anyone on my behalf. No, I'm quite independent. I like my own space. But yeah, if you know someone locally, I would always say, what's a good area? Where am I not going to get shot? Where am I? I do it in Brazil. It's like, which are bad areas? Which are good areas? You know, where can I get my dicks out for 10 cents with barbecue sauce on?
Look, I'm guessing Matt Napo is not coming on.
He might. Actually, let me check.
Okay.
Let me check. He hasn't seen it yet, but it is Saturday, so he's probably at a gig. What time is it? 11 for me, 7 for... He's probably arriving at a gig, right? Setting up.
He's 1 hour ahead of me, so it's 18:10 his time.
Yeah, he's driving to a gig. But no, it's at Christmas Eve, actually. No, he's not got a gig tonight, Christmas Eve.
Maybe at a mall. Maybe he's a mall Santa.
I think there was a picture where he's dressed as Santa on a float playing the guitar, so maybe he's doing that. Yeah, maybe. I do love Napo, though, obviously. I mean it. I mock him all the time. And sometimes he gets angry. But I mean, most of the time he's fine.
If it wasn't for Matt Napo, Carl Mann and Davey Dykes would not never had a start. He put you people on the map.
We wouldn't have met us. I wouldn't have met Andrist and fucking those idiots. I wouldn't have met these idiots in there. So yeah, Napo was when he dies, I'm gonna do nothing but roast him for 3 days straight and then do 1 minute of compliments at the end. I'd go, actually, he's a good guy.
He found you two knuckleheads.
Well, he found Jamie, which is weird.
Of course, he gave us nothing.
Well, he found Jamie, which is weirder to me. And then it's like, oh, I know this guy. And I was like, fuck this. I'm not watching this dude. And so I did. And eventually, after like a year, he got me to go on Napo's. I drank homebrew and just let off some sort of fucking 9/11. It was the week that Gabby Petito got murdered out there at the national park. So I was like, fuck her. They should have been Instagramming. And that's how he was like, oh, we'll invite him back on. And then it got weird. And then the Andrus thing was the weirdest 2 days of my life. While I'm eating donuts with jowls. Jamie's excited about talking to Brendan Moore, so I was like, I barely know who he fucking is. Let's go, dude. Let's drink wine. Let's drink wine at 2 a.m. Yeah. So, yeah, no, when we think about it, when I sent that at the Levine cancer thing, when I sent in that heartfelt video, I meant it. And my point was, we all mean it, but we're all going to fucking rag you through the mud as well, because it's funny to do so. And we'll see what you can take. And I have stepped over the line at times. And I've had to walk it back. Somebody getting bad AC. Yeah, AC. Family shit. Oh, yes, you've left it in the air. Hey, Kelly, kill your family. What if you said we were just voices? No, I'm joking. I hope you have a very nice Christmas Eve with your family. As annoying as they can be, it's all lovely to actually like connect, isn't it? So crazy shit people in a small town of 5,000. Just duck yourself there. Yeah, because Stanhope said you had a clitoris shaped like a mouse. And I woke up, I had the rare break, I had like an hour's sleep. Came back in at 7:30 a.m. to you and Jamie talking about murder and rape, and I was like, what the fuck is this? But it's fun. And then we talked about, not the rape, no, but then we talked about like Rick Mail and Young Ones and all that stuff. So yeah, absolutely.
And she was wearing the Stanhope shirt.
Yeah. And yeah. And I think there's way more footage to come out of that as well. I've got to get on, because the Twitch stream was like, because YouTube was cutting it off after X amount. The Twitch stream was like 8 gig. And it was because Twitch had it all, had no limit. But there's more to come out of that night. He put some more up recently. The main stand-up chat is up. There's a little bit, but then Bingo and Tracy kept calling us back because, and I quote, they wanted to be famous. And they were just absolutely smashed out of their mind. Mindo brought on this weird guy, that old filmmaker that was creeping people out. Can't remember his name. Pratchett or Datchett, some old creepy fuck that kept talking about maiming women. And so I was like, fucking who are you, man? Why are you murdering people? And then they were in bed with Stanhope, and he was smoking the cigarette that was about this long with an eye mask on, which I mean, his house burnt down. Why? No idea. And it was one of those zany experience, like the whole thing. But a lot of the time, because we were so tired, it was like I had 2 hours break out of 39 hours. Jamie was asleep for like fucking half of it.
Snoring.
So a lot of it is still very. I've watched a couple of things back, like the Kermit Apio tune that you played. What's the guy's name? The artist, the musician. Tillamook County Jail. It's up near where Andrews lives, and it's Todd Snyder. So that got me into Todd Snyder, and then I listened to that. So a lot of stuff come out of that night. It was a wild night. But when I did look at a few clips recently, Mind Dog looks a lot younger in January than he does now. He's like, I'm smoking a joint now. He's like, the Republicans are doing a Republican Sharia law for Jesus. Like, he's turning to Alex Jones now. So it's getting weird over there. His head's getting more wrinkly, like a little turtle.
Like, he had me on one morning and was just railing against Hunter Biden. I'm like, what the fuck? Hunter Biden sounds cool as shit. What are you railing against him for?
He's
Like,
just Chad. He's shagging hookers, smoking meth, and his dad's the president.
What the fuck are you talking about? He's awesome.
What do you think I would do if my dad was a billionaire?
Yeah.
That.
Stop making me like this guy more. And he's like, oh, well, I can't believe he's doing that. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
he got me thinking about politics for the first time in my life for 12 hours. And at the end of the 12 hours, I said, I'm just done now. I'm just done. I'm never commenting on that again. Yeah, he said, yeah, that's it. Hope you are tuning in, Mind Dog, because you've aged, you dead-headed cunt. Yeah, he's going to die soon, but, you know, we thought he had money, so we were trying to go after MacBooks, but we don't think he's got money now, so we don't know what we're going to get. We're going to get broken MacBooks and a sad wife.
not those property taxes. I mean,
he's got an IRS bill coming, right?
he's gonna leave behind his guitars. That's it. And you know,
yeah, but the IRS will take those.
Yeah.
She hadn't paid tax. This isn't Mind Dog, but I like doing this voice for Mind Dog. It's like, she hadn't paid taxes in 1974. It's like, that's his fucking mindset. I'm on YouTube, motherfucker. Oh, man. But no, we mean it.
Carl, if you could give Mind Dog some advice to grow his audience, what would it be?
Don't use fake subscribers or bots. Well, he's doing it. He's actually making a few short. For a while, he was doing YouTube shorts that weren't shorts. They were just normal videos that he was saying is short underneath. It has to be under a minute. It has to be a certain, but they weren't registering as shorts. So that, but he's doing some Instagram stuff that's getting some views. Be more positive, I think. Because he's a funny guy. He got an interest in life. So when I started having him on, I wanted to talk more about his crime life and his life from like Ryan Sickler did it to Joey Diaz, and I thought if I do that to Mind Dog and get 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, and go through his life, and we've started to, but we've kind of dropped it. So I want to do that with him. Talk about his crime family, those experiences. But right from then to now, I didn't have to tell anyone's names, but the experience. He got kidnapped by the Chinese when he was 4, all right, or something like that, 3 or 4. A Chinese family took him from a theme park, and his family didn't report it to the police, and the Chinese just had him for like a few days. And then suddenly they went, "Where's our son?" And it was a slow thing to get him back. Now, obviously, it'd be FBI, Amber Alerts. But then it's like, oh, the kid's gone. So it's just all these interesting little stories. I want to dig into those. What's the detail? How are you raised by the Chinese for 3 days? You know, that's the content. That's the interesting stuff. And he's fun. He is a funny guy. When he gets obsessed with Trump or whatever, his hands start twitching and he gets angry. I generally worry about him. It's like, why don't you calm down?
I don't know why he doesn't talk about. I've told you this before. I've told him this before. I don't know why he doesn't go into the mob stuff more. That's what people want to hear. And he's 60 years old. He's not going to be around forever. He needs to talk about those stories and tell it because that's interesting.
Well, unless he's lying.
Even if he's lying, I don't give a
shit. Jimmy 2 times comes out and says, wait, it's in that, Matt. Wait, it's in that, Matt.
Here comes 22 Step. And with his little Saturday night piece, I don't give a shit. Lie to me. Make it interesting. Make it fun. I don't give a fuck. Tell me about somebody who got shot outside of Umberto's clam house on Mulberg Street or whatever the fuck it's called.
So if he got like bullets through the back window when he was 5, and we know his dad, he saw his family get arrested when he was 10 or 13 or whatever, there must be more stories.
Yeah.
Something else happened in the middle.
And the thing is, like, maybe he's repressed some of it. That's what people want to hear. Expose yourself. Tell us where you've been. Give us that painful shit. That's the good stuff, man. I don't give a fuck about your politics. We hear that. We look at our phones, we see it. We look at Twitter, we see it. We turn to news, you see it. Tell me about your personal, painful shit. That's what's interesting.
The thing is, he'll have a go at people, and we are talking about Napo, and I've said it to his face, by the way. He'll have a go, oh, people get obsessed with social media, they're doing this. And then if you looked at how many times he tweeted at Elon Musk last month, it was like 150.
Yeah.
And so what? That's such a waste of energy.
How many times has he tagged Joe Rogan? Who gives a fuck?
Oh, that was last year's obsession.
Who cares?
There's probably a Beyonce song about that, like last season's obsession, wasn't it? Hey, Joe Rogan, you're spreading misinformation. What do you think he's going to go? You kind of look like me. Are you my dad? So me and Jamie started to troll him a bit, going, we think you're secretly Joe Rogan's dad. You're bitter he doesn't talk to you anymore. You also a bald guy in front of a brick wall. Like, we would fuck with him. But he's backed off that now, thank God. That was boring as well. Yeah, but I think he knows as well. He's aware. He's aware of it. But sometimes he gets so obsessed and angry, it's like you can't say anything. It's like, fuck. No, because there's going to be a Christian Sharia law when the Republicans take the House. They're going to cut your clits off and force you all to be Christians. That's what you were saying 2 months ago. That's Alex Jones stuff, which is what he hates. It's like, no, we're all going to eat a sandwich. We're going to... You won't be able to come to America. Yes, I will. Yeah, I'm going to come and get a beer and a burger. Even if the Republicans take charge, it will be basically no different. It will just be a bit different on the news. Everything's going to be fine. Yeah, the anger, but yeah, a little bit of hypocrisy, I think, as well. Like, don't waste your time fighting online. That's what he's been doing a lot recently. But you've done that for the last year. You literally, if you Google Napo plus Elon Musk, which I did do, it's just like, don't worry about that. Cheers. But that wasn't me like shitting on him. That's me generally. Like I said it to him on his podcast. I said it to him privately. It's like, use the energy differently. Like that podathon, like parts of that, that's what makes Mind Dog good. He's funny. He can be really funny. He's interesting. He's interested in different stuff. He wants to find out about stuff. Not psychics at 1 a.m. or that he hates anyway, but he has on because he gets paid for it, which is fair. But yeah, be funny, be yourself. I told him if we could make him do Twitch, he could play his music on Twitch and he'll probably do okay. And if he did go on TikTok playing his music, he could get enough to, once you get 1,000 to get live stream, and he could sit around and play guitar and get thousands of viewers for sure on TikTok. But you just got to build it and do it. Think of something positive. You know? Chris might get kidnapped. We shouldn't have made this whole segment about Napo because he's psychotic enough to rewind it, go, what they've been said about me. And he's making notes, fake subscribers, like Donald Trump. No, Napo, we care about you. And as Brett said, without you, you fucking wrinkly old bitch, me and Brett would never have met, and Jamie, and we wouldn't have been able to ask Andrew some once in a while, or those people know who we are and all that shit. So it's cool as fuck, and then these people wouldn't be watching. So thank you, Matt Napo. But I will hold you down when I come to New York, and I'll force you to buy me a beer and a burger. And the self-sabotage, no, let's not get into it now. Let's stop talking about that. He's a good guy. He does self-sabotage, though. I can't work for this guy. He believes in flat Earth. But he's got the studio of your dreams. I can't work with this guy. He makes me uncomfortable. But you want a proper access to a studio, but you would rather get fired.
Mel, that sounds like a Bukkake gangbang.
Yeah. No, exactly. Get it. Exactly. Hopefully, because he has taken some of my jokes as offense before, but hopefully he knows that underlying it all, care about him. He's a good guy. When I come to New York in a few months, I'm going to give him a big fucking hug and lick his little bald, shiny head. And I keep licking it till it's really shiny. I'm going to pat, and then I'm going to pat him and go, oh, you're so fucking... And I'm losing my hair, but you've lost more. And I'm going to get in a headlock, and you're not that tough, you fucking fake blood bitch. And then I get him, and I go, you buy me a beer, you fucking nothing. Play me a song, sharp. So yeah, that's what I'll do when I go out there. 2 pies made in 1 oven. That was Tourette's. Prove it. Pie in the pan. Good Lord. Right. After this bit, I've got a couple left, and I'm going to have to go and find some rum. And when the rum comes out, the bum comes out.
Are you copying me?
Me? No, I'm just a when I get going, I'm a fucking alcoholic, and when I run out, I don't get enough booze in. I didn't have any booze earlier. I was going to get fed tomorrow, so when I got this with my hands, no, I've always done this, but I do. If you ask, am I copying you when I say my name's Brett? I'm an artist from Nashville. I drink and I draw Twitch, and that's my little grift. That is copying you. That's one bit. And that time I drew you and Jamie and me, that was copying you.
I don't know.
Hey, Solvin, welcome back. Did a new fella still going? Yeah, this is a drinkathon, bitch. This is an unofficial Christmas drinkathon. It's a Christmathon, if you will. The night's young. Night's young, that's right. A few hours in. Got to be a little quieter as we go. My voice is I'm getting sicker, so my voice is, hopefully being. I should have brought my Manaranth wig, is what I'm saying.
You can always
good. I think Manaranth will have to come back next week. But I did do you know what my favourite Manaranth thing was? The bridge between your stream and OGM, where you raided in, and it was just Manaranth singing "God Gave Rock and Roll to You." I think that's also a good use for Manaranth, like a dumb dancing whore, for instance. That would be a good one.
Chrissy, I just sent you a dick pic on Twitter. Oh no, there's a reason it came back.
There's a Chris Pickathon's a great name. Let me put that in my notes. I never read a Chris Pickathon. Chris. I could even rename it tomorrow. Chris Pickathon. It's a great name. Well, okay. I'll buy you a drink. Actually, let me see if Jamie Dykes has replied. Probably not. He's like, oh, I was drinking. I was having a couple of drinks with the family, a bottle of wine and 20 beers, and I'm tired, I am.
Fucking Kaylee. All the cool people are sending me dick pics on Twitter today. That's right. I don't know why. All those dick pics.
Oh shit! What did I? Oh no, I sent it in Twitter. That's right.
Not making it. Returned. Didn't make it.
Do you know you have unread messages and you just click on them so they're read and you never read them and you wake up drunk tomorrow? There's a lot of those I've just did. Right, I'm going to send this one to Jamie as well. That's my face. Because you might get drunk enough to come on. Because when I was in Manaranth the other night, it was begging to come on, but it was literally the bridge thing to OGM. So I was like, no, there's no podcast. I'm just dancing as a lady for 5 minutes. If I put trans in those Manaranth things, I reckon I'll get a load of views.
You should definitely tag LGBTQ.
Yeah. Because what can they say? They can't say I don't mean it because then it's offensive, right? It's like, I mean it. I'm thinking about it. Broken trees up trees to the file so 2 yards, yeah. What's this about? You got a troll in it, Brett, when you're talking to take shivers?
I don't pay any attention to Kelly. So no, we don't need to talk about anything. I'm not even going to read that.
Chris is going to.
I need the Rosetta Stone to read most of Kelly's tweets.
Chris is going to draw pictures of what she imagines that it feels like in draw. Just draw a big eggplant or aubergine, as civilized people call them. You fucking savages. But have some grey pubes around it, right? Because it's no point in trimming them up that often, is there? I do the same. Just do it when you need to do it, right? You let it grow. You get the one long one. The first grey pube, like, fuck, no, not a grey pube. And now there are a few. So, well, I'll shave it all. If there's a need, like next week, there might be a need for me. So I'll do, oh God, how did this get this long? Jesus. I'll do it then. Right. Draw that. Sounds like I'm sucking off a dog.
Yeah, there was a lot of ASMR there. Man Morant.
I should have brought the gear. I should have brought the wig. Should have brought the mic. I was in a rush. I was so drunk because I woke up from a sleep Manamant stream, so I had
Chrissy, I'll be right back. Hold on.
smooth it with a really long string. Well, it's right in his wheelhouse. Smooth but really small, can't get up anymore, and then some straggly hairs around it that are longer than the neck. He's just like, there's no point in even trying to thumb this in anymore. My bloodless worm. It won't. Yeah, that's right. We did a few lines. She didn't say anything about, like I said, she didn't say anything about the size. It can be smooth, but it can be like a thumb with straggly hairs like this.
Desk. Little entrance tickle.
It'll make your mouth shaped
Look
lip
in the
tickle.
pee hole. Don't get that hair in the pee hole.
I'm not checking beers. I don't know what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've had 8 beers in 4 hours, 19 minutes. It's okay. And some of them have been bigger.
2 beers an hour. That's not too bad. Pretty nice.
Rub my mouse looking clip with your father bean. And some nice Chianti. Oh, there we go. Interesting times.
I gotta let a dog out. I'll be right back.
Go get the dog. Yeah, it's a lady. Fuck it. Text that one back. Loser. Right. How long is your journey to the in-laws? Is it across town? Nearby? Cheers to you, OGM. That's how we all feel about our penises, Chrissy. Well, we've got this dog sleeping between our legs, so there's nothing we can do. It's uncomfortable. Violent and needs to be fed. Get over to these in-laws. What's he doing? Doing his hair, Kelly? Is he doing his hair right now? Yeah, from time to time, me and Brett might just take a break. You guys can chat amongst yourselves. Stretch your legs. Oh. Oh, bear pigs. The Jamie Dykes. Jamie's seen us that we're on air, and he's called us slags. That's our group DM, and he's called us slags. Yeah. I didn't see it at all.
Slags.
3 hours ago. Like, if I text him now, fuck your shit family, right? Come on when they're in bed, because Jamie hasn't had sex with his wife for at least 15 years. I think we're clear on that. I don't think they even sleep in the same bed. He just wakes up on the sofa. She's like, Jamie, come clean something. Come on, loser. So there we go. We'll see if we can entice him on by calling him a loser. Yeah.
What you ought to do, Carl, what you ought to do is you should get to know your fan base and send everybody a link to jump in. Have a big Zoom call on your
Well,
committee.
I offered that on the one we were going to do last week, but I didn't arrange. And we all three of us drunkenly said okay, but I never followed it up. And do you know what? I'm glad I didn't. If I'd have got a text message last week, I would have done it. But I felt again, I needed a quiet night. I'm getting it more recently. I need a night off. I did offer that after that. Let's have an OG get in, hang out, or even a Zoom call or hang out. But tonight, yeah, maybe, but I just can't be too noisy tonight. So maybe because I'm not at home and all that shit. Oh, fuck. But yeah, maybe we could bring some OGs on or even have a Zoom. Do you know what? This morning when I was lying in bed, I thought about what would happen if Linda Allen died. And I thought the tweet I'd write was, hey, sorry your Li-Fi doesn't work anymore, Linda. I thought that was a good joke, your Li-Fi. But it's patchy. And but I enjoyed the Zoom call when I was in Brazil in May. And then actually a few weeks ago when I didn't want to do it, by the end of the night, I was glad I did it. And then I left you guys, I left it open. I was like, stay in there, I'm going to sleep. No, Linda's great. She's, yeah. Well, when I thought about her dying today, I wrote her obituary in my head. Infectious laughter, bad Li-Fi. Fun. Terrible jokes and stories. Terrible, they go nowhere. But that I will do more of those. Definitely the just the Zoom, just the stream on Hangouts off air and all that stuff where we can talk shit and play clips without getting banned and all that stuff. So maybe tonight, maybe we'll do that in a little while. Yeah, good thinking.
Send everybody a DM. Bring everybody.
Well, if I do an off air one, we can bring everyone in, and you can all chat amongst yourself while I sleep and you watch me. An on air one.
I gotta pee. Think about it.
Yeah. Motherfucker.
Yep.
What? I know you can hear me.
Yeah.
Fuck you and your ideas and then leave. That's what women do. Oh, what do you think about this? And then leave. First was about food. Together now. You ready? God gave rock and roll to you. Gave rock and roll to you. Put it in the sun. Etc. 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 Hey, Kevin, have you done mushrooms yet? How many Merlots? You on the beard? You want mushrooms? What's going on? What's the problem with the beard? Yeah, I need to get well, one day maybe we'll cross paths in the States, but I got my mate Dave to hook me up. I think in the spring, I've got so much to do though in life. I think in the spring, like March, I'm gonna have a decent mushroom night out in Manchester with another comedian. I think we're gonna go a bit mad. And then if I'm in the US, and I don't know, Ericsson's got access to mushrooms, I might buy some. Just that US trip will be difficult because I don't want to. If I have an edible or a mushroom like that, that's kind of gone, and I've got to be careful with where I'm going, what I'm doing. So we'll see. Yeah, but yeah, I think I might make him. So Solven's had 2 Gs. Oh no, that wasn't me coming back. That was Brett coming back. I saw you from the future come back then. Kevin's had 2 grams of mushrooms tonight. Hey Kelly, have a great night. If you can sneak in the earpiece once in a while when you go for a pee, or rub the old hand-shaped clitoris, they can grab a drink, then let us know. jump in. Yeah, I don't even know. The thing is, with me and mushrooms, I don't even know what grammage means, even because I've only ever taken them either in a pile that someone's given to me or out of a box in Amsterdam. I don't even look at that shit because the truffles are different. It's not like fresh shrooms; they're kind of dried as well. But so it's getting that balance. But I've listened to Ari Shafir a lot about shrooms, and that one trick he said about dousing them in lemon juice, filtering them in, and then doing a shot of the liquid. Apparently, but you want to have some spare in case it doesn't work. But apparently that shot, just the fluid, you leave the mulch, it puts you up there in the fucking sky pretty quickly. It's a shot as well, you know, but it's potent. Oh, that is lemon tech. Okay, I think even Dean talks about that. Okay. Yeah, but is it more intense as well? Because if we ever meet, Solvan, do not fuck with me on weed. Please don't send me to the moon because I get super paranoid anyway. I'd prefer to find out what it is. I don't mind getting a bit more fucked up. But if you just go, haha, let's dose this cunt, I'm not going to have a good time. I'm wasting my time there. I'd rather hit something and go, fuck, and then just sit with that for 5 hours rather than go, let's make this guy unconscious. Just, honey, take a few steps in and then I'll probably go all in anyway once in a few hours. I just don't want to be dead for 4 days because if I am, you're paying for my accommodation. Take more drink, dude. Yeah, well, my idea was by again, listen to Ari, like by a campfire, by some woods in the desert, nature, all that. Obviously, the Joshua tree and all that is all very cliched, but yeah, in nature is the ideal. At the moment, I don't have too much. When we did those captures last week, we took them in my place and we went to a bar. So it's not ideal. And when Dave comes up again, we might do that again. But yeah, no, I want a. I think if you're in like a hotel room with something you really trust, if you're going deep, that's fair. Oh, fuck. I've just remembered I have access to DMT. I have access to DMT as well. Okay, I just remembered that. So that might happen in the spring. And then we'll let you know the results when I wake up in the center of the universe and knowing everything. Yeah, that just reminded me of a whole conversation there. Yeah, so again, the first time I did streams, I had a real bad. You can't overdose physically, but I overdosed mentally, and I might have killed myself because I was going, I can't jump out the window, I will jump out the window, I can't jump out the window, I will jump for 7 hours. So yeah, that I might have just gone, okay. And the reality was bending, walls were bending, all that stuff. But the second time was just thoughts. And I was asking the mushrooms questions, like, shall I do this? Yes. And then looking around Amsterdam, walking around the streets, and I felt cliched, connected to every other human and every bit of fucking leaf. I was like, fuck. Then the next day, low-key visuals with trees down the canal were just going, and this purple sky. It was just very light. The last time I got a bit scared, and I was like, I'm not going to do them today because I'm anxious. So I need a good hit. I think I need a good hit.
Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Are you okay?
What do you mean?
Just asking.
What do you mean? That's a specify, please. I know you want to better listen to the time travel, but yeah, I can't watch Fight Club. I haven't watched Fight Club since 2005 because
Great movie. I love it.
you know I couldn't watch it for many years because I did have a little bit of a problem with reality in dreams. I was like, what's real? The Descartes, basically, and that film, I watched it in a certain mental state one night, and it just fucked me up in my reality. I was like, shit. I haven't watched it in 17 years, and that's a long time. But I watched it 10 times in 5 years, you know? So when it was made in that. But I think I'm almost ready. And in fact, we should put that on a watch along, a bit of Fight Club.
I love that.
I'm ready. Yeah. But I did have some reality problems, and I almost had them the other day, the day after Mann. It's related to sleep and dreams after recently being imbibed with chemicals. I haven't had it for a few years. I've had 3 or 4 bad nights. And 2 nights ago, that's one of the reasons I took it. I couldn't be in IWA yesterday was because the night before, when I was falling asleep, I was hearing and seeing things. And it's sleep deprivation is what it is. And it just fucks with me. Let me put them there. What do you say? I'll fight. Watch it. But yeah, I've had more problems with sleep deprivation than anything else. And if I think about...
Is it stress?
Well, everything like stress, sleep deprivation, what I found made it worse after that bad mushroom trip, which was 11 years ago. When I got back, the day after being hammered, like the sober day, where all you need is to go to sleep now.
So you had a bad mushroom trip because of trauma?
No, I took too many. I just didn't know about mushrooms. I just took all the mushrooms all day, and then reality melted the first time ever, and it fucked with my head a lot. I enjoyed some of it, but a lot of it I was like, all of reality is melting. When I came home, the day after getting drunk, which is what happened the other day, I would wake up with sleep apnea, with fucking fears of demons and all the shit. And I had it on cocaine a few years before that as well. I would just see demons in the clouds and stuff. But I think what it really is, the core of it, is sleep deprivation. Because when you're doing that stuff, the other night when I was drinking 2-3 days in a row, I was barely sleeping. And it almost got me yesterday. When every time I felt myself go to sleep, I'd hear something in the room or feel something grab me. It's just intense, like hallucinations, I guess, like part reality dreams. It hasn't happened for a while. The worst one was a few years ago. My ex, her little brother, 22, killed himself, and I knew. Oh no, we're getting into... I've said this before. It's not emotional now. I knew him from when he was 13 to 22 because that's when we were together. Not me and him, me and her. But he killed himself, right? And she sent me a PDF of his suicide note, and I've read it, and I was like, it's a bad one. That's a... And then he goes, I'm thinking about killing myself since I was 13. It's like, that's when I met him. I was like, fuck.
Now, did she do that because she was looking for attention or looking for something, a way out, or did she just want to share?
Nope. So we'd split up, and actually we'd decided not to be social media friends. But she made friends with my dad. They were quite close, actually, weirdly. My dad texted me and goes, did you hear about her little brother? He's dead. And I was like, no. So I went online, and then I texted her, and I was like, I was moving away the next day, and I was like, let's meet up because this horrible. I knew him, even though we split up now, it's horrible. He was such a good little lad. So she said he left a note. Do you want to read it? So it was all me initiating it. And she sent it to me, and it was real bad. It was like you could read someone having a bad time in life. It's like, I probably still got it. I don't want to dishonor it, but it was a bad experience. So anyway, that night I'd got hammered all weekend, right? Gone out for dinner with her and all that, read the note. And I was moving to a new city. And that sleep deprivation happened that night. I'd just been drinking for days. And the wind was whistling. I was sleeping on a sofa of my friend's apartment. The wind was whistling. But in my head, it was this dead 22-year-old Joey stood outside screaming. Like ah! That's what it felt like for hours. It was like, fuck. And then in the night, I started to fall asleep. And this is what it felt like. He, the dead 20-year-old, grabbed me and pulled me off the sofa, and I'm on the floor screaming. And my friend woke up and I was on the floor screaming. I was like, fuck. So that was the worst one I experienced. The second worst one, I was in Brazil, and we've been up for a few, taking drugs and all that, but we've been up for a while. And I looked around the room, and the cushions, the shit was crawling on the floor, running towards me. And every time I tried to fall asleep, I could just hear and see 1,000 souls screaming like,
I have to ask,
yeah.
do you think that mushrooms are 100% responsible
No,
for doing
well,
this, or are they responsible for dragging repressed memories out of you?
well, I'll just point out that none of those experiences were on mushrooms. But the first time when I had a bad trip, when I got back from that trip, like the next day, what it was, I'd drink, right? And the day after I drank, I'd have a bad time sleeping, and it got exacerbated. So maybe that big mushroom trip flipped something. Whereas now, where you have chemical issues in your brain, now you're going to feel this. But maybe it was unrelated to the mushrooms. I don't know. But but I got this the day after the Manarant sleep last night, or whenever it was. It wasn't as bad, anywhere near as bad. But every time I felt myself falling asleep, it was like I just heard or felt something. So, but when I think back, I've learned a lot about sleep deprivation. It's basically sleep deprivation, but related to chemical shit, because that's what makes you stay up, even the drinking.
But
If I don't sleep for 2 or 3 days.
our brains are trying to help us as we sleep. They're trying to process and get rid of stuff as we
But
sleep.
this wasn't sleeping. This was like the edge of awakened sleep. When I fall asleep, that look.
I get that shit all the time. That happens every single night to me.
Yeah, it's called hypnagogic dreams. I often fall into a dream. I go fly out the window, or I'm in a dream, or an old man's hitting me.
There's a reason why I have hospital corners on my bed, because I throw myself out of the bed sometimes. Because I'll have a nerve jerk and oh, out I go.
But these were just more intense though. That suicide note one was the worst thing I ever fucking had. Because I heard him screaming for hours, and it was the wind. I knew it was the wind, but in my head it was like this dead kid is screaming. Fuck. And then when he pulled me off the sofa in my head anyway, that was one of the worst things I've ever experienced. It's like, Jesus, man.
So
I probably just fell off the sofa and I was half dreaming. It's like my brain linked it all together and created a reality. It's fuck.
So how close were you and this kid, Joey? How close were you and Joey?
Well, I was very close to my ex, so they found him, and eventually her dad became quite close to me, especially him, because he had a lot of trouble when he was a teenager and all that. But he became like a really good guy, 22, like a really like adult, strong guy. Like he was dealing with shit, had a hot girlfriend and all that stuff. But he was became a man, like, and all that. And I watched him go up and down. But then I split up with his sister, and we didn't speak for a year or whatever it was.
So,
I knew him for 9 years.
This wasn't a manifestation of something against her.
No, actually, as shit as it was, our breakup, we were always very amicable. It was never like, oh, I hate you. It was sad. So when I found out, I was like, fuck, your brother died. I wanted to go. I went for dinner with her basically the night before I moved, and she sent me. She goes, "Do you want to read the note?" And I was like, "Sure." And I've probably still got it on a hard drive somewhere, and it was bad. So he was looking to join the police, right? For whatever reason, the fucking narc. But he was looking to join the police, and but he had personal problems. This girl, they'd split up and all that stuff. So the way he did it, he ordered drugs from Germany on the dark web or something. He brought a suicide drug from Germany, like a powder that just sent you to sleep. And he emailed he was like 22, and he emailed the police training sergeant at the police facility who he found like a mentor in, even though he didn't make it. he set a timer on his email to email this guy at like 6 a.m. on a Wednesday, and he took the stuff on a Monday. And he said, when you get this email, I've been dead 2 days. He figured it all out. Like, I would have taken this by then. Dad, the email's going to go off. Come to my house. This is the address. And he left a list of furniture in the room. This goes to my dad. This goes to my mother-in-law. This goes to my sister. It was very methodical, planned. Like, and then he said, I've been planning to do this since I was 13. And that's when I met him. I was like, fuck, man, you were just a kid. And he had all this shit. Because we always knew he was a bit troubled. Like, he smoked a lot of weed, he gained. But that's normal, I guess. But then it fucked me up, I guess, because I thought about the whole time I knew him. It was like, dude, you were a kid and you had all this shit. And then you just... When he was 22, he was a good guy. He'd become like a man, you know.
I've got to ask, like,
and he's like, "See ya."
So, how was his relationship with his parents?
Oh, it was
your girlfriend's. How was your girlfriend?
Oh, it was a turbulent family. The mother had MS, right? But she was also an alcoholic, and she kind of was like she burned him at some point by taking dinner out the oven and all that. My ex was the mother, because basically the dad got custody. By the way, the mother wasn't a bad woman. She was just fucked up. The dad got custody. My ex, when she was like 8 to 10, became his mum. She would cook for him. She raised him when she was a child. The dad was working. When we got together, I hated his dad. I said before, he went to shake my hand and I knocked it out of the way. This is you meeting your girlfriend's dad. I went, go fuck yourself, put that in your pocket. And because I knew about some shit that was going on. But actually, over the years, I'd become friendly with him. And it was like, I understood. It's like he had a tough time. He had a tough wife that, she was going through shit. I got it more as a human as I went on. But she was, she used to self-harm and all that shit. So it was a turbulent situation. So clearly something happened in the household when they were young. But yeah, man, that was real talk for you. The Last Rites Pigs, isn't it? That fucked me up reading that. And the sleep deprivation thing fucked me up because he, when he was dead, pulled me off the fucking sofa and screamed. And it had nothing to do with her, by the way. There's no problem between me and her. She's cool. We weren't right, and we should have split up earlier. It was great for a while.
Especially around this time, it's really got to make you think about how you don't have to buy another Christmas present.
That's right. It's like, fuck, dude, because he liked, Xbox games and whatever. That's cheaper now. Well, most of my family's dead as well. Some of them have killed themselves as well. It's like, fucking hell, dude. We haven't got to come and see you. We haven't got to sit around going, oh, do you want some peanuts? That's gone. Sounds like PTSD.
I mean, imagine having to drive to that guy's house. Okay, sweetie, we're going to go see your brother during Christmas again. Jesus. Is he still on his thing?
See, now I'm going to go, that was glitch being in the movie. Yeah, sleep deprivation. Because I studied brain shit at some point. I don't need to talk about it a lot. But yeah, I learned a lot about sleep deprivation, and that is the main thing. But when it's coupled with a lot of booze or a lot of drugs, and then you haven't slept for a few days as well, the night after. But what happened the other day hadn't happened for years anyway. But that was the worst one. The Brazil one was the second worst one. I was so terrified. I got it through booze when I was like 20. I'd look in the clouds and see flashes in the clouds and shit. But it was from being up for days and days drinking.
That's one thing. In 2003, you're in a tent with a bunch of dudes, and you've got Humvees and shit going through your little tent city and that kind of thing. Yeah. You can't sleep, and here comes the pills. Well, you aircrew members, you got to sleep. You got to get some sleep, and then they're just experimenting pills on us. I took one dosage of pills. And soaked through my sleeping bag and cot, and just a nervous wreck. just
Was that the
nightmares.
Was that the Gulf War syndrome pills, the anti-biological stuff they gave people? Was it
Ambien.
sleeping?
Ambien was just
Oh, they just gave you pills.
it was Ambien, and again, they had not figured it out yet. And sleep deprivation, dehydration, 120 degrees, that kind of stuff, and sleep deprivation will kill you.
Yeah, well, we see in the movies and history, Vietnam was the opposite. They just gave drugs to soldiers to keep them awake for 3 weeks and see how that went. Let's make them more efficient because they don't need to sleep. And then they go into a village and cut people's ears off and fucking set fire to themselves. Like, oh yeah, that's a problem as well. Don't do that. Yeah, because your brain literally doesn't know what reality is anymore. It's trying to dream while you're awake, and it's like that's what it is. I think so. You're dreaming while you're awake. And the hypnagogic stuff was where you fall straight into a dream because that's not normal. You're supposed to go into this and then the dream. Especially if I'm tired, I can lay in bed and then go plonk, float out the window. I kind of like it. It's like, oh, I'm out the window again. Feels real. It's just instantly from reality in. But that if you catch it in the bridge, it's not good because I used to get sleep paralysis where you can't move now because your brain's gone, you're sleeping, but you're awake because you're in a room. But then you see stuff in the room. But your brain's literally going, oh, there's a bit of a dream. There's a bit of reality. Like, fuck. No, thank you. Yeah. That's why, anyway, that come back to Fight Club. That's why Fight Club fucked me up. Because I was like, Jesus Christ, man, what's real?
I have a very pleasant memory of Fight Club.
I love it. Now I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to watch it again. It's cool as shit.
I took a lady that I was working with when I was had a film production company at that time. She and I went. It was before it was a sneak preview because we were a film production company. We got to watch it a few nights before everybody else did, and she was in the same kind of place as Helena Bonham Carter, and it was nice. Nice for me. It was probably awful for her, but it's great for me.
Helena Bonham Carter, she was cool as shit in that movie. Was it? Her line was like, "I haven't been fucked like that since grade school."
Yeah.
It's such a fucked up movie.
Yeah.
And it just all ultimately leads to domestic terrorism because some guy's a bit crazy. All right. I want to read the book because those books. Who's the author? Chuck someone.
Chuck Palahniuk.
Yeah, Rogue was he wrote the Road. He wrote like 4 or 5 of those apocalyptic fucking books.
He's written several things.
Yeah.
It's all. I mean, I like him a lot.
Yeah, I want to read the books. I think because he's an interesting guy, obviously.
Yeah, I thought you were talking when you first said author. I thought you were talking about Jack, like I am Jack's raging anger or whatever.
That's right. Yeah, but I remember Chuck Palahniuk. Yeah. He's had some actually good interviews on Rogan and stuff. A couple of them actually. But he's an interesting guy outside of an author. He's just a fascinating guy. His brain is like he's all over the place, but he's very smart.
Like he if you read his books enough, I'm confused where he's either trying to push the edge or he's genuinely that fucked up.
Probably both. I'll make another note. Yeah, probably both. He's that fucked up to write that shit. It's probably real to him. The best artists they're the people that are probably confused between reality and art, right? Is it their thought? Is it their imagination? Is it what they see? The best artists are all like that, like comics, authors. Stephen King. You think Stephen King's a mentally stable human being? No, he's a fucking drunken maniac. But all that mania, that brilliant writing came from that.
I disagree with that completely, and here's why.
Yeah.
Because if you meet a comedian, they are the most miserable, god awful scumbag. They're
anxious, depressed, drunken idiots
on earth. But if you meet Stephen King, if you meet Neil Gaiman, if you meet anybody that writes horror, They're the most pleasant, great people you've ever met in your life.
Yeah, when you meet them, but what are they like?
They're getting it out. They're getting it out of their systems. They're putting it
But
on
what?
paper. But comics are just internalizing everything and walking around with it. They get it out for like 10 minutes a day, and that's it.
True. If you can spend years writing a book, then it's different, I guess.
Yeah.
But if you meet them in a basement while Stephen King's smoking and drinking and writing The Gunslinger, he's probably gonna like. He'd rather put you in a blender.
He had quit smoking and drinking by then.
Well, but the 70s.
Read on his book on writing, his non-fictional book, especially if you're a creative person. Read on writing. He doesn't remember writing Cujo.
That's on my Amazon list because it wasn't even like carrying all that stuff. He was so out of his mind.
Carrie, he threw it in the trash, and his wife pulled it out of the trash, and because of her, Tabitha, I think, that's what started it. But he doesn't remember writing Cujo. There was one again. I'm not going to ruin anything for you, but on writing, I've read it.
It's on my Amazon list.
He came to behind the typewriter. He had 2 swabs up his nose to stop the coke bleeding from his nose. He looked over. He had a 55-gallon plastic drum, just snow cone full of Miller Lite cans, and it just hit him. He's like somebody said, "You got a movie coming out that they bought the options to about this raging dog, and you wrote this book," and he doesn't remember writing it at all. And it was shortly thereafter. He just quit drinking. He quit doing everything.
And
then he got hit by a van while he was out for a walk.
Which, if you've read The Dark Tower, like book 5, that's relevant.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I'm gonna get a beer in a second, but all those books I found when I moved, I forgot I lent all my Dark Tower books to someone and never got them back except for one. I'm gonna have to rebuy them. But when the Dark Tower gets meta, and Roland and the gang meet, I'm not gonna spoil it, but it gets meta in book 5. It's like Jesus, and then you Google the accident and it happened. It's like fuck,
just
like because he said, I think, didn't he say when he got struck by the van, that's when he thought of the gunslinger, and he tied it all in. I think that's what he said. I like to think.
I thought the gunslinger had already.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he thought about the series though.
It was the entire Dark Tower.
The first one was in the 70s, and it was a little thin submission, right?
Because all you got to do is read that first sentence.
But those 5 or 6 books came out over 20 years, 19 years, and I think when he got struck by the van, he envisioned some of that extra plot, and then he wrote it back into himself. Whereas by the 5th book, they sat around the fucking table going, "You just hit me with a van," or whatever it was. It's insane. It's such an insanely good book series, like perfect.
But Carl,
and they made that shitty movie.
If you're gonna, be a creative person, I would highly recommend On Writing. Again, I've read it 3 or 4 times, and a lot of it is just about him and his brother, doing firecrackers and shit like that, and just generally being 2 knucklehead kids and brothers trying to one up each other, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I might even order it tomorrow. Do you know I've had the recommendation for like 6 years, and it's been in my Amazon basket. I got The War of Art, which is interesting. It's about resistance of not doing shit, which is kind of sounds religious, but Joey Diaz was doing it, Rogan was pushing it, but actually it's pretty fucking good. It does get you thinking. It's like every day when you're not doing something that's resistance, it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to write tonight, I'm going to write tomorrow. And I'm having a lot of it recently. I'll write next week. And next week you're not fucking doing it. That book literally tells you, fucking get up and do something, prick, even if you don't want to. Fucking do it now. What's wrong with you? It's literally the message. And it's a really short book, but it's really interesting. But I got recommended that with On Writing at the same time. So I re-put it in my basket about a month ago. And I want to read it physically. I don't want an audiobook. I want to read it physically.
One thing that I always take from On Writing is The road to hell is paved with adverbs. So I try not to say anything Lee, like bad Lee, overtly, or, just get to the point. He's like, get to the fucking point. Hurry up. Write the sentence.
Well, even with comedy bits, it's about trimming the fat, right? When you get it, you
Kill,
trim the fat.
kill your little babies. Kill them and get
Yes.
to the point.
Yeah.
Hurry up.
So I'm gonna have to get a beer, but I'm gonna just double check in my Amazon list. I'm sure I re-put it back in last week. I'm sure I did. That's not working. Anyway, let me get a beer.
All right, buddy.
Alrighty.
So Dave Lister, yeah, we've got the body farm here, and it's about 4 miles from the university. It's part of the University of Tennessee campus. It probably wasn't around. I think it started in the 70s, maybe. But England is a horrible place. Don't go to England. Anybody from England, and people, they can't even get their name right. They're like the Auburn Tigers / Auburn War Eagles. Are they Britain, Great Britain, England, the UK? They're just awful people. It really is. They can't even get their shit straight. Why would you listen to these people? Again, they can't even decide on which side of the road to drive on. It's awful. Their cuisine is terrible. You can find great cuisine every once in a while in 2 of their big towns, and that's it. It's a terrible, terrible place. It's cold, it's damp, it's rainy, it's just shitty. And everybody over there think they're better. They think they're better than New York City. I hate New York City. They think they're just so uppity. And then when they go, hey, you know what? Why is America getting all these fucking movies prior to us? Because we own Hollywood, motherfucker. That's why we get movies first. We're the best. Sure, you got Pinewood Studios over there where Star Wars and everything was filmed, but go fuck yourself. It's funded by us. We're better than them. And they just don't tell them that we're better. And they like to think that they're better than everybody else. They don't even know that there's kings and queens of Denmark and everywhere else. They got kings and queens everywhere. They think they're the only ones. I don't know why. It's something. It's indoctrination. Children, as children, they're told that the monarchy is what you got to suck dick to and lick the taint of. Terrible. These people are crazy. They're indoctrinated buffoons. I mean, they're just getting like they funded the Confederacy during the Civil War. That's where all that cotton was going. Those people are warmongering slavers and colonizers. These people wanted to control the port of New Orleans in the Mississippi River, but they knew their politics would not allow that to happen. They could not go against U.S. Steel. But now they're going to tell you that they're against all this. They're going to come out and say, well, we don't really like that. These people, I'm telling you right now, they're not to be trusted. They got this accent. They like to think that they're smarter. They're dumb as shit. They don't know. They just, it's whatever is on their little ape island. That's all they think about. And they don't see anything outside of that, and they have no contact. They're not world travelers. They don't know anything. And like, we know what's best. Really, ask them how far out of town they traveled in their entire life. They don't know anything. The people in the UK, and again, they can't even get their shit straight. Like the Isle of Man, who owns that? Wales. Wales is connected to England. It's like a territory, a protectorate. Like, who's protecting who? What the fuck? Like, Wales is a fucking marshland. Nobody goes there. You can't even understand the language. You can't even, with writing it, there's no vowels. It's all consonants. It doesn't make sense. You're just in this fucking shire in a marsh. And there's a reason why they don't incorporate it. They're just waiting for it to dissolve in the sea. And that's the entirety of their southwestern portion of the country. These are people, they're awful people. They're inbred. Carl, what are you doing here? Hello, Carl. Well,
Where am
I'm gonna get a shit. I'm gonna get a beer now. Don't you be talking about me now.
Now I got a glass, baby. Now I got a glass. Let's get these chance.
We were just discussing how awesome England is.
Thanks. I'm not going to a therapist yet. I'll do all this until I die. Don't worry about it. Hey, Mr. Dave Lister, if you're still here, welcome on in. If you're not, welcome on in anyway. Great username. Red Dwarf is one of my favourite TV shows of all time. Sure, sorry about Benabate, but yeah, King was wild. Yeah, welcome in. If you're still here, Dave Lister, I'm a massive Red Dwarf fan, and I think Chrissy is too. What a great British comedy TV show that is. And Broken Toys is in the house. Yay. That's time for watching. Well, it is, and you criticize it because you've not tasted it. That's why you don't know what it is. When you taste it, you're like, it's not bad. When I do it, I put chili flakes on top, make it spicy.
That doesn't sweeten the deal. It's still shit on a shingle.
You've tasted it though. Solver doesn't. The beans on toast out there is a bit more barbecuey. British beans on toast. Yeah, what your power rig broken? Chill out.
Power
Yeah.
pedal board. Oh no, broken. Power. Oh jeez.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same, dude. I don't think it's the same kind of beans. It's slightly different.
You have to solder that thing together. Jesus, it's terrible, especially on a cold ass night. God dang, rolling power outages and shit.
But I might be wrong. Yeah, it's a weird thing. When I get Brazilians over and stuff, they're like an English fried breakfast: the sausage, tomatoes, hash browns, egg, all that shit. When they get to the beans, they're like, why do you do this to beans? And I was like, I didn't do it, dude. But when they take them, they're like, okay, I can kind of get into it. But no, it's a weird thing.
Yeah, there you go. All right, guys. Especially, broken, you play a lot, so I'm guessing you've got a big pedal board. I'm guessing you've got a lot of effects on that thing.
He's probably got a tuner, a distortion, a delay, a phaser, all that stuff.
Yeah, reverb. And full rack. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, take care, broken.
It's like people up north who don't eat biscuits and gravy. What the fuck?
Yeah, but you fucking morons. Biscuits and gravy to us is scones and sauce. It's like biscuits are cookies here.
I saw some chick from the UK post that on Twitter, like, people from the US, are you okay? What's up with biscuits and gravy?
I think I saw the same thing. Yeah.
And it's like, okay, 16-year-old dummy who has never left her hometown, who has no relevant, had no idea. It's like, white gravy, and you don't know about brown gravy, red eye gravy. You don't know about sausage. Maybe shut your mouth. Maybe leave your town and get some experience.
Agreed. To be fair though, I'm quite well travelled. I couldn't really finalise on what biscuit with gravy was until this year. I'm like, what's that, dude? Yeah, because we got gravy to us is a meat juice, and biscuits are like cookies and shit. So it's like that's my whole life. So I understand that different cultures, but it's such a different thing with the same language. It's like,
see,
but
hey, Carl, put your fingers in here. See, they think they're the pinnacle. They think they invented everything.
No, we don't. No, it's just different for me. Is what I'm saying. You're racist.
They think they did it all. It's the end of
it. We invented America. So where do you want to start? It just went bad when you guys took control. But now I'm intrigued.
Broken spotted and souse meat and
yeah. But I will try American biscuits when I'm out there for sure.
Yeah.
I'm really fucking with you. Play my goatee. Well, it's a weird name, to be fair. We also have a food called faggots over here.
You also smoke them.
I don't smoke faggots.
Well, some people do, and then
I've never bought them. I've just seen them in the freezer my whole life, and it's a company called Mr. Brains, and the product is called faggots.
faggots were a stack of wood that was used to burn people.
We've had. It's also yes, and also where you would carry a faggot on your thing, you were seen as a burden, which is what they used to call gay people. That you're a burden on society. So that I think is a semantic link. I read that on the internet. It must be true. So I'm going to Google Mr. Brains' faggots right now. Hey, Chris, don't worry about it. Yeah, this is the supermarket right now. Look, I'll bring it up. I could bring up some faggots you'll buy right now, and it's legal. Are you ready?
Yeah. I would eat that. I would absolutely eat that.
We all would.
I mean, it looks like a fucking meatball, and I would absolutely eat that.
I think that's all it is. I think all of us
I
are
might
going.
leave it for a couple minutes just to make sure, but I would absolutely cut that in half and eat it.
I get the thing between fanny for you is bum, fanny for us is vagina. That's different. But faggot and faggot is such a different. It's like even I used to look at that and go, I'm not eating that. But it just looks like a meatball. Now I would. So if you ever come over here, Barrett, once your dog dies, we should go out and get some faggots together.
What'd you do tonight? I put a bunch of faggots in my mouth.
Went out and got 6 faggots. The UK food, not the
I've
US.
had haggis. I've been to Scotland a bunch of times. I've had haggis at every breakfast, and I tell you what, it's based on a dare.
Yeah, but the thing is, Solvend, America separated and then just invented obesity, so you've got no comeback on food. Well, we just ate more bad things.
Yeah, but at least we have taste. Like we have spice. What do you got? Curry.
No,
you fucking colonizer. Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
invented curry.
That conversation is when you go to the bathroom. I'm sorry.
We invented curry because we fucking stole the spice and we took it everywhere, including America and South America. We stole it and gave it. Wow. I guess did Twitch blank this out or did you blank it out? I don't know that. No, look, yeah, we were shitty, dude. Imperialist.
Colonizer, slaver.
You goddamn Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, man. Yeah, we were shitty, dude. But luckily, these days, we have all kinds of international food. So Mexican's my favorite. Indian, Chinese, Thai, Vietnamese I'm getting into recently. I haven't had much of it, but I'm into it. It's the same kind of food Dolph Lundgren ate in Universal Soldier. Made a necklace of ears. He ate some Vietnamese. Oh, so this shit. Right. So Bobby Lee and his missus, being Filipino, they're into the fucking fetus egg. And they ate one on Tiger Belly. And they opened it and apparently it stinks. It's like literally a bird going, help me. I've
watched that shit. Not Bobby Lee, but I've watched that shit.
This makes you believe in the pro-life guys. It's like they just open the egg and they go, help me. And then they go, and just eat it down. It's like, oh, I don't like abortion.
That's what you took from it? I went.
Yeah, I get that.
I went the other direction. I was like, this is how we're all going to die. We're all fucking animals. Like, there's no difference. Like,
why are you eating babies?
Like when I see people eating a raw duck like that, and then in another YouTube channel I see somebody getting grabbed by a tiger and eating. I'm like, hell yeah! Circle of life, shit that human out.
It's always hard for me to say what my favorite is, but Mexican is really up there. If I get a couple of spices right, I'm going to cook some great Mexican. Thai is so underrated. The aroma from like sticky rice, Thai green curry. If you haven't had Vietnamese, get Vietnamese is something else as well. It's like fuck. It's another discovery. I only discovered it the last couple of years, but Thai is great. Italian, obviously, pasta, pizza, but proper, not idiots from New York that go, I'm an Italian, eh? With provolone and mozzarella. You're not Italian, you fucking fat prick. Like someone was Italian 70 years ago. Italian food is so fucking nice. So nice. But even shit Italian food is kind of nice. Pasta, pizza. There's not a lot you can do wrong to it. You can get bad stuff, but really, if you're kind of average, it's good. If you're very good, it's great. If you're brilliant, it's great.
I'm gonna throw, like, I love Mexican food. I'm gonna throw Creole. Like,
I've never tasted. So I need to go to New Orleans for a trip down in the train.
I could not eat Thai food.
Yeah, my bread, eh? Thai is great.
Thai's awesome. It's fantastic. I couldn't eat it every day though.
No, but all of these things, I think there's so much now in the West. We have so much choice. But I mean, anything every day.
Mexican, Thai, Italian, they're fantastic. Can't beat it. But you know, there's so much others. There's so, and again, Carl, we went through this earlier. Nashville. If you come to Nashville, we have so much food here. It's a great food culture.
First of all, one night's taken up. We got to go to Daniel's.
Every single country is represented very well here.
We got to go to Daniel's restaurant. That's one night done. We got to get pizza and shit, right?
So here's the problem with Daniel's flying lunchbox. Here's the problem.
Full of idiots, so don't let him twitch anymore. Let's kill him.
You'll eat one meal per day, and that's it. Like,
that's not a problem for me. That's fine. We can drink for 13 hours and eat one meal. That's perfect.
Like, I was still full the next day. It was.
I saw the pictures. I'm not really like a 3-course guy. I'm a 2-course guy. So I'll either let's have a little starter and some pizza or some pasta, or have a main and a third. You know.
No, we didn't order any of that.
He just sent it over, right?
He just sent it to us.
Yeah, and then you have to eat.
Here comes 3-4 courses, and it was amazing. And I hate tomatoes, like a raw tomato.
I used to.
Cherry tomatoes he sent. Oh my God, I ate every single one of those, and it just so awesome.
Listen, I'll make a special occasion. I'll eat whatever Daniel sends over, even his decapitated dick on a pizza. Let's just eat it now.
It's fantastic, man.
But yeah, food is fucking that again. What I said earlier, food for me is a massive reason why I travel. Like I said, I've eaten guinea pig in Peru. That wasn't good.
Yeah,
Brazilian churrascaria.
I've eaten kangaroo, and a raw tomato off the vine. I'll bite into that, and it induces an immediate gag reflex.
Just a quick thing on kangaroos. I watched a couple of TikToks earlier of big muscly kangaroos fighting people. But we'll come back to food. There's a video of the Australian guy where the kangaroo, he's got the dog in a headlock and he's like, fuck you. Yeah. And the Australian goes, go fucking get off him. And the kangaroo stands up like this. And the guy just goes bang and punches him.
And I just saw a TikTok video today. And the description was,
I'm going to find it.
If there hadn't been a video, you would never believe this. A kangaroo ran this old Australian dude down. And the Australian dude was not trying to fight this thing, but he ended up having to get in a fist fight with this fucking kangaroo to get him off of him. And if you don't know anything about kangaroos, fucking, like, if they stand on that tail and get those huge hind paws, they can absolutely rip your guts out to your spine. You're dead when they're done with you.
And by the way, broken a kangaroo would fuck you up. So listen.
So acidic. So
A
yeah,
kangaroo
I
is
can't do it.
a redneck. It's a type. It's a type of kangaroo. The small ones, they're small. The
Jeffrey
redneck
V nailed it.
kangaroos are 6 feet. I've got the video, by the way. I'm going to play it. The redneck kangaroo, I like to say, they're 6 feet plus tall.
A
They're
deer
huge. They've
will
got
fuck you
shoulder.
up.
They've got delts. Plus that, they can, like you said, they can put the whole body weight on their tail and their feet. They can kick you. They'll break your ribs, and they've also have claws that can disembowel you. They're like a fucking raptor. They ain't
So,
no fucking joke.
Jeffrey V, the first time I had kangaroo was in Spain. It was
Yeah,
terribly
broken.
marinated.
I'm
It was it wasn't under,
excited.
but it was just it was
I'm a
game
liar.
the gamiest meat I've ever had in my fucking life. It was terrible. And then I've had it other places. Like that's okay.
Hey, broken. If you have any links to your music and stuff, always post. Yeah. If
But
you're on Twitter, let me know.
Broken's right. There's a YouTube video out there where a deer absolutely fucks up a deer hunter. His wife had to come help him.
So I'm just gonna. I'm not gonna get done for visual DMs. Yeah, you can go fuck yourself. I'll kill you. So I'm gonna share this one. This is the longer version, but it's just a Googled kangaroo.
Why are you not playing music? Why are you not doing anything cool, man?
Because I don't always want to delete all my things. Listen.
Yep, I agree. I agree, Jeffrey.
This is cool, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So the kangaroo has got a dog in a headlock.
Kill that dog. He was getting ready to absolutely kill that dog.
The other thing is, though, the dog was probably chasing the kangaroo and it didn't realize. And the kangaroo's like, yeah, you fucking got. And then, just look at this. This is wild.
Nothing's happening. We can't see anything, Coral. Coral's frozen. Everything's frozen. You don't hear some music?
It's fucking.
Okay, here we go. Okay, you want to hear some music? I don't know where this is going.
Oh, really? For me?
Hurry up!
The fuck
Hurry up!
Let me figure out. Did that video freeze?
Yeah, like literally, it's freezing.
It's not. It's the Wi-Fi here. Hang on.
Okay. It's awful.
What about
it's
this?
awful in the UK. It's awful. It's terrible. I'm gonna pull up some music just in case.
All right.
No, it's terrible.
Well, don't get me banned. All right. So there's something wrong with the internet here. But anyway, Google that. In fact, I'll post a link. Kangaroo dog. Pull up royalty-free music, please. YouTube. Yeah, it was just a hang. I think it was an internet hang. Can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. Guys, check out that video.
I want you to start playing a bunch of music. I want you to start taking chances, though. Because
yeah,
look at it this way, dude. If Twitch bans me, I don't really give a shit.
True, but I don't want to get banned. Secondly, I'll put this on YouTube tomorrow, and I want them to be dicks as well. They won't ban me, but it's just annoying.
Like,
none
of us are making enough. Like, we're not making enough to give a shit, and some people do give a shit. I'm like, why?
But you know, also it's not coming through here where it's compressing from your end. It sounds like normal.
What do you want? What do you want, man?
Right. No, I'm good. It's just compressing though. It's going like it's underwater. So we can try something. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with all that. Yeah, dude. But what I read today was the redneck kangaroos do get hench like that, and they will fuck you up. But that dude, yeah, he took a risk by punching that kangaroo because it could have fucked him up. But it was scared. It was like he didn't know what the dog was, didn't know what the guy was, and then he hit it. It's like fuck.
But that kangaroo also had to know that that dog could have bit him right in the dick. And then
I don't know. It might not have met a dog before.
Face on top of that.
But it had it in a headlock. It was like, you ain't getting fucking shit, boy.
We know that. We saw that. But the big thing is keep that kangaroo off that tail, because if he gets on that tail and those feet come up, it's bad.
Yeah, they can disembowel you.
Yeah, again, they'll go right to your spine. Yeah. Take everything out with it.
But those, I didn't realize that those, how hench they can get when they tense. It's literally like you can see the deltoids and how they, fuck you.
And Jeffrey V lived in Australia, so let's defer to him what he says.
Oh yeah, the male red's big and can. Big rescue. Yeah, because most kangaroos we see on the telly are little pussies, right? But these big reds on one coast are they're different. They're like the gorilla of the fucking kangaroos. I think they're just like, nah. Oh yeah, but here too. We have small deer here? They'll run over a dark road and get fucked up and stuff. But the kangaroos aren't. They're like. Have you seen them where they make them box? They put them boxing gloves. It's obviously animal abuse, but they can knock you around if you don't know what you're doing. A kangaroo can beat you up, like just from its hands, and then if it gets hold of you, they can probably wrestle a bit, and then what do I do? My human body didn't develop this way. Oh yeah, there's some small deers, but I know there are lots of. I like the idea of hunting. Actually, I like if it's sustainable, isn't it? It's better than going to the supermarket and buying meat because those animals have been raped to get to your table. Someone has raped those animals, so you can buy it. So if you can kill it, I guess it's a good thing. Unless you kill it by raping it, don't do that. It's wrong. That's wrong. Don't rape a deer. Never rape a deer, guys. It's bad. No, I'm saying that. Hey, Suhara, welcome back in. I can't see your name. But Suhara, my voice is going. Suhara.
Say Suhara. Say Suhara one more time.
Suhara. I'm going to say Suhara now. I'm going to copy you.
Sahara.
Yeah, but I like putting the in the chua. Suhara, we love you tomorrow.
Jeffrey V,
yeah, but they're pests, right? They're basically big rats with muscles.
We didn't have armadillos in Tennessee, but 15, 20 years ago, they just started traveling down the I-10 corridor, and now there's armadillos everywhere.
So what did he do? Eat plants and stuff? I got caught on TikTok earlier. Some guy was showing someone around a reptile place, and he had a pet the armadillo came out, and he was so cute. He was like a little dog. He was like, and he was playing with his hands and stuff. But he was built like a tank. What do they do? Do they eat, I guess, vegetation and stuff? They just go through.
Well, I mean, they turn into a ball, but I mean, do not touch them. They carry terrible disease.
Well, I guess one that's in a facility is probably safe. They've had injections and all that. But yeah, wild. A badger will fuck you up. They're gonna. Do you get badgers out there?
Badgers? What?
Yeah, it's a black and white. Okay, this is an English thing.
Badgers.
Badgers. We get badgers.
We have badgers, but not here.
They can fuck you up as well, and they've got rabies and claws.
Yeah, but
and they can just
nobody's getting close to a fucking badger out here. Badgers,
here they are.
Badgers will fuck bears up here. They don't. You don't fuck with
my brother had them in his back garden, and he was going out and hitting them over the head with a shovel.
Yeah.
So I wrote. We've got an animal protection society called the RSPCA. And this was years ago. I wrote a fake letter to my brother's house from it
Royal Society of Protecting Animals, and it's like, we have surveilled you, we've got information you're abusing badgers in the wild, and he was panicking for weeks.
Yeah.
It was all like the fucking, I made it all look good. We sent it on embossed papers. But yeah, they used to dig up his garden. He'd run out with a shovel and just fucking smack it around the head. But if they claw you, you can get rabies and stuff.
A badger can fuck you up. I mean,
the claws and teeth.
Geez, I mean they can. I mean, they're a flat little fucking thing of menace. It's terrible.
Yeah. They're cute.
Oh,
The one I saw today.
Badger, you need to give it a wide berth.
You're right, Broken Dice. Yeah, they are cute. The one I saw today was real cute. It was like a little dog. He was like, and the guy was like, look at this dude. But yeah, I'm sure a wild one is different.
Oh, Grumpy Mama, has your power come on back yet?
Good. No, she's slowly dying, putting no power. OGM. No neighbors have power. Is it the whole grid?
Like, here's what sucks. OGM is my buddy. And I want to do something, but there's not a fucking thing I can do.
Yeah, we can't send money. We can't send dick pics. We can't
do anything
stream.
to get
We can't
back.
raid.
This is horse shit.
Yeah.
God dang it. This sucks.
Egg name it. OGM, I'm sorry. RIP OGM.
But, I mean, like, aren't you in a base, I think, hopefully, that I just hope you got plenty of wool blankets and
Yeah, so stay warm, little strip.
God dang it.
Let's hope it all opens. What about food? What about food for tomorrow? What's happening? Do you have ability to get nice warm food from somewhere?
Now we're in. All right. Now, stay warm, OGM. Stay hydrated as best you can.
You're on a military base.
Dang it. Yeah, you're on a military base. Well, they're not going to let anybody perish. But God dang it. I don't want my friend
Yeah.
I don't want my friend to be uncomfortable. That's the thing. I don't want my friend to be uncomfortable.
Neither do I, but the military wouldn't possibly let you perish.
Yeah.
That's basically what you're there for, to perish.
Again, do not accept blankets from the U.S. government.
And also, fuck you, Russia are coming. No, OGM, obviously I'm joking. That's a joke. That's a massive joke there. Let's get more beer. What's that? Hey, Jem, if we could do something. Oh, fucking hell, beer's spilling here.
Broken's talking about Arnold Air Force Base. That base will never lose power, ever. There's too much money there. Dang it! I had gum at OGM. Shit, I hate
beer everywhere.
Dang it!
Yeah, OGM, if we could help, we would. We can't. Please update us tomorrow, please, because we don't want you to have Christmas. Is there anything we can do? Anything? There's nothing. Just waiting for a power company, right?
Hey, she's blazing it. Don't burn your damn house down.
Fuck her. Fuck the stoner.
She get all cuddly, opening. Next thing you know, the house on fire.
You fucking oil sniffing pricks. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Hope Russia wins. Let's move on. Oh, everyone's gonna die. RIP OGM. And yeah, you should be all right. We're coming for you, Broken. This is the whole thing.
She's not going to, and the reason being is because she purchased all this Husky Boyo merch. She's gonna be just fine.
Yeah. I just spilled beer everywhere.
She may lose her toes because there's no footwear, no socks.
She may lose a toe. She may lose a nose. It's OGM. She can get any more sick.
Her core will be fine.
Your Discord. Yeah, we'll run your Discord. Yeah, we're just gonna watch porn for 7 hours.
Why are my fingers cold?
We're gonna splice Asian porn with Sean Connery calling Asian women Peking duck for 10 hours. Hey there, Peking duck.
It's smiling at me. Oh. I gotta pee. Get the dog in. Be right back.
That's my penis. I just spilled beer everywhere. Good times had by all. Then a good one here. Bit of hentai. Let's remember some hentai. I don't have a Discord, but what I could do, again, we talked about it. When we do get to the end, we could just do a private thing. We can jump in and watch it. It won't be a movie. I might fall asleep, but you can have the infrastructure and keep watching. I don't give a shit. I'll run it by Brett in a minute. 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours. 2 peas. 7 beers. 7 beers, 8 beers. How many beers have I had? 8 beers. Just a few people coming in. Cool, man. Yeah, broken post stuff. If you could, do you have any links to your music or anything? If you've got a link to your music, post them, and I'll try and check them out. But I might forget as well. Let me know, man. I love guitar. I can't wait to start playing again. I've lost all my bullshit from my hands, a couple of them, but I cut a quarter of a finger off last year. I just stopped playing a couple of years ago. But now I've got settled in my new city. Not here, but I want to go back up. Yeah, I want to get a little acoustic. I want to get a nice little, basic little semi-acoustic with an amp. And that will be an evening a week at least, just fucking playing songs that I like. You know, I'm not a gigger music-wise, but I miss playing it. Miss picking up a guitar and playing like 6 chords of the songs you like. Good therapy that was back in the day. All right, man, whatever. But if you do get any, send it over, whatever. Post it around. It's all good. I'll also, if you have Twitter or whatever, maybe, I don't know. Even like seeing your pedal board or whatever. We're not going to die yet, man. Merry Christmas all. I'm Jesus and I've come back to save you. Merry Christmas all. My bad lying. My voice doesn't work. I'm going to die of COVID tomorrow. Until then, there's 3 of me, you fucking pieces of shit. I have now become 3 Moranth. It is not Amaranth. I am now 3 Moranth. Fuck you. I've become 3 Moranth. Yeah, of course. Well, the same when I get the full podcast set up, which will probably be next summer, it'll be several thousands of pounds, and noodles, you know, this shit. Yeah.
Why aren't you playing music?
I can put someone as a bed, but again, as ever,
boring as shit with that music.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Listen. I'm bringing it up now, but the thing is, I've not researched Soundstripe. I've got it.
Terrible.
I brought it because of you. I'm going to log in now.
It's not like, what are you going to keep this? You're going to keep this video?
Yes.
You're going to audio? You're going to clip it? What? Dumb.
I've got Soundstripe now. Let me find an instrumental or something.
Why don't you put something that everybody wants to hear?
Well, maybe I'll do that soon. Oh, this is
gonna be
So we got a couple of options in a while. Not yet. Let me get out booze first. There's some options. Why is there a corporate section on the Soundstripe? Play some corporate music.
Linda Dog Lady, hello, how are you? Welcome in.
Linda. Hey, Lindy, what we're thinking of, right? Brett, let me run this by you now. I know it's Christmas Eve. The bar's closed. The bar is not closed here. If you've got booze at home, bitch.
Cheers to you, Linda.
Listen. Yeah, I'm affiliated. That's right. Brett's trying to get me killed by the CIA. Brett's trying to tell me that plane crashed and didn't get shot down. Yeah. Listen, I've got a couple of options. Soon, not yet. Soon, tonight. We could have a private little stream that isn't broadcast soon. And especially if Linda's in the house, we can get Linda in with our Wi-Fi. Hey, Linda, I thought about you today. This is genuine. I mean it. I thought about what would happen if you died. And I thought you couldn't even connect your Wi-Fi. It's a shit joke, but I was in bed. I haven't woke up and I thought about you. So
comedy. That's you.
Comedy. Wait, Wi-Fi. Comedy.
Comedy right there.
That's the shit I think about before I masturbate. It's like Wi-Fi, comedy. And then I just hate
It's
myself.
all depressing. They come dust and then they die.
Yeah. All right, we can do that soon then. So you up for that then, Linda? Are you up for a private hangout in a bit? Because we could bring people. Here's an idea, right?
Why don't you do that since this is garbage anyway? You've been going for 5 hours and 40 minutes. You haven't content.
We have not. Listen, this is my plan, right? For the next few minutes, I'm going to drink this. I'm going to drink this bottle. I'm going to walk over there,
London,
and I'm going to bust it over his melon fucking head. Seth, why are you such a loser that you don't know when you've won? What did you call me? I said, why are you such a fucking loser that you don't know when you've won?
I'm gonna play music to
piece of
bust this DMCA.
But it'll sound, but it won't even come through. It's not coming through right.
Oh, it'll come through my way.
This is the plan. Listen. I'm gonna drink this. I'm gonna drink something else. We'll get to 6 hours.
You better hurry up.
Switch. With 19 minutes, yeah. Brett, it's not going to come through right. Don't do this, please. Listen to this. We're going to do this. We're going to hang out, and at 6 hours, we're going to have a private call with all of these fucking idiots.
Why don't you do it right now, dude? It's already.
In addition,
it's 2 a.m. your time.
1 a.m. You didn't let me finish. In addition, let's get idiots on air now, and then we'll switch to private in a few minutes. So let's start pulling people in.
I've got music pulled up. I'm getting ready to bust your DMCA cherry.
Oh God!
Hurry up! Let's go.
So I'm going to post a link in the chat. Anyone can call in.
Currently, hurry up.
Tell me to fucking hurry up. I'm glad you got PTSD. Listen, 20 minutes. Any idiot can call in now. Don't be naked. Don't be too weird. And in about 20 minutes' time, we'll go private and just chat, and I'll play shit. All right? How about that? Jump in, bitch. I posted the link publicly, Brett. Anyone jump in. Chrome browser is better. If you have it, check out your settings and all that shit before you come in. Don't complain to me after you come in. Come in, you pieces of shit. And then I'll be able to get drinks. And then in a bit, we'll go private when we want to get real weird. How about that? I'm 3 Moranth. I am 3 Moranth. Oh, I've got big tits. Why are you people? Why are you, Linda? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Broken. I didn't see this. Live like yes, dude. I've lost people all my life. We got Solvent. We got Broken in the background. Anyway, everyone, click that fucking link now. We'll come and hang out in a bit. Please don't say the N-word for the next 20 minutes. But then when we go private, all you can do is you can call yourself the N-word. So we bring people in. Let's bring people in. Brett Brock. To my left is the great Twitch artist, Brett Brock. He drinks. He's from Nashville. He draws. Who draws anyway? Our next guest is a man that is a drug addict, disabled man. Some might say he's got a bigger head than anyone else. It's a Solvent off the internet. Oh, no, let me do it. No, he cancelled. Okay.
Great job, Carl.
No. Solvent, if you see that again, click the link again. No, I didn't deliberately kick you out.
Great job, Carl.
Yeah, maybe I did kick you out. I'm dumb. Broken your next.
Spot on show.
Yeah. Well, hey, I've drunk lots of beer. It's Christmas. Jesus, what a it. Anyway, you may have heard him for all the abuse he gives women on the internet. Please welcome to the Last Right podcast, and specifically, the little husky, not you. When we got a husky. Anyway, it's Kevin. Oh, his eye's really close. Kevin.
Hi, guys.
What's up, man?
Hey, Kevin.
Chilling.
Welcome to the internet.
I was trying to make Carl laugh and it didn't work.
No, well, I'm semi-retarded. So I'm just semi-retarded. I saw it. I can see all this before you come on. I can see everything from here. I'm basically in the Matrix.
Gotcha.
But in the background, we've also got a man that I don't know that well, but I met through Brett Brock's chat. Please, other people. We'll go private soon. Linda, get in. Linda, if you come in here with shit Wi-Fi, we won't say anything different because that's what we expect. We expect a hacky laugh, and we expect stories that ain't going anywhere, and we expect wife that I'm bad. But that's not her. That's not what I'm talking about. It's Broken Toys.
Yo, what's up, Broken? I've known Broken theoretically longer than anybody else on Twitch. I met Broken through Chad Shank's video or his stream. Yep. And theoretically, I will just go ahead and say I probably, other than Chad Shank, I've known Broken longer than anybody else on Twitch.
Wow, it's impressive, man.
Very much.
Cool.
Nice to talk to you, Broken.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
I mean, I don't know. That's because in 2020 I was hanging out on Shank's stream and you popped in and like you've been consistent throughout Twitch. It's like, hell yeah, I know Broken. He's
consistently what?
Stanhope crowd and yeah. I'll go ahead and say that. Other than Chad Shank, I have known Broken longer than anybody else on Twitch.
It's a pleasure, sir.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's
yeah.
And again,
Linda's going upstairs, guys. We're in. Linda, can you get into the little negligee before you come in?
No. Treat. She gets better reception upstairs. So she's doing that on purpose. That's good.
There's no Faraday cage in her base or upstairs like there is in her basement.
Yeah, there you go.
Cage.
Oh yeah, Broken. I see your pro channel. Sorry, dude.
Oh, good.
Behind me. How was that, my friend?
I didn't make my bed tonight, so.
Cornholio Play-Doh. That's a great name. Have you been in before? Yes, you have. Before I recognize the picture.
I'll grab some coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Sure. Cornholio Play-Doh. Nice to see you. Is that? Yes. No. Now I recognize you. Yes. Now I do recognize you. If you want to jump in, click the StreamYard link. Fuck it. Come in. In about 10, 12 minutes, we're going to make it private and we won't be broadcasting anymore because I don't trust any of you to not say the N-word constantly. Hey, Broken, welcome back. We're drinking What are you drinking, coffee, man?
Coffee and Tito's.
Coffee and Tito. Yeah, when you said coffee, I immediately didn't believe you. But the Tito's thing is important.
It's hard to beat
to
Tito.
mention.
It's hard to beat.
I'm just going out for a coffee. Why did you hit the women? I had 9 Tito's as well. Lattes, isn't it?
Yeah.
I went to Starbucks and I taught them a fucking lesson.
My favorite. I still call Starbucks butt fucks from The Sopranos. It's like it's called butt fucks. It's like season 1 or something. I still every time I say it, it's called butt
Wait,
fucks.
Mel's still balking. Oh, I'm sorry, it's baking.
Oh yeah, Mel. You slam it down, move it all around, you know, like the Spice Girls said. You fucking maniac. Go
My
on,
wife's
and
doing
this
the same.
Haru,
She's in the kitchen still making stuff.
and so Haru's cheering her on. Go on, Mel.
Wait, how did you say it? Sahara? What?
My head wanted to say something so bad then. I don't give a shit. No, I'm calling her.
It's your
I'm
twin.
calling her.
You can say whatever you want to.
I'm
Boris,
calling. Yeah,
you say
yeah, I
whatever-
know. I'm calling her Annie now. Hey, Annie, what are you cheering Mel on to slam it all down and slap it all around, or whatever they said in that first Spice Girls single, 1996. If you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friends, which is also weird. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, Annie?
Can't just pick up.
Linda with the advice. Don't give anyone advice, Linda. You can't want your computer. But I did know.
So, do you get your pedal effects and your soundboard all fixed up
Yeah, I got it fixed.
together?
I had to take my favorite pedal out because it died, and I had to put a secondary in. So I got it fixed.
Well, like I love playing music, and like there was no fucking way I was going to do an art stream without music.
Yeah.
And this is Carl's stream.
Yeah.
So Carl, I love music. It'd be badass if Broken just slayed a little bit because I know he can
Broken
play.
can play whatever he likes, man. I don't give a shit. We're gonna play something live. Do it live. In about 10 minutes, we'll go off and go private, which one we can get really weird. But if you want to play something on here, you're welcome, my friend, at all times. Yeah, and also let's talk more because I love music in general.
Anything you want to hear? I mean, I'm open to anything.
I mean,
No, why don't you play us what's on your mind?
On my mind.
If it's the kidnap of the kidnap of love, play that, please.
The what? Wait a minute. I didn't check if I was.
Just you go for it, my friend. You go for it.
I'll do this silently so I don't.
Yeah. I can mute you if you're like until you're ready.
No, I'm muted.
Yeah.
Good. It's been cold here, so the neck on this thing's been a little moody. Come on. This tuner is slow as hell, man.
You got it clipped on there, or is it on the pedal board?
There we go. We're good.
Nice, go for it, my friend. Play. I'm gonna name this song "The Kidnap of Love" by Broken Toys. Colorized.
Well,
It's not bad. It's not bad.
whoa, that's all. Yeah, I'm still having a tuning issue.
That's right.
There it is. Close enough.
Feedback's important, man.
All right. Yeah, and I I fucked it up. I'm not even.
That's right.
I don't have. I'm one of them people. I'm kind of like musically dyslexic, if you understand.
Yeah. You retarded?
Yeah. Yeah. um.
But no, you should.
I get musical blanks, and I don't know what to play right away. But once I hear like the first one or two notes, I'm in.
Then you can get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on, let me try it. Because I've invented a song called "Kidnap of Love." So if I start, you continue it. Hang on. Broken Toys has invented the song "Kidnap of Love." We're gonna kidnap love, not let it out of its prison. If you just hit that melody, I still got no voice.
You gotta catch me when I've got about.
Always got no voice.
3/4 of a bottle of this in me.
Is that? That is Tito's. Show the bottle to the camera, please, sir. We like seeing the drinks. There we go.
Yes,
I drank Tito's once on this thing a year ago. I drank nearly all of it, and then I cried into the camera for 3 hours. The first time Brett got into my emotions.
Tito's will sneak up on you, man. You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's good.
It's to be fair, I'm gonna get a bottle in the new year.
I'm trying to think of something that is like family friendly, not so hard. I mean,
what family?
Yeah, us.
What about all right. Okay, chat suggestions because we.
Hey, make that play a song Carl can dance to in this Trans Morant character.
Mann.
Trans Morant.
So, Broken, are you into any style? Like, is he anything in particular? Like
Spiral?
Any style of guitar playing? Like, are you into any? Like,
I'm an old school thrash player. Not many people like that stuff, so I tend to like back off of it a little bit. My pedal board is across the room, so I can't really turn the dirt off. The only way this thing has such a hot pickup in it that it's turned down now, but I turn it up just a little bit. It's still dirty. So this thing's basically.
What about
It's full on or it's off.
What about any of the tunes from Dusk Till Dawn, like Dark Knight, or do you know any of those tunes from the movie Dusk Till Dawn?
I would have to hear them.
Yeah,
after about 15 minutes.
Let's send them to you at some point because they're such great little tunes.
Yeah, I play by ear anyway, so it's all good.
All right, well, I don't know. Play what you feel, man, for a couple of minutes. I know it's difficult if you can't.
Yeah,
I don't know what to do.
I kind of feel a little pressure.
Put down, it's all good.
Now, that was a bastardization of the document. I'm drawing a blank, so suggestions are really good. Rat.
Why is none of this working? It's like being on a live version of Bill and Ted.
Say what?
Are you a wild stallion? Is it true? Is it true?
No, that movie was so good. I can't play anything from it though.
Do you know what? I watched the new one recently. It wasn't that bad. The original's great. The second one I loved because of obviously when I Mann
God Gave Rock and Roll to You is off that movie. The third one that was out 2 years ago, I didn't mind it. It was all right. They kind of updated and made it weird, but
I have not
it's all
seen
right.
it.
It's all right. It's all right. It's not good. It's all right. It's not bad. What about I don't know. Any ideas, guys? Brett?
What? Like
Music?
This is your show, Coachy. Coachy.
I know, dude.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
Broken's asking for suggestions.
Some Sabbath. How about play some Sabbath?
I mean, I said we needed some music.
You've got it now.
So, like, yeah, badass.
Yeah.
I haven't played Ozzy in years. What's that?
Yeah, get some Ozzy. Get some Ozzy.
Oh, I can't even remember it. I gotta hear it first. Here.
Do you know a song called Tie Me Kangaroos Down Sport by Rolf Harris? It goes something like this. It's like tie me kangaroo down sport, tie me kangaroo down. No, it's the only song I could think of.
I'm looking through my list and the stuff. This is tuned in E or A440. It's E concert E is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I only know standard tuning and drop D. That's the only two guitar tunings I know.
No, I don't have anything in drop D.
Has anybody ever done? I'm a little T-spot. This is my spot. And I'm gonna go and just do it out.
We can make it happen.
Hell yeah!
Oh,
Man.
Or wait a minute. I'm trying to remember this. I got a song in my head. I can't remember. Neck is starting to warm up. It's swelling, so I got to reach.
Sure, it's a swelling neck. Absolutely.
It's been see, when I was at work, I had heat shut off. When I came home, I turned it back on, so this thing's cold. Give me. Let me listen to this a second, and maybe I can get it.
Play something. Play
Huh?
Why don't you play like a Christmas song?
Christmas song? I don't do Christmas songs, man.
Wow, you could say you could play a song that says "I hate Jesus. I'm glad they killed him." Them ones that did 9/11.
I don't.
Have you got one that did?
I can make some
I'm
really
so
messed up
fucking
shit
glad
up.
they killed Jesus. Them ones that did 9/11. Yeah, that's it. That's how it goes. Dead Queen to the Stone. I mean, yeah.
Oh, it's a seed that I fucked up.
Well, you know, well, it's live, isn't it? You know, difficult to think about the things you want to do.
Oh, well,
And it's always easier when you got somebody else keeping time.
yeah.
You can and you can meld into the band. If you make a mistake, nobody hears it because the drums was wailing.
I got rid of all my Avid programs. I deleted all of that because I got rid of the rack system that I had. You got to pay a $700 a year license for it. So it
A
was
license to kill.
yeah.
Guitar.
I don't even have a click track to go to unless I go to YouTube.
Why don't you like wait for a bird to land on your window and start like clicking, and then you can like click to nature, and then you go,
Like
yeah,
you
fucking,
know
something.
stuff. You got to have a click track just to stay in time. Otherwise,
Well, that's when you're recording something. I mean, when you're just playing something live in your bedroom, it's not.
Well, see, when you're playing live and when you're nervous like this, because
you grooving, baby. Anyway, we're fucking with you, bro. You don't have to play guitar. You don't have to. We're not forcing you to play guitar, man. But it would be interesting to. I like guitar. So.
No, what's gonna happen like later on when I get about 3/4 tore up? I'm gonna stream on Twitch,
and then you're gonna know. You're gonna be in the zone, man.
Yeah, you got
fucking right, bitch.
And what's funny is I keep asking for requests from everybody that's in the chat, and nobody speaks up ever. So I just start doing the heaviest stuff that I.
Well, we need to. What you need to give people a challenge, like tell them to think about it, and next time you do a stream, like to go, oh, can you play "Enter Sandman" by Metallica, please?
Oh, I hate that song, dude.
Well, you can't ask for a request and then go, I hate it. Yeah. What about the duck song? The duck walked up to the lemonade stand and he said to the duck, run in the stand, he said, hey, bump, 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 you got any lemonade? No, you don't know that one. What about Patience by Guns N' Roses? Oh. It's C. Yeah, there we go. G. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and then C and I, G, and that's together, man. I'm up your asshole now.
GNR usually tunes in E flat. This gets.
Oh, good. It's detuned, yeah. Oh, that guitar. What? Show me the guitar. What guitar is it?
It's Ibanez 470 holograph.
What finish is that? Like a I've come on it. Finish.
If I had a flashlight, I could show you, but it reflects like the rainbow colors.
No, it's just interesting. It's the rainbow colors here.
Yeah.
Good.
This light in here sucks.
It's okay, man. It can be. You can tell us it's rainbow. It's fine.
This one might be out of tune really bad.
Oh no, it's not good enough of love anymore. Then put it down. Let's false advertising. Tune it up, man. Tune it up. You take time. Tune it up.
Yeah, you gotta do the silent one. Otherwise, it gets really.
You tune it up. Do your thing. Take your time.
Where's Linda? I thought we were going private.
Oh,
we will soon. Linda, jump in.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna mute this because I'm gonna.
Yeah, you mute, man. I can mute you too. I can mute you too. There we go. You tune it up. Oh, my throat's again. Yeah. Yeah, Linda. Anyone else wants to jump in, and then we'll go private soon, and we can just play clips of good music and other stuff. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, God gave rock and roll to you. It's Brett rock and roll. My voice is going like a little gay man. I'm like, please don't fuck me. Let's bring you up, Broken. Yeah, I saw you.
All right.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, nice.
All right, what was it you said? I forgot.
I don't know, the sound's gone a bit bad now. I don't know, man. That was a bit of Enter Sandman, though, wasn't it?
It sounds kind of weird. Well, shit.
Yeah. Mm.
We'll come back to something.
Yeah, come back, man. Take your time. There's no worries, no problem here. Hey, Linda, how you doing? Are you at a bathroom break? Yeah. Oh God, my voice is fading here. This is what I suggest. I'm going to post a link again up on in. We'll bang this private in a few minutes and we just watch it. And then if when Broken as and when thinks of songs or we think we can ask him, get him to play that. If you all want to hang, if not, there's no idea. This is just 6 hours in now. My voice is going.
Oh, I'm ready to go all night, dude. I don't have to work for 2 days. I'm set.
Well, you do think so. Merry Christmas, everyone. We might go private and just hang out soon. Broken, if you need to stream and let me know, post your link and shit, and I will open the tab up and that stuff.
I don't need to.
You gotta start learning to speak with your belly, Carl.
Yeah, but my voice is going.
That's what you're not speaking from your belly. That's the only way you can keep going. Like 3 times a week. I hate looking at my dumb face. I hate hearing my stupid voice. But the only way I can keep going is because I speak from my belly.
Yeah.
That's the only way my voice doesn't go out.
I talk a lot. No, Brett, I talk a lot.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. It was good. It gives a little soundtrack. I talk a lot, and no, I'm sick today. It's not like voice. I'm just sick. It's all fucking up. Anyway, fuck it. I'll keep drinking.
Oh, we're all gonna keep drinking.
That's right. That's right, Brogan. That's right. Hell yeah, we are.
Hell yes, we are.
You love Austin Powers, get in your belly. Oh, get in my belly. Get in my belly, Linda. Don't you get in my belly though, because you'll fuck up the Wi-Fi.
Okay, this is new to me, so why am I missing the chat here? Oh,
yeah, you won't be able to see it here. You have to have a tab open with you, Twitch or something.
okay, I see it. Okay, now I can see some. That's cool. Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's right, man. Come on in. So what do we vote? What should we do? Should we make it private and watch it? Yeah, I think so.
I think so. It'd be more fun.
Dying into the end, and then if Broken wants to stream as well, we could also stream.
No, I don't have to, man. I'll hang out with you guys all night. I don't care.
Oh, great. I might die in the meantime. Like an hour in.
I'll hang till the missus gives me the death stare.
It's 1:30. It's 1:30 a.m. for me, so I'm smashing in. So listen, the StreamYard link is in the chat. You piece of shit. Click it. What we're gonna do is that link should still work. We'll hang out where it's not being broadcast, where we can all say the N word or whatever you want to do, weird guys. Oh yeah, that's right, you're in Wales, that's right. Yeah, it's 1:30 here too. I'm in England, you know, the real one. Linda, don't make me come over there, Linda. The last 2 times I spoke to you privately, Linda, we've spoken on StreamYard. Click the fucking link. Get your Chrome open. Get your Wi-Fi. There's no patience anymore. Click the link. Don't be a problem. And then you can
issues with Linda.
Yes, Mel, without camera. In
No,
camera. A camera up your pussy, out your pussy. Looking out at your pussy. The pussy
no,
out of you. Whatever you want.
whatever you want, dude.
Yeah. It's audio. You can click turn camera on and off. You can fuck your mother. You can.
Yep. This is actually pretty cool. I like this. It's my first time ever seeing it. It's cool.
Great, man. That's great. But and what a shame it would be though in the middle of the night as Melon is if people didn't know about this and like idiots like Caitlin Stitches didn't know about the secret seem cool. But guess what? It's their fault for loving their families at Christmas, right? We're the best ones for not caring. Actually, my family are very close here. I love them. But tonight, fuck them.
You guys are gonna flip out because I just got to point this out for some stupid reason. Like Brett, I don't really vet where I'm from or who I am or anything like that.
We don't do, you don't have to do that.
But you have two Kevins in here, so I'm a Kevin too.
Oh, you are?
Yes, I am.
We also know where you live, so you've talked yourself. Linda is in the background. Linda Allen. As I said, Linda, I don't know how to say it, but I thought of you dying this morning. I was like, what would I say? It's bad. It's a bad thing. I don't know why I thought of that. I think I was still masturbating. Anyway. Yeah, but I don't know how to even link all these things together. I've had a mad week. I've dressed up as a woman. No, it's bad. I'm going to also... I could tweet the link because I can vet. If I tweet the link, I can vet it. I can vet who comes in. Here, click that link now. And then we've got Dominated 2010 in there. We've got Linda Wood. Of course, Linda's link failed. Of course, she came in and then. I mean,
you know that kind of sucks because I've kind of heard a lot about her, but I've never met her.
No, Linda will be back, but she'll be shouting, and the Wi-Fi won't work, and then we'll tell her to go and sit with the dogs, and then it'll work, and we'll go around it again and again, and I'll look like I want to kill myself, but actually, it's actually nice, whatever.
But she'll have a smile on her face the entire time, and she'll make you smile. So.
Yeah,
really? I'm all for that. That's cool.
Yeah, she'll also suck you off for $10. Oh, Linda's back in the chat.
I met her and her sister in Vegas, and they were both cool as shit.
Oh, that was you that popped in and out. You're welcome. All right, you guys might have to talk. I might play a lot of shit. Linda's in the stream. Dominate's in the stream. Fuck. Anyone else? Anyone else? I will tweet the link, but I will vet the rest of you.
Dom has a hell of a beard. I respect that, man. I shave mine off when it gets about an inch long.
So I've never done this before, but I'm gonna publicly tweet the Streamline link. But
whoa,
I'll vet it. No, I'll vet it though. I won't just let anyone on. Now
mic setting just went nuts. Hopefully it's okay now.
We need to get Craig on here. What's Craig doing tonight?
I'll tag him. And then tag Mann. Let's tag Craig. Let's tag and all these idiots go, no, we've got families, you morons.
Yeah, right.
I'm Cat. Let's tag Craig and Cat. And then the links. Yeah, and then Kelly as well, because she's gone off to do family stuff. Okay.
I can just change this. Here. Let's see. There we go.
So I've publicly tweeted the link, but I won't just let anyone on because I obviously can control that from there. So in other news, you absolute pieces of shit. If you want to jump on, go to this Twitter thing and then it'll be there. Don't fucking look, your mum's running the blender. That's not a real problem, man. Oh, someone's fucking my pussy. Someone isn't fucking my pussy. They're not doing it hard enough, just soft enough. And now my mum's running a blender. Oh, Christmas. It's so stressful. Okay, 6, 1, 2. Okay, got people down below.
So are we going to take this private so we can start watching cool stuff?
No, just so you can say the N word, Kevin, which you asked me.
Well,
which you specifically asked me about. Oh, I don't even know butthole Play-Doh, but fucking come in. Yeah, I'm gonna. So I think if I end this broadcast, it will just go private. Thank you for watching. You've been great. Go to that Twitter thing if you want to jump in. If you're going to be a peen, I'll kick you out. End the broadcast.